A million voices, silent screams, infinite power, shattered dreams, faces of wrath, eyes that gleam, run from the shadow, all drift in the sea. Chaos minds, destiny torn, feel his wrath, legends born. Man with a million, conquer the void, blood on his hands, every demon destroyed. Force of nature, chaos deployed. Man with a million, worlds overjoyed. Battle scars, endless night, reign of terror, darkest light. Crimson rivers, cleansing light. Kingdom darkness, source of fright. Man with a million, conquer the void. Blood on his hands, every demon destroyed. Force of nature, chaos deployed. Man with a million, worlds overjoyed. Chaos flies, endless night, reign of terror, darkest light. Crimson rivers, cleansing light. King of darkness, source of fright. Man with a million, conquer the void. Blood on his hands, every demon destroyed. Force of nature, chaos deployed. Man with a million, worlds overjoyed. Eyes of fury, soul forged in flame. Every light, just part of the game. Eyes of fury, soul forged in flame. Every life just part of the game.
John's got a struggle with the crowd. Patrons so mean they shout aloud. But John's got a secret deep inside, keeps him smiling real wide. They don't know what John's been up to, plans in motion just for you. Patrons try to drag him down, but he won't wear a frown. Secret project keeps him singing, no more sadness, only grinning. Patrons won't get in the way, John's got sunshine in his day. Late at night when he's alone, working hard, no need to moan. John's got dreams they can't see, he's as happy as can be. Whispers of a brand new start, John's got courage in his heart. Patrons' anger won't prevail, John's on a joyful trail. Secret project keeps him singing, no more sadness, only grinning. Patrons won't get in the way. John's got sunshine in his day. Late at night when he's alone, working hard, no need to moan. John's got dreams they can't see. He's as happy as can be. Whispers of a brand new start. John's got courage in his heart. Patrons' anger won't prevail. John's on a joyful trail. Secret project keeps him singing. No more sadness, only grinning. Patrons won't get in the way. John's got sunshine in his day.
John and Nick on the 4th of July. Fireworks light up the endless sky. Controllers in hand, cheering loud and high. Side by side, Xbox pride can't deny. Red, white, blue in every game we play. Liberty's flame guiding our way. Gaming together night and day. Celebrate freedom in every sway. United we play for the red, white, blue. XboxEra crew, for me and for you. Grateful for the day. United we stay on this 4th of July. Hear us shout and cry. Friends across the land join in the cheer. Every heart pounds as the sky clears. Gaming glory shining here in this land we hold so dear. Every high score tells a tale so true. John and Nick, we raise a glass to you. Freedom rings as night turns blue. Together we stand loyal and true. United we play for the red, white, blue. XboxEra crew, for me and for you. Grateful for the day. United we stay on this 4th of July. Hear us shout and cry. United we play for the red, white, blue. XboxEra crew, for me and for you. Grateful for the day. United we stay on this 4th of July. Hear us shout and cry. Oh, oh, hear us shout and cry. Oh, oh.
You'll never you pray for the red, white, blue. XboxEra crew, for me and for you. Grateful for the day.
United we stay on this 4th of July. Hear us shout and cry.
Grinding hard, no time to play. Controllers click clack like typewriter in his day. Podcast king, he don't need no rest. 6 days a week through the digital quest. Sleepless nights, blue light in his eyes. Console lit brighter than the skies. Threads and tweets, he's undefeated. In the Xbox era, his work never depleted. Jesse's the man, the legend in the game. Never slowing down, powering through the pain. From the break of dawn till midnight call. In the crime, he outshines them all. He's the man, the legend in the game. Never slowing down, powering through the pain. From the break of dawn till midnight call. Working the grind, he outshines them all. vast. Jesse's the future, forgetting the past. Game reviews, insights, he's always first. Keeps the community from a knowledge thirst. Coffee in hand, pixels on his mind. Gears and Halo, futures designed. Modded servers, the sound of success. In the console wars, he's the press.
XboxEra is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support. Despite the fact that the team running XboxEra haven't been to journalism school, we're still lucky enough to be supported by some incredible people. While we adore all of our patrons, we have to give a very special shout out to our executive producers who go above and beyond for this team, allowing us to achieve so much more than we could without them. Top, Not Jack, Mohammed Sherez, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Jordan Landau, Frankie C, Devin H, Britt, Assassin Entertainment, and our grand benefactors, Torn Raptor and Crowd56. You guys are fucking awesome, and we love you. If you want to become legend like this lot, head to patreon.com/XboxEra.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 220,
220.
I want to say, of the Xbox Era podcast. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. If this is your usual time, welcome back. We like to focus on your favorite platform, Xbox, even though it might not be my favorite platform. As you can see, John is not here this week, and neither is our guest, Rand, because he's still doing his podcast. I am your host this week, Special Nick, and at least I'm joined by Jesse. How are you, Jesse?
Always here. How's that?
Yeah,
I missed one in the last, 3 years? I think it was. And you guys had to StreamYard it. But,
something like that.
yeah. How you doing, Nick?
Rand is... What's Rand? I jumped into their show a second ago, and Rand was still... They were talking about Power World and...
Hot news topic.
Yeah, and I'm noticing that I'm quite zoomed in on camera.
Oh, you want me to move back? Give me a sec. I have not used this two-person one very often, so it is not nearly as nicely set up. Boop.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, I know I've got a big head, but it's like really big right now compared to yours. But how is everyone in the chat?
There you go.
Everyone good? I hope everyone is good. I'm quite tired.
I know. I have boosted your audio up as high as it can go because you're pretty quiet. Don't touch it in StreamYard.
Okay.
I've changed it in OBS. So.
Oh, okay. I'm quite tired. I'm not looking forward to going back to work tomorrow. I've been on holidays for a couple of weeks. You guys will remember I did the episode last week from my parents' place up in Queensland.
Got to see your dad's butt.
Yep. He snuck into his cupboard for a bit. But yeah, I have to go back to work tomorrow, and I really don't want to. So why don't you like the stream and support us on Patreon, patreon.com/XboxEra, so that I don't have to go back to work tomorrow, which would be great. This can be my work. How good would that be?
It'd be nice.
It would
Have
be.
somebody that would actually do stuff.
Yeah. How are we going with our Gamescom fund? How is that going these days?
I believe we are at roughly 4,400 British pounds sterling of our 8,000 pound goal, which is why on July 26th we are doing our second subathon to try and see if we can beat that 8 grand, beat that meet. We'll see. It'll be myself and John, maybe Nickel stock by. It will be your Saturday, so
I'll try.
Yeah, if you got the time. Yeah, otherwise we'll be going roughly 12 hours. If things are still going and they're still hopping, we'll do a second stream so that the VOD doesn't break this time. Because YouTube VODs definitely do not work if you go over 12 hours most of the time. I've had it work once out of like 5. So, yeah, July 26th starting at 7 a.m. my time, noon John's time. And then going roughly 12 hours again to try and get over that hump because we are going to Cologne, Germany. We've booked. We had a hotel that was way too much money. We were able to get a little less spent and going on an Airbnb now. That's like a handful of rooms with a ton of beds because it's me, Nick, John, Pre-Drag, and Soul Blazer. So there's a whole bunch of us. And knowing John, his missus will probably be coming too. So yeah, should be a lot of fun. That we've already gotten invited to a ton of stuff. I've got like 40 emails.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, it's a lot of it's going through Press Engine. If you've ever used that site, where you can now set up your actual appointments and stuff there. We, of course, we're mostly waiting on seeing what Xbox is going to do because they normally take their time a little more, but we should have a ton of coverage this time, unlike Summer Games Fest where we had nothing because John got sick.
Oh, well.
I'm going to be masked the whole time. I refuse to friggin'... Everyone keeps going to these huge gaming things and then coming home sick and being like, oh, man, I should have masked up. And I'm just going to mask. I'm just going to wear a mask whenever I'm in public.
Fair enough. I need to if it's, did you say it's multiple rooms in the hotel?
I believe so, yeah. So
or the Airbnb or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll need to share a room with someone who's a very heavy sleeper.
The moment I am asleep, I don't wake up. So
okay, so it might have to be you then.
Mm-hmm.
It may have to be you because I'm told I snore, unfortunately.
Mm. I do if I'm on my back, but that's why I've swapped and I'm only ever on my side anymore.
I think I snore regardless, whether I'm on my front, side, back, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Torn Raptor's right. Between Torn Raptor and Jordan and Dow, depending on what we've got. So there's the direct PayPal funds that are just there, I think are 4,400, but there has also been a lot of other stuff, so should be doing pretty darn good once we get that final Gamescom push. Because we're really bad at paying for stuff properly. Like when we did this book, we lost $15,000 on it. So we're trying to not lose a bunch of money on going to Gamescom. Again, if we can avoid it. Like if we can get it funded and paid for, awesome. Because, boy, we're still in the hole from that freaking book. Thankfully, John's got some nice family that didn't let him go homeless. But yeah.
Hopefully the second book,
Grift,
will go much, much better.
Yeah.
What's a grift?
I don't know. I just see the word grift. I'm like, man, I wish. We're bad at grifting. Oh, he's probably saying we should grift. And it's like, oh, yeah. Our community has been built up, unlike most others, on not selling them grifts. So they would immediately call shit on us if we ever tried. We've put ourselves in a bad position. But it's also something we never want to do. So, Yep.
Oh. Now, with all of that out of the way, as you can see, we're kind of...
We got to vamp a little. Yeah.
Go.
So we gotta vamp just a little bit as we wait for our guest because they tend to go on for a very long time. They've only been on for 3 hours and they tend to go 4 or 5. So, XboxEra NFTs. Pre-Drag would actually make good-looking NFTs, but then they wouldn't be worth anything because they never are.
Yeah.
We could do XboxEra coin, but then if Xbox is in the name, they'd probably flip XEra coin.
Would they?
Anything that has their actual IP in it, if you then try and make money on it in certain ways, that is when you get in trouble. Like even all the emulators, none of those emulators got in trouble until they started trying to make a lot of money off of Patreon and stuff, and that's when Nintendo came after them. And even the ones on Xbox's retail mode, they didn't care until they started putting 360 emulation in there and trying to get money off of it, and that's when Microsoft just went, pop, no more.
Fair enough. Now, we obviously usually start with what have we been playing.
Mm-hmm.
So, what have you been playing, Jesse?
Thankfully, I have been playing a lot. If you're on the Discord or anything at all, you'll notice there's a big old Turtle Beach flight system yoke here. Under my desk is a freaking giant rudder thing they sell. And also up there is a flight stick. So I have been playing quite a bit of Microsoft Flight Simulator to both cover all this hardware and to get ready because I'm going to be reviewing 2024 later in November. That game is flippin' gorgeous. Maybe DM us the link, Mr. Hipshot. It generally doesn't allow random people to post links in here because we had too many spam porn bots before. But
it's all right, I found what he's talking about anyway.
Yeah, lots of Flight Sim 2024, and that is still far and away the most gorgeous, realistic thing I've ever seen. You would hate Ghost Runner, Nick. Not for you at all.
Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner in the chat. Here we go. I think I've got Ghost Runner on PlayStation.
Yeah, that one has definitely been given away a lot. Even 2, I think.
Ghost Runner 2 as well. Yeah.
Lots and lots of Flight Sim in prep for the review of 2024 later in the year. Game's still great. This thing's $400. The rudder pedal is $300, and even the little flight stick is $120. They're all extremely nice, really well made. But unless you are just super, super into flying games, like this thing is almost entirely built for Flight Sim. So you're spending upwards of $700 for one game, which in the simulator category probably isn't crazy. It's got little clamps. It can clamp down to a desk. They also sell a whole thing so you can mount the rudders and the yoke onto this iron setup. It's really nice. And by the way, Mash with the 10 gifted.
Ooh. 10 gifted subs.
Somebody has my name as a last name. Roger Jesse.
See? Celebrate, yay, fireworks, yay.
It is really funny that StreamYard can't handle that, but Discord can.
I know, at all.
Yeah,
Discord can handle it just fine.
Because
StreamYard just shits itself.
StreamYard looks great. Like this video is normally very good, but for some reason when that happens, it does not know what to do. But yes,
can't handle Apple's power.
Yeah, all the gifted subs, all the super chats, the PayPal donations, if you do any, the links in the description, all helping fund us go to Gamescom and actually do work this time, because it won't just be John and Proven. It'll be people who do work.
Yeah, that's right. So Hargeet, Zach was giving away games. Now it's your turn to put codes in the chat.
Hargeet.
For other people.
I might have gotten Valve to send me a Steamdeck OLED as well.
Oh, what?
So I'm adding this to my review coverage. Like I played Flintlock, and I did not play Kunitsugami. I don't have a Steam code for that. But I was like, hey.
Oh, God, I haven't played that demo.
I asked a year ago.
I completely forgot to play that demo.
So I hadn't asked recently for this thing. I asked a year ago. This is the OLED when they announced it. And then out of nowhere, I got an email from an incredibly nice lady who was like, oh, yeah, sure, I can get you one of those. Just give me your address and your Steam account name, because it automatically comes signed into you. And I was like, oh.
Does
thanks.
it really?
Yeah, like they tie this hardware to your account for tracking and everything like that. I still had to sign
So what happens
in.
if you want to sell it?
Oh, you can just sign out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's easy. But so in the future, I will now be asking for both an Xbox and a Steam code. Though I was very easily able to install every launcher except for Microsoft. So I've got EA, GOG, Epic, all of them. They all work. It is really nice. It is very nice hardware.
Interesting.
Mm.
Have you been playing anything else?
I have. What else did I freaking write
Stuff
in
that
there?
you can talk about?
Well, I talked about Neon White a little last week. It's still there playing, but it is available now. So Neon White is the ultimate Nick game. It should be for you all about the gameplay because the story's very bad. And it's a very long story. So I did, and people got mad at me in the review comments. I skipped all the story stuff. I had seen it before when I played on PC. But I skipped all of it while playing because it's trying to be like kooky fun anime. And it's not. It's just a really fun speedrunner game. Like the entire thing is focused on speedrunning and trying to shave milliseconds off of your time to beat your friends on the leaderboard and stuff. So plays really well. Everything's on the bumpers and the triggers so that you never stop aiming on console. It works really well, like using your ability and jumping and all that stuff. Really fun game. Looks all right. Music's good. The voice actors are trying, but the story and the characters and stuff are just really bad. But super fun game, and being on Game Pass means that you and any friends you have, or if you care about the global leaderboard, where I was on top of like 12 levels, but that's because only I and the devs had played at that point. You got global leaderboards, friend leaderboards, and it ends up becoming this, how can I shave 2 milliseconds off my time to beat my friend type of thing. It's a lot of fun. The other thing I wrote down, the heck was it? I don't even see, where's that section? Oh yeah. I was playing Angerfoot. So this one's only
I've seen this.
Only on PC for now, but I was assured when I asked about it, should be coming to console as well. I don't think they've given a date or anything, but it feels like it's going to come to every console. It's Devolver. They end up putting it everywhere. Really funny.
First-person shooter where you got a boot and you kick things as well.
First-person booter shooter is what they are calling it because you've got a big old strong foot and you wear different shoes. The different shoes give you different passives. Really weird art style, really funny, dumb story. You're in Shit City. Shit City's a very bad place, full of bad people. It is also a time run based game, but you don't have to worry about the timer if you don't want to. It is 3 stars per level, 1 for beating it, and then 2 for progressively harder challenges within it, like only use your foot or get 20 headshots, and there's only 22 enemies in the game. So as you get more stars, you unlock more boots and shoes and stuff to wear. But for the most part, you don't have to worry about the timer that much because it is actually pretty goddamn hard. You can only take like 3 hits before you go down generally, but you will gain your health back pretty quickly. Looks really nice, plays really well, plays okay on a controller. Definitely feels better on a mouse, but it is playable on a controller. So as long as it still feels like that by the time you get to Xbox, it's not super long. But it's pretty darn good. I think it's like around a 78 or so on OpenCritic, and that's about right. It's like mid-7s. It's pretty damn good. Not the IGN mid-7, like an actual 7 is good, which I know people get very mad at us over because you and I are like, a 7's a good score. It's not a C.
It is.
It's like if you're using the whole scale, if you're not starting at 6 being thoroughly mediocre, like 6 is just okay, not great. 5 is thoroughly mediocre to bad. But yeah.
Yes.
Angerfoot, really funny, looks really good. I would say it's probably one to be your types once you get it, if it ever comes to like Game Pass or anything, because fully focused on gameplay with very short story stuff that it's so short you don't even have to bother skipping it most of the time because it's funny.
Yeah.
Like it's actually really funny. So then the last thing was just talking about all the reviews we're going to be having coming. Oh boy, next week is the start of a lot. I have Myself, I have reviews for, I got to write up and do Darkest Dungeon 2. I've already done Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I've already done Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. John has done Flock. Cengiz is just about done with Magical Delicacy. And John is close to done with Dungeons of Hinterberg. And there's probably going to be more. I'm supposed to have access to the first expansion for Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. It hasn't been working yet. I haven't been able to play it, but I have just been playing the game itself to get refamiliarized with it. And that is still like the best. That might be one of the best looking things ever made. It is stunningly good looking.
But you're playing it on PC though.
Nope, playing it on Xbox Series X, and it just looks incredible there. Like, they're introducing a new 40 FPS mode too. So if you've got 120 hertz display, you can use the 40 FPS mode. Keep all the settings up higher, but it feels better than 30 does by a lot. Highly recommend that one because it's Ubisoft, so you'll probably be able to find it pretty cheap on sale, and it is legitimately fantastic. I
didn't mind it.
There's more coming, but I don't remember all of it. It's just, for anyone who complains there's not enough games, I promise you there's a ton of games, even if they're not all always for you.
No, that's impossible.
It has been hard to keep up with.
Yeah, that's impossible to say there's not enough games.
Yeah.
The only new thing I've been playing is I started playing the Concord Beta. I started playing that last night because they opened it up to everyone. So actually, no, sorry, that's not true. They didn't open it up to everyone. They opened it up to all PlayStation Plus members, regardless of tier. So I decided, you know what? I'll give it a go. So I installed that last night and started playing it, and yeah, I mean, anyone who knows me will know if a shooter like that has a really long time to kill, it's a massive turn on. It's the reason I didn't get into the finals. Actually, that's kind of, in a lot of ways, that's what it reminds me of. Really pretty game that, feels okay, but the time to kill is just, it's just too long.
I've heard
just too long.
Gunplay good, abilities fun.
The gunplay's okay.
Movement not great. Like
No,
a little too
movement's not
slow.
good.
Yeah.
Way too slow. As far as I can tell, with my very limited knowledge on, I guess, game development, everything that's wrong with it seems fixable without major overhauls or anything like that. But some of the characters, most of the characters are quite slow. The movement doesn't flow well. Like most shooters these days, like when you're sprinting and then you're sliding and then you come out of the slide, you can kind of keep going and it sort of just flows. But this game, it almost punishes you for sliding. Like it's just, you slide and then you want to come out of the slide and it's just, you're slow all of a sudden again, and it's, yeah, the movement's not the best. I appreciate the double jumps. I always like that in a first-person shooter. The guns, I don't know, because of the long time to kill, it makes a lot of the guns just feel like pea shooters. It just makes them feel like pea shooters. It's a bit like I tried using, I think I used every single character except for one. There was one character I forgot to use, but I used all of them at least a couple of times just to give them all a go. I don't know. There's something off about it. Visually, it's really, really nice.
I heard some people saying they had a problem with immediately knowing what character was what. Because it's very obvious in a game like Overwatch, when you see someone's silhouette, you just know who that is and you know what they can do. But with these character designs, sometimes...
but that's because they're used to it. That's because they're used to it, though.
Even at the very beginning, there were always a ton of audio clues as well for people. Like, everyone sounded different, had their own sound effects and a lot of stuff. I've heard people that play a lot of hero shooters are like, sometimes you don't know who is hitting you. But I haven't played it, so...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. couldn't tell with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like the moment Reaper's shotgun versus like, Farah's rockets, like it's very, very discernible. Also, their silhouettes in the background are very specific in the way they work. So just that type of stuff, which again can be fixable depending on what you end up doing. I'm just curious with it launching at $40 and requiring PlayStation Plus, because when it's not a free to play, it means you do have to pay for online. Like you're immediately cutting out all the free to play hero shooter people. Like they're just, if they don't already have your service, paying for the base game and then having to pay monthly to be able to play it is it's tough. It's one of those things, and I know Jez was talking about it, like everyone's like, oh, with all the Game Pass news we'll get into later, like it's hurting the games industry and making people not want to buy stuff. And I'm like, free to play games have done that so much more, and a game like Concord is just going to struggle because all of the biggest ones, including a new big one in Marvel Rivals, are free to play, which means you do not have to pay anything ever to play them. Like it's just there and you can always play it online, no money spent. But here it is $40 up front, and it is whatever you have to pay a month unless you want to save money and do a year. But if you're doing that, you're not the type of person who's already just only doing free to play. So it's
Fortnite came out the same year Game Pass started. It's 2017. The Fortnite we know now came out in 2017. Like free to play games have, I mean, Game Pass has done it to an extent, but free to play games had already done a lot of the damage long before Game Pass came along.
Yeah, and even with Game Pass, it's one platform, and everyone who's in it always says the people who have Game Pass end up spending more money than those that don't. So it's like, even if some spending habits are changed, as long as you keep seeing repeat devs and publishers, which means they're not being hurt by it. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep signing up for it.
Yeah, that's right. But with Concord, I don't know. I mean, you can see it in the footage. Like, people are just shooting, and the bar's going down a little bit, but like, it's just, I don't know. To me, it just suffers all those same problems that all the shooters with really long TTK suffer from. And you throw a bunch of lag in and all that sort of stuff. Although I have to say, it didn't feel laggy. But then I've got very good internet now, so it didn't feel too laggy to me, which was good. How well will it do on PlayStation? I don't know. Most PlayStation players play COD. So, I mean, I say that, and Helldivers was incredibly successful, but...
Yeah, well, Helldivers is also, it's co-op focused, and I do think co-op ends up having a different crowd than those who are just looking to get sweaty in online shooters, because, like, you can pull in the people who don't give a shit about COD with really fun co-op. It is a different crowd. You might have plenty of crossover between them, but, like, I don't really play many. I used to play a lot of competitive multiplayer stuff, but now for me, it is, if it's not co-op or single player, I'm generally not going to be playing it a ton. I don't have the time, and I don't have the interest in having to learn and get good at everything.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wanted to enjoy Concord, but it lets you skip everything, which is good. All the cutscenes and all the everything. But there was a bunch of stuff last night that was like, it was funny. The first couple of matches or so that I played, after the game finished, nothing was happening. And I'm like, this is a weird UI menu thing. And then by the time I got to like my fourth or fifth match, all of a sudden, I think the stuff I was meant to be seeing started happening, like all the XP build-up stuff and, hey, skip this menu and blah, blah, blah. But like there's other little things that are weird to see in a shooter these days when you've had so many to learn from. Like there's no option to just sort of keep, or at least I didn't see one, no option to just keep searching for the next match. You have to go out to the main menu and then go back in again. Again, unless I missed the prompt because it wasn't there when it was meant to be or whatever. But it's just little weird things like that it's like, man, why have you got this in this game now? Like, you've had so many games to learn from.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people saying, especially on PC, it was having a ton of stutter and other issues and stuff.
Performance-wise, like I said, visually and performance-wise, it was fine for me on PS5. For me, it was everything else around it. Like, it was just... I don't know. But again, anyone who knows me know that's why I don't play normal Halo multiplayer. The time to kill for me is too long there in regular Halo, and this was much longer than Halo's. It's just... So it just kind of makes your guns feel useless. And, like, the abilities... There's no real incentive to use them. They don't do much. Any of the characters... Oh, my God. Torn Raptor. 50 memberships from Torn Raptor. Jesus. And I bet you I don't get a single one of them.
Have you made sure it's turned on for the channel? Yeah.
Yes. I've turned them on, and I never get them.
Are you subbed to the channel?
Yeah, of course I am.
That'd be funny if you weren't. But man, thank you, Torn. He did 50. Knowing Torn Raptor, he also did 50 earlier in the week during headlines, which he also dropped a $500 super chat during. That man is
500
Australian. Yep, friggin' crazy man. Definitely making sure we will be in Cologne for Gamescom, and we will be well paid for. Thanks to him like.
Jordan Andow.
Yeah, Jordan Andow and so many other freaking Croat, also a grand benefactor, so many MVPs and stuff. But yeah, Torn Raptor is a legend.
Yeah, thanks heaps, man. That's unreal. 50 memberships. But yes.
Tom did one.
He did one membership, you fucking tight ass. Yes, so that's my time with Concord. I mean, for the sake of the devs, I hope it does well, but it wasn't quite for me.
In a slower time, I did, Tom. I said, congrats, you did one.
Yeah, I said one. You tied us.
Yeah,
I gave
like for
credit.
Torn Raptor, I'm going to do a huge bunch of that. But for you, you get one clap and a thanks. But oh shit! Now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, anyone who's getting a membership, you then immediately get access to Sickenix Flicks. If you go look through the member-only YouTube messages in the community tab, you will see the playlist for Sickenix Flicks. It's all there. There's like 11 or 12 episodes now. We got to do one soon.
Yes.
No idea when we can do it in July. If it's not this upcoming weekend, because then the next weekend is the subathon. We do a live Sickenix Flicks, which would immediately get us DMCA'd. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you, Torn, you maniac, for the freaking 50 gifted subs. Like every little bit combined is adding up to a holy shit. We're not going to eat our shirts for once on doing something adventure of sending all of us to Gamescom. We might even have enough to like pay back Pre-Drag and Ursel a bit because they were paying for themselves.
Okay.
And no one's getting upgraded flights.
Pre-Drag could like...
He has as long a layover as you do, he said. He's not as close as you think. He's not in Europe. Mideast.
He's not in Europe?
No. I'm not going to say exactly where he is because I don't think he said it, but he does not live in Europe. He has a long flight.
Okay. If he says so. Yes, so we got off track there because of all the memberships. Thank you for that.
Good reason to get off track.
Yes. So that's Concord. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully for the devs it does well, but
it's got enough coverage and stuff. Like, and I know Matt Piscatello was saying he's seen a lot of positive sentiment for it. So, hopefully it has a chip. Again. We're going to be eating well.
So $500 super chat from Torn Raptor, which is crazy stuff. Eat food other than shirts. Yum yum. Keep your belly full.
It's working.
In order to maximize that $500, I'll be sure to just eat Macca's in Germany because Macca's is cheap. So I'll just eat Macca's and I'll even pay for it myself. I won't use any of the super chat money for it. I'll just pay for it myself. I reckon I can afford Macca's in Germany.
I'm just going to leave that super chat
than Australia.
You maniac. I love you,
Yes,
Raptor.
that's,
I'm
that's
looking
unbelievably generous.
looking forward to
Raptor.
meeting you, as he's going to be there.
Oh, grouse.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
Yep. We've got
Oh, that's really good. It would be good
John-
to have another Australian accent there.
John can't stop his teasing secret project stuff, so let me just pump brakes. It's nothing. I've seen people like, oh, what are you doing with Xbox? It's nothing with Xbox. It's a side project that John and Pre-Drag have been working their butts off on. Some fun little side project of ours that has potential to be, I think, super cool. But don't...
You guys have to understand, John has this really bad habit of like not knowing how to hype stuff appropriately, kind of like Xbox themselves. Like he doesn't know how to properly temper expectations and hype stuff up.
I think they did a good job with the showcase this year. They are getting better at it. He is not.
They're getting better at it. John is not.
They
getting better at
rehired their entire marketing team and everything to get better at it. But yeah, so it is a really cool thing that we are doing our own thing, like not with anyone else, not a book yet, not even close to the 360 book. That'll be next after this. Ooh, £2 super chat from the Tom Henderson. Eat
Eat
a
a McDonald's cheeseburger. Yum, yum. Cheeseburgers are great. Mac and cheeseburgers are really
That's what my wife and kid get every time. They just get cheeseburger, extra onions, no pickles. I'm like, I like the pickles. What's wrong with you?
Nah, I hate the pickles. The pickles are disgusting.
I don't. I like dill.
It's
I do
so
not
gross.
like bread and butter. I like dill pickles, so that's probably why I like them more. Let me just put this one up from Torn Raptor again, because holy shit, his second $500 super chat of the week
Yeah, that's insane.
and 50 gift sub bomb.
Yeah. Wonder where he gets all that money from. Crazy stuff. So yes, other than that, other than Concord, I've just been playing the usual stuff. Coming back from Queensland, finally got back into Rocket League again. Hadn't played Rocket League in 2 weeks.
Since we played
that's
it?
the longest. That's the longest I've gone without playing Rocket League probably in years. I don't think I've ever gone 2 weeks without playing Rocket League. So as soon as I got back home, I was like, bang, straight into Rocket League. Got myself back into champ in doubles, trying to work my way back into champ in threes. Been playing Fortnite. Finally got the power armor, the Fallout power armor. Got to that level. But I'm just using Magneto, which was one of my leaks. And now that they've allowed, it's so good that in Fortnite they've now allowed you to use real songs, like the jam tracks in the lobby. So you just don't have to listen to all that shitty music they've got in the lobby. So now I can have just real songs, which is great. I think I mentioned that last week. But that's it. That's all I've been playing. Just the main new thing was Concord. That's all.
I hope it does okay for the devs' sake. You never know. Like Helldivers II went crazy. I don't expect most games to do what Helldivers 2 was able to do early on. But even you see like Helldivers 2, it's really hard to keep that going because as it is now, game did phenomenal, probably paid for itself 20 times over already. But it's mostly dead. Like it dropped from, it had been top 5 downloads every month from release, dropped down to like 13th in the US and 17th in the EU last month. Has dropped a lot of its people on Steam, which is normal because, again, the friggin' top 5 to top 10 are just always the same games. Like, it almost never changes. They are always the same shit. So, Trump injured at incident at Pennsylvania rally. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. So Trump copped an assassination attempt.
Unclear
Holy
what
shit.
happened is what it says here.
Yeah.
He fell to the ground.
I'm on Twitter now. Shots fired at Trump. Ooh, look at that. Holy shit. I just saw the footage of it. Whoa. That's full on. That wasn't expected. Jesus.
Got him in the ear.
You don't expect stuff like that these days, do you?
I mean, in this country right now with tensions, and immediately the jokes are, chances. What are the odds on this being an official act after the Supreme Court's ruling that pretty much a president can do almost whatever he wants if he just says it's a official act?
Yeah. It's like you can see there's shots of him like with blood coming from his mouth and stuff. I'm like, wow, it looks
Yeah,
like
I think it hit him,
full on.
hit his ear, and then was bleeding down the face.
Really?
That's what it looks like, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
It's only going to get worse.
Yeah. Holy shit. That's full on. You
Yep.
don't expect to see stuff like that these days, but yeah.
Yeah, it was missed
Talk
a
about getting off
few inches away from right in the head.
God, could you imagine?
Because if you see on the clip, he reaches up, grabs his ear, and then dives down. It's like...
Seems like his security needs to do a better job.
I mean, when you're just in a giant open-air arena in a country with 1 billion guns, conservatively, guessing how many? It's probably at least 300 million. I mean, there's like over 300 million people. I imagine there's many hundreds of millions of guns. Like, it's really hard.
You hear the gunshots, and then he grabs his ear. So that must have just missed him. Holy crap. That's close. Wow. Anyway. He's alive. So,
Yeah.
where were we? You
We
know
were
what,
finishing
though?
talking about video games.
Yes, well, yeah, we finished talking about what we've been playing, but, you know, since it's just me and Jesse, this is going to be a one-off new segment.
Ooh.
Jesse doesn't even know about this segment. I thought of it right now. Like, this is like breaking. This is like fresh new segment for Xbox Era called What Have We Been Drinking?
Oh, shit. Let me go get what... Yeah. I'm going to go get mine.
So while we normally talk about what we've been playing, because it's just me and Jesse here, we're now going to talk about what we've been drinking. I have been drinking Control. Look at that. Man. Apple Smacks flavored Control.
As you can
Yeah,
tell
good
by
this
this
stuff
box, this bag being so small, I'm almost out of the banana split. I've been trying to make it last.
Oh, God. That reminds me. I was at my thing's place the other night, and I saw like 6 bags there of all the different flavors, and I forgot to grab them. But I'm having Apple Smacks right now with water, not with milk. We don't have enough milk at the moment, so I'm just having it with water. It's still nice, but it doesn't have that same weight behind it as when you've got it with
Links
milk.
in the chat.
I always have it with milk.
It's okay with me. I'm not a huge milk drinker, so I end up doing it a lot with almond milk. You know, drenched almond water. The creamy almond, or
Yeah, I was about to say crushed
sorry, not
almonds
not
in
almond.
water.
The oat milk, the creamy oat milk, way better, really good. So
Tom Henderson, I'm having whiskey, so fuck you both. Of course you're having whiskey. I can almost hear the ice from here going tingle, tingle, tingle. So, but Tom, what you should do, Tom, is go to xboxera.com / drinkcontrol.com / xboxera and use our code for 10% off and get yourself some Control. They don't have whiskey flavor, but they still have plenty of other really nice flavors that you can try. It's very, very nice. You'll like it. And it's quite satiating. If you're hungry.
if anyone's drinking titty
nice.
milk, it's John. Trust me, not me.
Yeah, for sure. So yes, that was the brand new segment. What have we been drinking? Mm-hmm. Now, what's in the news? There's not a lot. I mean, there sort of is stuff and there isn't.
We'll save the main topic
here?
for when Rand shows up.
If he shows up. Because remember, Rand is meant to be here, but Jez being Jez, he's like, oh, I can't do the show, so they've ended up doing the show now. Because, you know, Jez. Now, something I added to the news the other day, Double Dragon Revive was just announced. Now, normally we don't bother adding this stuff to news, but I added this for a couple of reasons. One, it's probably a game I'll be reviewing because I review all the scrolling beat 'em ups. 2, it's odd because they just had a fairly new Double Dragon game.
Mm-hmm.
So I find the announcement of this one strange. Like, we just had Double Dragon Gaiden,
Rise of the Dragons, which was in last week's Name a Game in a really dumb fashion.
Yes, and I reviewed that last year, I want to say. And it was good. It was a good little scrolling beat 'em up that changes, like, to me, it feels better and plays better than the original Double Dragons. Like, those old Double Dragon games aren't actually that good. Like, and this is coming from an old man who grew up playing Double Dragon.
Double Dragon was the
Dragon
frustrating
games,
one to me.
Yes, Double Dragon was the one that didn't actually play very well. Like, when you didn't know any better, yeah, Double Dragon's great. Look, you're walking along bashing people. But then once you had played Capcom's Fighters, and once you had played Streets of Rage, it's impossible to go back to the OG Double Dragon games. They just don't feel good at all. But Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons, really, really solid scrolling beat 'em up. Now this one, I don't know. Double Dragon Revive, it almost... I need to be careful how I say this because I don't want to be disparaging. But visually, it almost looks like one of those indie scrolling beat 'em ups you see on Steam.
It's got that feeling with the super crisp 3D, but it's a little above them, I think, overall with the actual detail in it, but it has that feeling. I get what you mean. Like, it's...
You know the look I'm talking about. It's got that look to it. And again, I'm not calling those games ugly or anything like that. That's why I said I've got to be careful how I choose my words because I don't want it to sound disparaging. But it's just got that look about it. Like it's from an indie... Because I bought one of those games off Steam. The one-man indie scrolling beat 'em up. I actually bought one. It was actually quite good. It was like a Streets of Rage homage. And I've already bloody forgotten the name of it. But I don't know. I expected. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. It talks about captures whatever of the original games, and I'm like, this just looks like one of those modern scrolling beat 'em ups with the super moves and combo stuff and all. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm going to review it, so
yeah, it's probably
it'll be
early
interesting to see what it's like.
Like if they didn't do like a slice or just showing off some stuff, it'll be very curious how it plays because, I mean, that is everything with these. If there's a way for these to feel real good, be replayable because most of the time they're not going to be super long. Like if this is like the average beat 'em up, it's a couple of hours and you replay it a lot. So I will be very, very interested to see it. It almost looks like it's on an older engine. I think that's the thing that's getting me. Like it doesn't look bad at all.
No,
it's
not ugly or anything.
I don't know. It's just I don't know if it's like the lighting or something. It might just be because it is early and it's going to look a lot different by the time it comes out. But when I first saw it, I thought of like really high quality asset flip game from Steam. But then the more you see it, you're like, it's still above those, but I don't know why it has that feeling to me. But
yeah, you know what? Does. And it's Unreal Engine.
It looks like an old game that's been remastered.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But that asset flip analogy is probably a good one.
And it's not fair to it. Like it's still a year away, probably. So
yeah,
I will be very interested to see what it looks like. It's in the end, it's just the art style is the main thing. So
yeah, it's just odd to have this when you just had Gaiden, Rise of the Dragons. Like we go from having a Double Dragon game once a decade because we had Double Dragon Neon back in 2013, I want to say, on PS3 and 360. And then we had Gaiden, which was a decade later. But then you've got this one now a year or two later. I think there was like another Double Dragon, like Double Dragon 4 or something in there. Got snuck in, which was like a pixel art one. But it's just, I don't know, this whole thing seems odd to me. And it's Arc System Works aren't developing it.
Yeah, I think it's Ukes. the wrestling guys, but they're publishing it.
Yeah, Ukes is publishing it, and
Well-
then Arc System Works is involved, but I think the developer might be someone else again. So I don't
Weird.
know. The whole thing is just... Again, we don't normally dedicate like a news section to a game announcement. Because there wasn't a lot this week, and because of how odd this game announcement was, that's why I brought it up. And there's a bit of selfishness there because I'll be reviewing that game.
I mean,
So there was an
most of the
element
times these
that
shows
to
end
it
up
as well.
being what are the hosts interested in half the time. So nothing crazy.
Yeah. It was just very weird. Do we want to talk about the First Descendant? I have not played this game. Have you played this game?
I haven't played a second of it. It didn't really interest me. It was just it was interesting because it is having a lot of issues. I don't know if they fixed it since, but at launch it was having a lot of issues with its PlayStation version. Not running well. And there is this comparative video, which if it feels like loading. You pretty much see.
Was it from Paul Tassi?
No, Paul Tassi was
Paul
the other
Tassi
thing.
just write an article.
Yeah, so this one, the first thing is a video where he compares them all running, and most of the time they're all at 60, but then in certain areas the PS5 version just tanks into like the 40s, and even at the 30 FPS ray tracing mode, it drops to like the low 20s. Definitely something off there. It seems like the resolution and in-game settings are higher on PlayStation 5, and it just can't handle them. You never know why. It could be it was just not the lead platform. They weren't paying as much attention to it or focusing on it as much.
What engine is it using?
Pretty sure it's Unreal Engine 5. So on most Unreal Engine games, in general, it seems like Xbox is ahead, just with the base way they have some stuff. I don't know.
Must be something to do with the dev environment and just how that engine gets along with certain things.
Yeah.
I wish I understood game development more. I have not played this game. Is it like a third-person
It is
free-to-play?
mixing like Destiny and Warframe and stuff into an uwu ayaya package where you can get your lady in like a maid outfit and stuff. Mostly a shooter. It's been having a
Yeah, I
lot
saw.
of
Like
yeah.
Stellar Blade, there's like hot girls in it and stuff like that. And people are like, ooh, how cool is this game? It's got hot girls in it.
Yeah, Senior Bean has been playing it. I know Paul Tassi's been playing it a lot, and he and others were pointing out that a lot of the icons used in the game are straight up just
A
from
rip-off of
Destiny.
Destiny.
Yeah, and they are actually going in and they said, we are going to change that because it is very obvious when you look at them. Because like one side First Descendant, one side Destiny.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's very clear that it might be technically changed enough to not be copyright infringement, but at the same point, when you do it with so many icons from one game into your game, it's pretty bad. So, yeah, those were the two main things with the First Descendant.
I have not played this game. I'll be honest, I don't
doubt
have
it's your
much
type.
of an interest in it.
No, I don't think it would be for you.
I doubt it is. I tried Warframe back in the day. And
Warframe has a worse onboarding process than Destiny, which is hard to do, but it does.
And it's a shame with Warframe because I loved Dark Sector. Dark Sector, I don't know if you played it. I remember Dark Sector on the PS3 and 360. It was a very early gen game. A bunch of former Epic devs who had worked on Gears of War started a studio D3 or whatever they are. And I remember when they were marketing Dark Sector, they were like, oh, from the makers of Gears of War, or from, a studio made up of Gears of War developers and blah, blah. It was all about, they kept riding the coattails of Gears of War, because Gears of War was obviously massive back then. And, oh man, I remember I played Dark Sector and really enjoyed the shit out of it. Dark Sector was a massively underrated Gen 7 game. Really, really good. And then I saw Warframe, and obviously I could see the Dark Sector all over it, and thought I'd try it. And it was, And now anytime I see one of these games come along, I'm just like, I don't know.
Warframe has changed massively from its launch, but it is still a grind fest that is very hard to pick up on what you're supposed to do if you don't already know. Like, it can be quite... Yep. Destiny 2 is not easy to get into, but Warframe is, like, feels almost impossible to me half the time to comprehend what I'm supposed to be doing and where and when. And I have played a lot of it.
I had no idea with Destiny 2. I had no idea with Destiny 2. I actually jumped into Destiny 2 the other day. And all of a sudden I was in a completely different area to when I was last time I jumped into Destiny 2, and there's all this weird stuff going on, and it's like, hey, go do this. I'm like, I have no idea what's happening right now. I don't know how people get into these games without being into these games. It's like you need to constantly be there from the start. Otherwise, you're screwed.
It's tough. That onboarding process is something that I don't think many have really, outside of the Diablos and Path of Exiles, who, when you get into it at the start of a season, it's everyone starting from scratch. Like, every single person is literally starting from the same point. That's the only time it doesn't seem to be, like, really hard to actually just get into something for the first time if it's been a live service game for a while. That's one of the best parts of Sea of Thieves, actually, is that they never gave in to have this convoluted leveling system. You just have a reputation grind. It's really easy to get. Go do missions and turn things in for these people. You'll get your reputation up. Other than that, it's just about going out and having fun. So,
yeah. I'm just, apparently Randy's finished. So I'm like, okay. Now, there's a super chat. We have a super chat from JD Gamer. Thank you very much for the super chat, JD. Digital Foundry has already said why Unreal Engine 5 games will work better on Xbox Series. It's because the engine is heavy on utilizing compute cores, which Xbox Series has more of. Well, that would make more sense, I guess. Unreal Engine, I feel, has always played well with Xbox hardware. Maybe Xbox has always worked closely with Unreal when designing their hardware so that happens. The 360 was famously great with Unreal Engine 3 versus the PlayStation 3. And then Xbox One, I think, always did okay. Like, Gears is still an extremely good-looking game, even on Xbox One.
Yeah.
So I think Unreal Engine has always played nice with Xbox hardware, which I guess helps Xbox from the perspective of most games are in Unreal Engine, which I guess helps them a lot. But yeah, that's the First Descendant. If you've played it, let us know what you think. We have not played it, so don't really have any interest. What else? Acquisitions, even though acquisition season is basically over. Skydance. So many of you will remember in the early days of acquisition season, there had been murmurings that, is Microsoft looking at Paramount? And then that went away quite quickly. Then, what are you making a face for?
For some reason, the podcast logo just became utterly enormous, and I have no idea why. So I need to...
Oh, yeah, okay, there it is.
It just went boop. I was like, what the fuck? So let me resize it. Because pre-drag makes everything so big.
And then more recently, Sony were looking at Paramount, and then that sort of fell through, and then Skydance were looking at him, and that was looking shaky. It looks like that deal's finally gone through.
Yeah, I think I put none
of the video game companies are taking over Paramount. Skydance took them over. I didn't even know Skydance was big enough.
Yeah, so I guess it's not technically buying, it's merging. For $8 billion buying out Sherry Redstone, essentially. So it's not like everyone gets bought out, so you don't have to pay for everything. You're paying for Sherry Redstone's stake in it, which I think is National Amusements. So they are now they're the lead shareholder. They have the most shares. They're like the Tim Sweeney of Paramount, as he is the lead shareholder of Epic, with Tencent always creeping up more and more. But
right.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I think out of the options, it's definitely better than the one that had that weird holding company and Sony wanting to buy it and chop it all up. It's better than having some of the other shareholders who wanted to kill the streaming platform. And because they think they can go back to the old system, but the old system's dead. It's not coming back. You just need to be smart about your streaming platform. So on our side of things, I'm hoping, I have no idea if it will or not, but hoping it'll end up leading to a renewal for Halo finally, because everything's just been in limbo on there while they were waiting to figure this out. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm reading the IGN article now, and it's saying how it's an investment, an $8 billion investment. And they're making, or they're not making, Skydance is publishing Marvel 1943, Rise of Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've also got a Star Wars game.
Yep.
The Amy Hennig-helmed Star Wars game is Skydance as well. So maybe a video game company is buying Paramount.
They definitely have their fingers in video games way more than most, because there's surprisingly not that many giant companies in gaming for all the entertainment stuff, even though gaming makes more money than, I think it makes more money than movies, TV, and music combined. But obviously that's happened a lot with mobile. Video gaming is more impenetrable than those are because of the way it works, and you can't just buy your way into it, or just you can't easily put all your stuff out everywhere.
Unless you're Microsoft or Apple,
it wasn't easy
or
though.
Google.
You
or
say that
actually
about
even Google tried and they couldn't. Do
you
it.
say that about Apple, but even then they paid for Assassin's Creed and Resident Evil and all that stuff, and no one's buying them because their audience is conditioned for free to play microtransaction focused stuff, or things you buy that are cheap, that are built so that you can pause them and pick them back up at any time. And having like a big AAA TV game that you can't just pause and save whenever you want and come right back to in 2 seconds, like that's not what most phone people are looking for, or even iPads and stuff. Like it's micro experiences where for 5 or 15 minutes I can jump in and do something and have fun. Like that's why Candy Crush is there. You can jump in and do like 5 levels and then you're done. And then you come back and you're just on the next level. Like most video games aren't built that way. It's why things like Slay the Spire, I think, have done well, because it does auto-save you the entire run. So like, oh shit, okay, I've gotten halfway through this run. I can come back to it whenever I want. It's right there. I'm right back into it. But like Resident Evil 4, if you can't find a typewriter, you're just about to get off the bus and you're like, shit, what the fuck do I do? So it ends up not working as well. It's this shitty version of a console, which most people would get a Switch or a Steam Deck if they want that, or maybe a new Xbox.
Yeah, get an Xbox, or when Xbox finally does their handheld, get one of those. What else have we got here? Oh God, there really was nothing, wasn't there?
Not really, no.
There was
not a lot.
There was jack all. And because we're trying to like, I don't know what Rand's waiting for.
Well, he just did a 4-hour-long podcast, so he is probably like getting a food and a drink and taking a crap and stuff. So he probably didn't just close one web browser and then immediately like, oh, I'm closing Discord, time to go on StreamYard. Like he's probably taking a little bit of time.
Really? I've done that before.
Oh yeah, but you're a maniac.
I've done that before. I've just gone straight from one podcast to another in StreamYard. Easy stuff. Warhammer. Henry
God damn it,
Cavill's
Grub.
favorite.
Grub. No. What? Oh wait, never mind. I missed. Those are his tweets. It's like,
oh, okay. Oh, right. I just realized now what you're talking about. Okay.
friggin' guy. Oh man.
Yes, Warhammer. Henry Cavill's favorite IP. Space Marine 2 has gone gold.
It looks good.
Now, for those of you, it's funny we keep talking about Gears of War. Warhammer 40K, what's it called? Space Marine, the first Space Marine. Again, PS3 and 360 game. That was arguably the best Gears of War clone you are ever going to find. It was actually a legitimately good game.
It was
Space Marine.
Yeah, it was also way more melee focused. Like it was a lot of melee, and then as you got through it, you got more shootery. This one seems more shootery right off the bat, but still with melee. 3-player co-op, which is always awesome. Also, instead of being orc focused, it seems more Tyrannid focused, the little creepy crawly guys. So it might not be as funny because the orcs were very dumb and funny. But yeah, it looks gorgeous. Focus really likes us too, so hopefully we'll get 3 codes and be able to do some co-op while reviewing it. We'll see. But yeah, I am very excited.
How many players co-op is it?
3, like Destiny.
3.
Mm-hmm.
That's such an odd number, both figuratively and literally. That's such an odd number for co-op. Why? You'd think you'd go 2 or 4.
I don't know. There have definitely been a handful of things that have just been 3. It is not the norm. 2 is the norm, and then 4. But yeah, like Destiny is by default for most activities 3. Then you got your bigger activities that do 6 or more. But yeah, this looks.
Oh my god, I'm watching
really
the footage
nice
now. Holy crap!
Yeah, it is.
This looks unreal.
Yep, it is. Unreal 5.
Is
Sorry.
it?
I don't know,
It's
actually.
Unreal 5 as well.
I'm guessing. Like, everything's probably Unreal 5 by this point. But really pretty looking game. Looks really fun. Huge emphasis on the melee still. But they do show off a lot of guns. Looks real
They've
pretty.
even got a chainsaw gun in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's even a chainsaw gun, like Gears of War.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's Space Marine. Space Marine is very... if you're wondering where some Gears of War stuff came from, like this style Space Marine, super dude bro, but actually not very anti-fascist and big government stuff, but people seem to assume it's the other way, where the Space Marines and everyone are actually like the bad guys quite often, if you really read this story. It is. I'm very excited for it. Especially, it's gotten delayed a bit, but it seems worth it. Like, this looks really pretty. It looks like it's gonna be really fun. No idea on the length. It's got a lot of modes. It's got a lot to it. It seems like a very big package in a way that I think a lot of these
That's what she said.
well-known IP. Oh, it's their own engine. Well, their own engine is very pretty. And I was gonna say it doesn't have that Unreal Engine 5 look for the ground.
No.
That's one of the main tells with Unreal Engine 5 is when you look at the ground, do you ever see any pop-in? It's like one of the main things because of the way the nanite and all that shit works through space magic. I don't know. But yeah, this looks really good, and I am very excited to play it.
There are so many moments watching this footage. There are so many moments where if you just told me that was Gears of War 6, I would have been like, yeah, that's Gears of War 6.
Very colorful Gears of War.
Oh, and just, do you remember how Gears of War's theme in the early days was destroyed beauty, Cliffy B used to say?
Mm-hmm.
It had that vibe to it. A lot of it just has that vibe, and it's like you could easily confuse this for Gears of War if you didn't know any better. And again, I don't say that in a bad way. It looks great. But yeah,
I like.
So it's gone gold. So when's that due to release?
I think it was September 9th, if I remember correctly.
Really? It's still that far away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why it's shocking that it's already gold, but good. It's shocking in a good way.
Hold on, Space Marine 2 release. Oh, I need to look this up. Yeah, September 9.
Woo, what a memory.
Wow.
But yeah, this game looks awesome. I am very excited for it. And it's far enough away from Gamescom where it shouldn't be a pain in the butt to review. Unlike Stalker 2, which is like 5 days before this one, and then friggin' Star Wars, which is like 5 days before that one. It's gonna be a lot of stuff, right? 'Cause especially going to Gamescom, it's like, okay, now go write a bunch of previews and make videos of them and stuff, but also keep up with all the reviews. So that's why it'll be very nice that Sony people are going there, because then I don't have to rely on John, because that never goes well.
No. Remember, guys, help us go full time so that there's someone to help Jesse do work, which is me. I'll do it. I'll help Jesse do real work. I'd love for this to be my full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like my day job. I'd rather do this one. Another super chat from JD Gamer. Will Microsoft's next acquisition be in gaming, media, or tech? Honestly, man, like the way ABK has gone, I would not be surprised in the least if Microsoft don't even bother.
There's
with
nothing on this
another-
level. There's nothing close. Like ABK was
Hey, look who's here.
far and away the hardest.
Hey,
Whoop, time change.
Randy's here.
Hey,
Man.
you are just so demanding, Nick. I
I
tell you.
know. I was like, the guy just did 4
Oh,
hours. He
I'm
probably
so
wants
demanding.
to live for a few
Yeah.
minutes.
I'm so demanding that this thing that we organized like a week and a half ago, I expected you to live up to the bargain.
Hey,
How
I'm
demanding.
here, aren't I? I didn't cancel, did I?
Fucking Jez, man.
Hey,
You know what? You know what you should have done?
What
You
should
and
I have done?
Jez should have just been on this
Oh yeah.
and
But-
done an Xbox 4.
We finished the show, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go eat something real quick. So I'm not eating on this show,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I go to those things, and I get a message from Nick. You joining yet or what, dude?
I
Well,
sent the
because I
link
saw
as a- just
everyone in
case
our
you need
chat.
it.
I saw everyone in our chat going, "Oh, Rand's finished. Rand's finished." So I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I checked, and you were finished. So I'm like, "All right, where is he? What's going on?"
Yeah, it's like, oh wait, no, I can't even get some sustenance. It's
Mm-mm.
like
Sustenance.
Come
it's like
on,
the end
let's
of your
go.
day. Relax, would ya?
the end of my day. What do you mean? It's 6 p.m.
Yeah,
What are you talking
That's
about?
right.
The end of
It's
my
the end
day.
of the day. What time do you normally have dinner?
6 p.m. every day, except for Saturday during the show.
Oh, really? I have dinner at 5 because I got with my young children. We started having dinner at 5 p.m. like years ago.
Yeah, the missus
I don't-
gets
Get out
home
of
from
the
work
way,
at
yeah.
6,
I don't.
so that's
I don't
fine.
really. I don't really have a set. It's whenever I feel like eating. And my parents got divorced at some point, so there was no like family time meal. So it was just
okay.
like you eat whenever. So, I
Fair
don't.
enough.
I haven't like last meal of the day is at 6 p.m. That hasn't been a thing for me since like 5th grade.
Oh, okay. So, Rand, we just got a super chat.
Uh-huh.
Will Microsoft's next acquisition be in gaming, media, or tech?
Microsoft as a company?
Yeah, so it says, will MS next acquisition be in gaming, media, or tech?
Yeah, 3 things: gaming, media, or tech is how I took that. Because
gaming,
they're not buying
media, or
I was
IGN.
gonna say like
Yeah.
they ain't buying like IGN or something.
Could you imagine?
Gaming media.
Could you imagine?
I'll say tech.
Yeah, I don't think it would be gaming.
I'll say tech. I do think they'll acquire something in gaming, but I'm not sure
Really?
it's going to be not anytime soon.
You don't reckon ABK's burned the shit out of him?
For
No.
now, but not
I'm
forever.
saying I didn't say soon. I'm not saying until maybe till like 2026 or something, or maybe even sometime next year. But the
don't
wheels
know,
of
man.
business continue to move.
With everything that's gone on with ABK, I don't know if they'll acquire anything gaming ever again.
Well, maybe not
I
on that
don't-
level.
I don't think ABK went the way they expected it to.
Oh, it clearly didn't go the way they thought it was going to go.
It was a lot more work,
even
but
post
the money.
even post. I just don't think that has gone the way they and I don't think Xbox and Microsoft have 100% alignment on how that has gone and what they should do with it. I don't even think they see eye to eye on it.
Well, there's a lot of money after all.
So I reckon a gaming acquisition, mate, if that ever happens again, it'll be a long way away.
I mean, I could see. Well, I guess it determines on: are you talking to publisher, or are you talking to, hey, Crystal Dynamics available? Get Crystal Dynamics.
Yeah, I was about to say, if there's going to be anything, it would be something small, like a studio, like Crystal. It's like, we've already partnered with them for years. It's not going to cost us much. They'll just go straight under game studios. Yep, Crystal or Eidos or maybe a Sobo, something like that. Ain't going to be a publisher again. No way. No way after ABK and what they went through.
There's no publisher that would be like ABK, though. There's nothing that they could realistically even think of doing that would bring that type of scrutiny.
Ubisoft?
They wouldn't want Ubisoft because they have like 20,000 employees. I don't think they'd ever want to do it by default.
But that's what I'm saying. You said there's nothing like ABK.
Oh, that wouldn't be
Ubisoft
the
20,000 employees.
Well, yeah, but money, like people wise, but not. I don't think scrutiny wise it would be as much because also Ubisoft would always just be third
EA?
party. They wouldn't. I don't think they would try with EA. They're too big. Like Take-Two, EA, Ubisoft, Epic. They're all too big. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no one.
Yeah.
They know that ABK was like, okay, we can just immediately leapfrog up a ridiculous amount of quarterly income, and from there, do little things here and there. I don't think they'd be interested in adding more employees. Like, as a company, as an industry, like adding a bunch more weekly people to pay is not what anyone wants to do. That's why they keep firing so many. Not because they can't afford it, but because nothing's growing, so you got to be conservative.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the super chat answered. Now that Rand's here, that means that Rand gets to talk about the same topic.
Oh my lord!
He probably just spoke about with Jez for like 3 hours. So because we were trying to like really draw it out,
And
waiting
I'm
for you to
surprised
finish.
you weren't able to. Nick, you can draw out anything.
We did.
No, I don't. That's a
did.
myth.
Yeah, you do.
That is a
What
myth.
do you mean? Every
It's-
time I'm on the show with you, it's 5 hours long.
That's right. Every time you're on the show, it's you
It was
doing it. It's
you
not me.
are the one dragging and out, not me.
Nah, bullshit. So what have we got? What have we got? Game Pass, man.
Oh, jeez, Game Pass.
It's dead.
Game Pass.
Game Pass.
The price hike.
I saw a video
apparently-
today. Is it still the best deal in gaming? And GameSpot came to the conclusion that probably not anymore. They didn't say what was, just that
Why?
it's not
Because
Game
it's
Pass anymore.
$3 more
Yes.
a month?
It was. There has been a thing with a lot of the coverage where people are saying it's more complicated now. And the reality is, if you're in the ecosystem, it's less complicated because you have 3 tiers on console, and that each tier just adds more from the last. Because before it was you had core, multiplayer, and deals, and a little vault. Then you had console.
Core was just gold rebranded.
Yeah, and then for console, you lost multiplayer, but then got the big vault in day one games. Now instead, standard, you keep multiplayer. Like all of them have multiplayer now.
And lose day one games.
You lose day one games and some of the vault stuff, most likely things that aren't going to be in the service more than a year. Like will never come.
So, okay, so the way I interpreted this change and price hike was, I mean, the price hike is whatever. I've seen people dunking, saying, oh, you guys said you were never going to increase the price. It's like, did they say that? Like, I'm pretty sure everyone expected a price hike for Game Pass
the quote
at some point.
It was the quote during the FTC trial of we will not increase the price because of ABK.
Because of ABK.
Unless you can prove this price hike was because of ABK, the last
And
two
they
of them.
actually
Yeah.
raised the price before the ABK acquisition completed.
Just before it did, yes.
Yeah, in August of last year. So
I was just about to say, this is like the second price hike in a year. So there is an argument. One might argue that it got its price rise because of ABK.
But then you could argue, why did PlayStation raise theirs? They didn't add any ABK acquisitions, but they still raised theirs by 30%. So you could just say market forces, inflation and stuff, and we need to realign. And
market conditions.
I don't necessarily, not necessarily like, hey, it's because of ABK, but I think there's a good chance the removal of day one games is because of ABK and the future games that are about to hit the service. I think those are
Also,
directly
Doom.
related.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that, though. And that's the weird part about this. The way I interpreted the whole day one game situation, because everyone's like, oh, day one games means that Game Pass isn't sustainable and Game Pass isn't the future and Game Pass sucks. I was like, I don't think that's what this is. This, to me, my instant thought was that this was Microsoft finding a slimy way to get more people onto Ultimate.
Is that your first thought? Why am I an Xbox fan?
He is not.
Yeah.
That is true. He's He's a
But like Jez,
Sega fan.
yeah, Jez has said it's already
Yes.
over 90% of people on Ultimate, between Ultimate
On
and
Ultimate.
yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it is now clearly defined tiers that just add each tier instead of removing and adding. I do think it was more confusing. It's not the best naming scheme. It's not like a bronze, silver, gold, but in the end, I don't think most companies care if consumers are befuddled a bit, because that drives them to go for the best one, because they're like, well, I can't figure this out, I'll just get the top one.
I think it's only
That's what I
befuddled
mean.
now because it changed now. But like 6 months from now, when people go to get Call of Duty, they'll see, all right, basic, standard, or ultimate.
You get
And
Ultimate.
It'll be like, all right, well, this is that. Which one do I get Call of Duty on day one? And there's only
Ultimate.
one choice, Ultimate. So
That's what I'm saying. This just looks like a slimy way to get everyone onto Ultimate.
You keep saying
That's what it looks like
slimy,
to
but
me.
it's like, if
Well,
you
it is-
had
well,
if you
it is a
had
little bit
console, you still
slimy.
keep it. But also, like console,
I know.
console was not a attractive proposition for most people, because if you're into a service like this and are going to play a bunch of games, there's going to be some of them that are co-op, there's going to be some of them that are multiplayer, and then you can't play them with just console anyways. You need to then either go up to Ultimate or be a weirdo and add on friggin' core on top of it.
So why even have the middle tier? Why not just have the 2 tiers?
Because
Why not?
why not?
what you mean,
Why not
like
just have-
core and then jump all the
Yeah,
way
have
up?
core and Ultimate.
Because
Just
it
have
needs
core
to
and
be. I
Ultimate.
think because it needs. I think it would look weird to go from 10 to 20. I think you need that steady sort of. Honestly, I think I wouldn't be surprised if, starting in next gen, they dump Game Pass Core, and all that is there is standard and Ultimate. That's it.
And you
Really?
can't get a yearly discount on
Yeah.
any of it anymore.
And then maybe they eventually add a cloud gaming only tier.
That would
'cause-
that would still have to be expensive though, because they've always talked about how cloud is it just costs a lot to run.
Costing them money.
It's the problem with
Yeah, but I'm
AI
just saying
and
I could-
cloud. It's like that shit is very expensive.
But yeah, I mean, right now it looks like, because there's so many tiers, because like you have people who are still in console, standard's not here yet, and it's like, which ones are day ones? And it's like, okay, maybe there's a little bit of like, because there's so many going on here, but when it all settles, it's gonna be like, you have 3 choices, core, which I don't even know how many people are on core. Standard, I don't even know. I mean, core and standard are such bad values for money, in my opinion. Like Ultimate's always been the clear winner. You get
Yeah.
the whole library, you get day one, you get
Perks.
EA Play, you get cloud gaming, you get PC Game Pass. I
Yep.
mean,
You get everything.
talk about like your bucket overfloweth
Mm-hmm.
with things where they clearly they're telling you this is the one you should be in, this is the one you need to be in.
But that's why I thought just have the 2 tiers of core and ultimate. And I know you're talking about the price difference, but I think the price difference is good, because for someone that only gives a shit about the online multiplayer, give them a handful of just games as well with it, and throw core at them for $10 and just leave that there sitting there. And then
mean, maybe.
ultimates for everyone else.
I also think a lot of this is because of like what do we want to do with Xbox Live Gold. We had to get rid of Gold, so then we had to make core, but then we still had console there, but that didn't have multiplayer in it. So it was like all this stuff is sort of weird. But now, okay, we're dropping console and we're adding standard with multiplayer, and it's like core and standard. It's like, do you want multiplayer access with 30 games or multiplayer access with all the games, but for $5
That's what
more?
I mean. Just have the one. Just merge
Yeah, but
them
like you
into
said,
one.
I would cut out the bottom one, so it's just 15 and 20 bucks.
No, but see, to me, they're too close. That's too
And
close.
then
in
you
price.
could come in with a cheaper one. Like, what if they ever wanted to do an ad tier based one, and then you would come in, oh, here's a $10 tier, and it's ad based where you have to watch ads, kind of like how Netflix does or some of these other streaming services. Because then what are you going to do? Have 2 $10 tiers? Or a $5 tier or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I would have just expected them to merge core and standard and massage that into something that justifies the price and just leave the 2.
But I mean, are you surprised that like, hey, you know, Netflix raises prices? People are like, that sucks.
Every subscription,
yeah, but the
raises
way they talk
prices.
about with Xbox is like, the sky is falling, the
Yeah,
world's
I know.
ending.
That's just stock standard procedure at this point.
And it's like, look, I've been homeless. I've literally had zero money. I've had no money in my bank account. I've been, you know, through the gambit of like financial insecurity where $1 meant something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where I was trying to stretch money. So I'll never say, what do you mean this is too expensive? Or what do you mean it's only a $3? You know what I mean? Because some people will tell you like, oh, there's no value in this. And other people tell you there's so much value. It's like, but I've been on the other end of it where like, I didn't know where my next meal was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I was living in my buddy's car. Because I had nowhere to go. And I didn't have any money and I didn't have a job. So it was like, I know what it's like to be poor. So when someone says, hey, I can't do this anymore, and I sympathize with them. Like, okay, yeah. You know, the value is subjective for everybody. What we think we get out of it, right? So if somebody's like, this is no longer within my budget, all right, you know, like, I feel you. I understand. You know, shit's expensive. And if you feel like you're not getting your value for what, you know, what you're paying, then, yeah, unsubscribe. I'm sure
almost tempted with this price increase, because I think it's going to like 22 Australian or something, I think.
23.
I'm almost tempted to drop down to the base one, just to have the online multiplayer. Only because, like, I've had Ultimate... I'm not a stacker. And they've also taken away the ability to stack.
I got 3 years.
They've not
Ultimate,
taken away the ability to stack.
I thought they were. Or they were limiting it to 13
They're
months.
limiting it to 13 on console.
For people who are grandfathered in on console, you can stack it up to 13 still.
Oh, okay. See, I'm not a stacker. I had stacked at the start for a couple of years ahead, and ever since I've just let it roll on monthly. I don't know. I sat there and thought when I saw the price hike, I thought to myself the other day, why am I still on Ultimate? I'm like, I only play Rocket League and Fortnite. I don't really play any of the other stuff, and I kind of have means to get those games if I want them anyway. So I'm like,
by bugging me, I know.
What's the point of being on Ultimate? I may as well just be on Core to get the multiplayer, and that's it.
That's why one of the main things with coverage is it's being covered by people who can just get access to whatever game they want. They don't. It's always been the thing on why isn't Game Pass talked about very much. Like, I will hear huge podcasts talk about playing the Kunutsugami or Flintlock demos. They never bring up that the game's on Game Pass because they don't care, because they're just going to get a code from the PR company. So if you're not thinking of it yourself, it's just like, well, yeah, it's probably not a great value. But it's also like, yeah, for other people who are going to have to, if they want to play online multiplayer, they have to spend at least $75 a year now. So if you are the target audience for a Game Pass Ultimate, you like playing a lot of things, and some of them are going to be online, that $75 a month is already a cost you've got. So at that point, is it worth another 3 full purchases of games at $70? Because that'll be or even less. Like, you get a couple discounted. Like, you can take away 70, you get $1.70. Is it worth that increase? Also, if you're that type of person, you probably know how to do the stacking with cheaper codes from CD keys and whatnot. Like, you know how to do all that stuff and make it like $100 a year if you get really good deals on top of that 70. So, in the end, the people who it is for already have it for the most part. If you want to get in on cloud, it's always been the only way to do it. It's not a new thing. And I know a lot of people saying, oh, they're going to have to change their play it day one with Game Pass thing. It's like, well, they already had a tier of Game Pass that couldn't do that. Now they're just going to have 2 tiers that can't, 2 tiers that can. So you can with PC and Ultimate. You can't with Core, which you couldn't before. You still can if you have console. But if you're new, it is very much you should just get Ultimate if you want the day one stuff. Unless you're on PC, then just get PC. Like, it doesn't change.
So can I drop down to console?
Not anymore. You could have a couple days ago.
Subscribe to console. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they cut that off on the 10th.
Oh, fuck. I should have.
See, but then
But you wouldn't have been able to play online.
Like, Microsoft's got you by the balls if you're on console
that's
right
true.
now. It's like, yeah, you're with us. You subscribe to this. You can still keep day one, but at the same time, if you do unsubscribe at any point, you ain't coming back to console. You got to go all the way up to Ultimate if you want day one games again. So they kind of have you hostage a little bit. Although they didn't. Jesse, did you find it weird that they didn't raise the price of console? They kept it at $10.99.
Is probably there's not many people on it, and it's like
Is it
if
not
we're
many people on it, and because they're getting rid of it, they can't. Weren't going to raise
like
the price of
we're
it.
not going to raise the price because you can't sign up for it. If you're already on it, you're grandfathered in. Whatever. There's hardly any of you after this. You're probably mostly going to go to Ultimate anyways. Like I imagine it's not a worth it growth area to try and get some more money in the meantime. Would be my guess.
Yeah, the reactions to this have been very all
look
over
mad?
the place.
Someone
Right.
says I look mad. I was reading
Jesse,
something.
You always look mad.
That's
Oh,
just
it's because I'm
his
behind. Yeah. Well, it's because I'm normally having to talk to John. I'm like, why can't you do more? And then I look at Nick, and it's like, why can't you like Xbox at all? Just so it make it easier to talk about stuff.
Nick's like, what do I even need Xbox? I mean, the games I play are all on mobile phones anyways.
I don't play mobile games.
I'm saying, like, isn't Rocket League and Fortnite
It's a
mobile
different
games?
version of
Yeah.
Rocket League. It's like a side
Rocket
scroller
League's-
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket League Sideswipe. It's actually still pretty good, but it's a totally different
It's neat.
experience to normal
It is a
Rocket
neat
League.
thing, but it is not full Rocket League
Hey,
at
you
all.
know,
Oh, it's good.
people wanted something to talk about that had some substance to it, and Microsoft obliged with price raising and removal of day one. You know,
And then
like,
just
you mean
stop
you
till
you didn't want to talk about situational disability for another week.
we didn't talk about it all last week, really.
God.
You know,
And then friggin' this Tuesday coming up with the Game Pass thing, according to Tom Henderson and others, they might give us a lot more to talk about.
yeah, rumors of Modern Warfare 3 joining the service at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be
like I
earlier
said,
than people thought because of the
I heard this
potential.
guy Rand Al Thor
yeah.
19 predicted it last week.
Wow, a Rand prediction,
A
you
Rand
say?
prediction. Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, everyone's waiting for Black Ops 6 now anyway.
Yeah, I think it's because I think I said this on our show, but test is maybe a wrong word, but like a soft launch to make sure that the Call of Duty headquarters and everything works fine with Game Pass entitlements, because you don't
yeah,
what
that
you
would make
don't
sense.
want is like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 coming, the biggest game ever to enter Game Pass, the biggest game Xbox has ever launched,
And everything
and it
just
being a
shits
shit
itself.
show and not working, and nobody can play the game they signed up to the service for and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's probably behooves them to release a game within the launcher, which is Modern Warfare 2 or 3, and kind of work out the kinks if any kinks do show up. Because I would imagine there'd be plenty of people who'd be like, let's go play this. Let's go.
And BattleNet
Lowest rated
servers,
Call of Duty of all time. Boom,
people
boom, boom,
love
you know?
DDoSing BattleNet whenever something big is releasing. It's like their favorite
Yeah.
pastime, which is why it's interesting that they are not putting Black Ops 6 into a BattleNet tie-in. It is a Microsoft Store port, which is not what they did with Diablo. I'm curious why.
Maybe there
Make
just
sure to
wasn't
ask
any
them.
time to make a Diablo port.
Yeah, makes sense.
And maybe there
They're
was
like,
enough time to make a Black Ops
You
port.
know how you were talking about Modern Warfare 3 coming to Game Pass?
Yeah. Tom Henderson
Game
and Jez
ranks.
Corden said so.
Game Ranks, the
Yes, I saw
website
that article.
Game Ranks,
Uh-huh.
seem to interpret that as Helldivers 2 coming to Game Pass.
No, I don't think that's what Mr. Boomstick was talking about.
No, I don't think you would have been either. Like, I'm just reading it now, and they're saying, they're like, oh, they allude to a rumor, but they don't want to give away a source. And there's the biggest game of the year is
Yeah, but I mean,
coming to
the Call of Duty rumor was already out there that Tom and Jez had both already corroborated.
Well, yeah. So then why are these guys saying Helldivers?
Mhm.
I mean, did you read what does the article say?
That's it. That's what it says. It says
There's
it
no
mentions
like,
Booms-
there's just a headline. There's no like body of the article for this.
Yeah, I told you. I just said to you. They're talking about Boomstick, and Boomstick
Right.
alludes to a rumor that he was told the day before, and everyone else knows about this rumor. It's gonna break the internet. Blah 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 blah. And it says the biggest game this year,
The biggest
arriving
game this
as
year is Helldivers 2.
arriving as the last game added to Game Pass this month.
Yes, I mean, according to NPD, and probably even Helldivers is the biggest game
How
of the year.
quickly do people think a Helldivers 2 port would come?
The end of this month, seemingly, now they think.
Apparently.
When I mentioned discussions, it was discussions, and that was April.
Well, discussions went really good, and they threw a port together real quick.
And they quickly whipped up a port in a space of like 2-3 months. What?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No way.
We had a Patreon question about this specific article, and it's very hard to talk about it without going into specific details. So it's tough to really say. I just think people saw something and they let their imaginations run wild, is what I'll say. And I think their imaginations ran way too wild. And it's something else. That's probably the easiest way I can explain it without really getting into the nitty-gritty details.
Yeah.
But people have
That's
had
why
their
I was
expectations set now, so there's going to be a lot of disappointment.
Well, I mean, who really reads game ranks, right?
Well, it's been picked up by enough now.
I didn't see anybody on Reset Era or any other websites pick up on it, so I don't really think anybody.
Good news doesn't get picked up. Potential good news. Bad news. Now that gets picked up.
Yeah, that gets picked up. But that's why I found that weird, because I'm like, in April, I just mentioned discussions. I didn't say, let's just live in a space, live in a world where Helldivers 2 comes to Xbox. You're not actually going to see me brag about that. I'm not going to sit there and
brag
say,
about something?
well, because I didn't say Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox, did I? That wasn't the rumor. The rumor wasn't Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox. My rumor was there are preliminary discussions about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox.
And
So if it comes to Xbox,
how do you think those discussions have gone, Nick?
I have no idea. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard an update, so I have no idea. So the only part, if Helldivers 2 comes to Xbox, the only part I can brag about is that I was right about discussions obviously being had about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. You're not going to see me brag and say, oh, I said it's coming, because I didn't say it's coming. I have no idea if it's coming. So, yeah, I don't know where those discussions went. If I had to guess, I would say Sony wanted everything paid for.
Yeah, and why wouldn't they?
Everything. They probably would have wanted a Game Pass deal. They probably would have wanted Microsoft to pay for the port. They probably would have wanted Microsoft to pay for the marketing, the whole lot, I would say. And then it would probably be on Microsoft to either go yay or nay. That's how I believe.
I mean, in that discussion, I would say yay, but also, that quickly? I mean, because we're at 5 months, the game's been only been out for 5 months. Usually these type of things are 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months.
That's what I'm saying. These ports aren't, I don't think these ports are quick. And the port wouldn't start until well after there's been an agreement for it to even happen, which we don't even know if that's happened.
Yeah.
So that's why I'd be staggered if all of a sudden we went from discussions in April or earlier to the port being done and it's in Game Pass.
Well,
by July or
if it's
August.
true, we don't have that much longer to find out, because they normally announce the Game Pass stuff on Tuesdays, and it would be this upcoming Tuesday. So if they were going to announce it, it would be then. Although, to be if you thought it was Helldivers 2, Helldivers 2 to me,
drop it.
Exactly. Helldivers 2 to me is a game that you would market like a month and a half beforehand or something, not like the week before and being like, Helldivers 2 is coming next week.
Yeah, no way. They're going to market the shit out of that. Again, because Sony would probably want Microsoft to market the crap out of it.
Also, doing it the exact same time as putting Call of Duty in would be kind of weird. Because the next drop is going to be for 3 weeks. There won't be another drop for 3 weeks because of the way the month works. You don't get a Tuesday until the 6th of August. So it'll be everything dropping from the 16th through the 5th. So, and they've already got a ton of stuff. If you add COD on top of that, like, I don't know, it would be surprising to me.
And why does everyone just assume that? Why does everyone take Boom's words literally?
Well, I mean, they do say it's a rumor, right? Like it's a, you know.
No, I know, but like I find it weird that, and maybe it's the old man in me, and Boomstick's an old man too. Like,
Older than you.
yeah, even older than me. We don't usually say everything so literally, but to that sort of granular level, where when we say the biggest game of the year, oh, we're referring to MPD statistics. Like we might not always refer to it in that way. Like,
but if you wanted to throw a hint, though, that would be a good hint.
To me, that if you're gonna throw that kind of hint, then you'd probably be a little more specific. Do you know what I mean? Like you'd say,
Like, hey,
NPD's biggest game of the year.
Or,
And then
hey,
people
man,
would
they'll
go-
be throwing a game on here where you be fighting some bugs.
Yeah, like you'd be a bit more specific. Where to me, if Boom, and again I haven't watched it, so if Boom's words were the biggest game of the year is coming to Game Pass at the end of the month, my first thought is like a big name game would be my first thought. So whether that's COD, whether that's Final Fantasy, whether that's, because maybe a Final Fantasy 16 port is ready by now.
Nah, I
Because
doubt it.
that had been rumored for a long time. Yeah, but it'd be more chance of being ready than bloody Helldivers.
Yeah,
surely.
true.
So when I say biggest game of the year, I don't immediately think, oh, MPD's best-selling game. That's not my first thought when I hear biggest game of the year. I think more of player count, or I think more of name and reputation, more so than MPD sales. That's just me. So I just find it funny that this immediately went to Helldivers. I don't know.
Well, I mean, also, like, break the internet. I think he used the words break the internet. Final Fantasy 16 isn't going to break the internet.
No,
It's a game
and
that
I said
everybody
that at the...
Yeah, it's
I
a
said
game
that at the
everybody
time.
expects. So it's like, what game would break the internet? Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox would break the internet.
Half-Life 3.
Probably.
You know?
It probably
So,
would. Helldivers 2 probably would.
Yeah.
I just don't see a world where that port got done so quick.
Hmm?
That's all. That's my only point of contention. How did they do that port so fast?
Masters over at Arrowhead. They're like, damn, they
They
saw
can't-
declining numbers on Steam. They're like, we need to save this quick.
Maybe that's why
Fire
they
up the
haven't.
machine, get the Xbox port.
That's why they haven't put in a bunch of
save
new.
as.
Haven't put in a bunch of new content or fixed a lot of bugs because they were so busy with the port.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Because they were so busy doing the right-click save as Xbox version. But no Series S. Because it's too difficult, right? Oh, God.
No, I gotta say,
Anyway.
Helldivers 2 works real well on that Steam Deck, so I bet you the Series S would be fine.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
You guys got some super chats.
Yeah, I know, but they were sort of on a different topic.
Yeah.
Well, here's one that's sort of relevant. JD Gamer with another super chat. Didn't Power World sell way better than Helldivers 2? That's a good question. Did it? They were pretty close.
Yeah.
And Power World's already on Game Pass.
I don't know.
wasn't it?
Is Power World's number been tracked on Cicana, Jesse? I don't think I've ever seen it on those charts. So
Yeah,
I'm not
it's.
sure if-
I don't think it's been tracked. They've given their own. It's done
Player
X
counts.
player counts, but that's it. No, because Circana is people who give them info in the U.S. and that's it. So outside of that, I don't know. But it had many
think there was
players with a lot of them on Steam who had to pay for it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it sold incredibly well. I mean, both Helldivers and Power World are probably two of the biggest success stories of this year. Maybe even of this gen. You can make an argument.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they've both had
Well,
massive
for
fall off,
Helldivers 100%.
which is normal.
Helldivers is their fastest selling first party
Yeah.
game
Nobody expected
ever.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ever.
And Power World just came out of nowhere. People were like, Pokemon clone? 2 million
Yeah, Pokemon
concurrent
with
players.
guns.
Yeah. Biggest, biggest. What is it? Biggest? Was it the biggest Game Pass game ever, Jesse? Or does that now go to Diablo?
Well, Starfield
or...
was the biggest launch, they said, and now Diablo was the most played launch, like hours
so
wise.
it's kind of like playing with words. So where was Pal World? Wasn't
no idea.
They said something about Power World being like the biggest.
It was the biggest third party launch. They said third party,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yep. But yes, so we got onto that topic from talking about the whole Game Pass price hike thing. We're a little bit off track there.
But you're rich. Why would you want to drop down to standard?
I'm not
and
rich.
He
console?
doesn't. He doesn't
That's
play.
why I
What do you
try and
mean?
take free
You got
games
all-
off people. I'm not rich.
You got the Xbox era,
He
bank
gets-
account.
He
you
gets
know?
nothing from us, actually.
I don't get any of that money. I don't get any of it.
The thing is, and I think you might have mentioned this, Jesse, when like these websites like GameSpot or IGN be like, is X still worth the value or is the best value ever? I always sort of don't really take at face value what those websites do because I know the people at those websites get those games for free anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I always kind of wonder, like, yeah, but you get that stuff for free, so it may not be of value to you, but I don't know. Value's always in the eye of
It's
beholder.
a very
like,
selfish. It's a very selfish point of view.
I guess you could
that
look
they
at it
take.
like, well, if you're comparing it to PlayStation, is the new standard tier of a better value than PlayStation's middle tier, which is premium, I think? Or is it
Yeah.
extra?
Essentials,
premium.
extra, and premium.
Essentials better than core. Essentials better than core. Game Pass core.
You think so?
If you're
Yeah, are you
into the
serious? You know how
games
many-
they give every month, yeah.
Yeah, like if you think of how many games they've given away with Essential versus what core comes with, my God.
I mean, Core comes with
PlayStation
like
has said-
30 games, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But if you're
You know how many
subscribing now to PlayStation Plus Essential,
Oh yeah,
you
that's
wouldn't-
true. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true.
Because they had
So I guess
from
it
the
depends.
they had a
This is-
vault, but they stopped giving that. You don't get the vault anymore.
Yes,
So I guess
they
it
used to
depends
have a vault.
on what you're using it for. So then you got standard and premium, which would be a more direct comparison because it's a library, right?
Yeah.
And I think premium does have Ubisoft Plus games or Ubisoft Classic games on the PlayStation side of things. And then that's more of what games do you like better in the library, really.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's extra and premium, which extra only adds, isn't it like PS1
Retro games?
the retro
Yeah.
games
Yeah.
where that gets all of like the day one stuff. So
And they're very limited streaming.
yeah, and Xbox would have the EA Play stuff, so the EA games plus like PC Game Pass and cloud stuff. So yeah, there's not more. I would say Ultimate's a better value than Extra, but then I would find no value in PS2 games whatsoever. So that's just me personally.
Oh, look, Ultimate, as long as day one games are there, Ultimate's always going to be the better
Yeah.
value in the end. Like, especially because I can't believe we're in 2024 and we're still not at the cadence they need to be, which is just fucking astounding to me. Because we've been talking about it since like 2022
They've been
or
talking about
2021.
it since 2019. I think that's when they first talked about this idea
Yeah.
of having a game a quarter.
But we assumed that by 2024 they'd be at that cadence with it. Like, well, here's this
I
game,
mean,
and then here's
yeah.
this game, and then here's
Last
this game.
last year they hit it. Last year I think was the first year they had a game a quarter. Granted, like not all of them were good, but I'm saying they had.
They had Redfall, they had Starfield,
well, you had
Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush in January.
Hi-Fi Rush,
You
yeah,
had
Minecraft
Legends in April, and then Redfall in May,
yeah, I guess so.
and then you had Starfield in September, and they hit all 4 months or all 4 quarters.
So this year they're gonna have Hellblade,
Yep.
COD,
Yep.
and what else?
Avowed, Indie,
Oh yeah, Avowed
Ara
Indie.
History, Untold,
that's
Age of
true.
Mythology.
Ara. Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Microsoft Flight Sim.
I think is the stream gone?
Yeah, I don't know what the heck it's doing right now because I'm here with you. It's being weird.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see.
I've got it here on the side and it's just gone.
Yeah, I have no idea what it's doing right now.
And there are the Fs in the chat.
Yep. It's weird. It says it's connected, but I don't know what the heck it's doing. It's being a weirdo today. Hope it'll pop back up because it hasn't said dropped anything.
It might be back now. I think it's back now.
Weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because I'm uploading.
I don't know. At the moment, I'm still seeing a little spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we might be back now.
Yeah.
Oh no, and we're gone again.
Weird. It says we're up.
Okay.
Rand's picture is frozen.
I think
okay, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, Rand's picture is frozen. Yeah, it always is. It's always frozen.
It does move when he talks, though. You get that little bit of that circle that goes.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. You get the little indicator that he's talking. Okay. Now,
Perfect.
let's try
Perfectly
again.
steady connection now. We're good. I don't know what that was with
Well, we're
YouTube.
let's go
talking about
again.
it.
Talking to Superchats. We'll go to Superchats.
Yeah,
We'll
a lot
talk
of
about
them.
Game
There was
Pass
a
and
Jordan
stuff.
White one way
We'll-
back.
Yes, I know. There's a lot of Superchats that because they weren't quite on the topic we were on, I sort of put them off. Okay, JD Gamer. Another one. JD Gamer's put in so many Superchats today. Question. Who do you think Xbox should acquire? Asobo, Certain Affinity, Crystal Dynamics, IOI, Iron Galaxy, Playtonic, and what games would you want? Well, I mean, how many times on this show we have so many times talked about Crystal and Eidos. Asobo makes sense. Asobo makes sense from the perspective of they've worked with them so much that they're on Flight Sim, and God knows how much longer they're going to be on Flight Sim for. Didn't they do like a long-term deal
10-year
with
deal, I
Asobo
think,
and Flight Sim?
which might be one of the reasons they're okay with not like grabbing them now because it's a 10-year thing, right?
They're locked in, yeah. So people like Asobo make sense. Iron Galaxy, yes, Iron Galaxy would be great from a Killer Instinct perspective, but again, look who's running Iron Galaxy. I know it sounds silly, but while Adam Boyes is there, I don't expect something like that to happen. I understand people think, oh no, it's business. My ex-PlayStation people, their blood stays blue. Their blood
Surprised he would even be like, all right, we'll work with Xbox and do Killer Instinct 2.
I was shocked about that too. I was very
maybe they
shocked.
aren't. Wasn't your original rumor that it was like a Bandai Namco dev or something?
Yeah, the thing
No,
we
no,
know
no.
for
Oh,
they
I'm not
came
saying-
back for
I'm not
Killer
saying Iron
Instinct
Gal-
1. Yeah.
They came back for Killer Instinct 1. I'm not saying they're working on Killer Instinct 2.
Oh, okay.
They've come back just to update and work on
But-
Killer
but
Instinct
it's like-
1.
But have they though? It seems like there'd be more to it than that. And they need work because their game got shut down.
Yeah, Rumbleverse.
And I know Microsoft did want to do a Killer Instinct. I mean,
They hired a guy
are
to be
doing
the head
Killer
of the
Instinct.
IP.
right? I mean, you'll get a Killer Instinct before you get a Banjo game. That's for sure.
Probably. Probably.
I mean, the only place you might have Banjo is at the intro trailer of the Xbox 2. So go check that out.
The only thing I could see, and again, I need to be careful what I say here. The only thing I could see Iron Galaxy working on, if they were going to be tapped on the shoulder for Killer Instinct 2, as a support, as in to assist the studio that's developing it. To say, hey, these are the guys that made 70% of the first game. Why don't you tap into them for some help and some tips and some knowledge and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
That's the only thing I could... Again, that's just based on what I had heard in terms of who's developing Killer Instinct 2. I could see maybe Iron Galaxy, unless some disaster has happened and they're like, okay, Iron Galaxy, we need you to make it now. I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, it's going to be all the usuals in terms of who we think they should buy. I don't even want them to buy Sega anymore. With everything that's happened with ABK, I don't even want them to buy Sega anymore.
what specifically? Because we know what their plans were with Sega, because we saw the documents, and their whole plan was to just Sega was going to run itself and be a multi-platform completely. So, like, do you feel that Microsoft hasn't done a good job managing ABK, so they wouldn't do a good job of managing Sega? Or
that's a part of it, and there's also things I have heard going on with ABK that make me not want them to get Sega.
Wasn't there? I could have sworn I saw a headlines episode with John and Jesse where the Japanese dev community was bracing for consolidation or something. Wasn't that you guys didn't you guys talk about
saw that too. What was that about?
God, I don't remember because there's been so many friggin' news stories lately. But it's pretty much a mobile money and microtransactions is just crashing. Like there's not much lately, and so they are ready for a lot of devs and stuff to end up having to consolidate because nothing's growing. People have started spending less and gone from there. And also, like, Sega just shut places down and sold them off or fired people. Like, I know Microsoft's always an easy target because they are a giant evil company, world dominating in their friggin' size and revenue and all that type of stuff. But like, it's not like everyone else is running themselves great either. And it's also not like things are getting shut down because they can't make money. They're mostly just getting shut down outside of Embracer, where, they don't have the money. They're mostly getting shut down for just financial bookkeeping reasons on the whole. Like, they're all still making plenty of money. We're not going for a crash in the way it did before because people just stopped making money. It's the crash of investment and not wanting to spend more. So I don't think they would look to buy anyone until things start trending up again. Unless it is literally something like ABK, where you just start raking in cash, like hand over fist, making tons of money. ABK had hired up like crazy. And Microsoft has said they were going to fire a bunch of people anyways. So it's like Sega's fired people, Nintendo has fired people, but both companies have done it where they can, which is in the Western devs and stuff that they had and studios and people like that. So I don't know. I'm not looking for more consolidation. I just know it is the way everything ends up going the moment things start trending up and you start investing more to make more. And it's going to get back to that again. We had a huge up. Now we're in the down. And the moment it starts going back up, you're just going to start seeing people like it. Even Embracer's talking about how they've got a bunch of credit again.
Woo! Idiots. Okay. More super chats. Jordan White, executive producer, I believe, still Jordan White.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's it like living in Australia, Nick? It might be time to get out of here. For a little bit. How many Xbox games are banned? How's the Wi-Fi? Our internet is good now. We have fiber here, so you got no problems with internet anymore. I've got 1,000 download now, which is a number I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Australia is great. Australia is the best country in the world to live in.
John and I and Nick were talking.
I know Americans are going to disagree because Americans think they're the center of the universe and all that sort of stuff.
You know most of us, and right now, even if it's like no matter what political side you're on, it's all about how shitty things are. And tonight won't help that at all. In fact, it'll make it way worse. But you and I and John were talking last week, and we're like, if we could ever make an XboxEra office home, it would probably want to go down there.
Yep. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong.
No,
Australia is far from perfect. But it's the best house in a bad street. That's probably the way to describe it. And by bad street, I mean the fact that no country is perfect.
Planet Earth, the street.
Although I would argue that a few Scandinavian countries would be pretty good.
It's always a culture shock, though, when you don't live somewhere. You know your country. And then you go somewhere else, and in that culture shock of realizing you just don't do that here, and you have to do this stuff here. Like, it hits you pretty hard.
I get culture shock interstate, let alone in another country. I was just in Queensland for 2 weeks, and I had culture shock while I was in Queensland.
There's 48 countries in America in this like there's 50 total. Like you go, Rand knows, you go state to state, it really changes. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
we're from
But yes,
Chicago
Australia.
up there to Wisconsin. It's pretty different.
If you're from Chicago, Melbourne would be great for you. Because I keep hearing that Chicago is very, very similar to Melbourne.
But the spiders, though, bro, down in
Oh
Australia.
my god, the spiders. We're all still alive
all the
down
bugs,
here. All
yeah,
you
but
idiots keep going on about these
I don't
spiders.
know
We're
about
all
all
still
these bugs,
alive.
bro. Like, if there's one place that you're gonna get overrun by the bugs and stuff, Australia's gonna be the first place to go. You know?
No. And Melbourne is the only city in the world that's not getting hotter. It's getting colder. So
'Cause it's already hot.
It's not already hot. It's cold. We're getting zeros and -1s now, which again, never seen in my lifetime.
Yeah, but like Rand,
Like-
oh no, it's only 32 Fahrenheit. How are you going to survive? Like that's not cold for us when we grow up. Like cold is cold.
Yeah.
Cold is way below.
But what I'm saying is,
You don't know
Melbourne
true
is
cold, Nick. You don't
Melbourne's the
even know
last
true
major
cold.
city in the world that's not burning up. So when the rest of the world does, we're going to have to figure out a way to fit 8 billion people in here. Because everyone's just going to come down here because it's not burning up anymore.
Well, no, we're going to be hitting we're going to be hitting like Alaska and the Antarctica and all those places, desperately trying to not burn.
Yeah, Melbourne's the last place. It's going to be the last bastion. That's still nice and cool and not hot as fuck. It's the last place. King Chaos with a $5 super chat. Do you think the cheating problem with COD will get worse with Game Pass? Why? Why would it get worse?
I mean, it'll give no, because you have to tie your account to everything. So if you get caught cheating, then your entire Game Pass account and everything you have on Xbox is gone. So no.
I mean, cheaters. I mean, are there a ton of Game Pass subscribers that are suddenly hackers who aren't already playing COD and cheating?
You're risking a lot. Like when that is your,
I wouldn't have thought so.
in the days of trials, maybe like, oh, I'm just going to start up an account, play through a VPN and on $1 account, and I don't care if this gets destroyed. But like if it's your main Microsoft account and you're risking getting it banned from Xbox forever, that is bad. That is a very bad thing.
I wouldn't have thought so, King Chaos. Ben Angelo with a super chat. First super chat, I think. Long time watcher, first time super chatter. Love the show. Keep up the good work. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hey, don't forget. Thanks, Ben Angelo. Thanks for that. Andy Pro. Now, this is actually a super chat I wish I had read out earlier. Helldivers 2 on PC Game Pass only. The port's already there. That is a good point that I did not think of. Maybe it's Helldivers 2 on PC Game Pass.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
I don't think they would pay
I
for
reckon
that.
that's a great point. I didn't even think of that. That's a way for Helldivers 2 to come to Game Pass PC.
Sure. It would be, but I think that's also a cheaper way to come to Game Pass if you're just going to do PC, because there's not as many users, and you're also assuming that it's also super easy to change a Steam port into a Windows port, you know?
Be easier than PlayStation to Xbox.
And it would piss off console users quite a bit. Like, is it worth it? How many people are you going to get to sign up for Helldivers 2 just on PC?
Yeah.
They know better than me. I have no idea. Rand knows better. Don't let him
that's
fool
not
you.
true.
Yeah.
Don't let him fool you.
Yeah. So that's all the super chats. Thank you all very, very much for the super chats. I think we've basically covered the news, unless Rand does that.
There is a
thing
little
where he's
bit of
like,
news. Trump was not shot. His teleprompter was shot, and the glass hit him in the ear. In the face.
Oh, is that what
Yeah.
happened?
That guy was really inaccurate. But he did hit but someone in the crowd did die along with the shooter.
Yes, I've heard that too. So that's not good news.
No.
But yes, so unless Rand does that thing where he's like
That thing.
that Jerry Seinfeld style thing, like you know how Jerry Seinfeld at his stand-up shows is like,
The damn
What's
woke.
the deal
Oh.
with what is the deal? And then Rand always does that when he's on this show. He's like, "Do you guys think this?" And then he'll ask a question, and then we talk about it for like 17 hours. But I don't think Rand has got anything like that up his sleeve at the
Well,
moment.
there's also like not any sort of been, last couple weeks have been very much like nothing's happening. Right.
Nothing's happening, which is why Microsoft did the price hike. Because
And then
nothing's been
next
happening.
week we'll get to talk about shit hitting Game Pass, most likely, whatever it ends up
Yeah.
being.
Yeah,
I mean, you could talk
the
about,
biggest
hey-
game of the year.
I did see something Nintendo related where the gap between the Wii or the gap between the Switch and now it's whatever comes next has been the
The longest.
The longest
longest
running
gap
console.
between consoles.
Mhm.
So,
The Switch is their longest running console.
which makes a lot of sense. They never got a price drop. People were buying it in droves for
All the way up
long-ass
until the
time.
end of last year, really. It's only slowed down this year, finally.
Sounds like the Xbox.
That's the
and
one thing I'm
360.
really disappointed in with this gen, is the
What?
lack of like permanent price cuts. When you look at it, like we're 2024.
Yeah, I know.
The PS5 still $499. The Xbox Series X still $499. In fact, they raised prices. Like the
At a
digital
time
went
where
up.
cost of living is like out of control.
I just remember how often the
inflation.
360, the PS3, or even PS2, like how often those dropped in price.
The 360 didn't get a lot of. And that's why I was comparing the Switch to the 360. The 360 was Microsoft's longest, and it did not get many price cuts. Like the 360 was famous for not getting many price cuts. What they would do with the 360 was they'd keep bundling it.
The bundles, the bundleroos.
Got a lot of
yeah.
bundles and limited editions, and the 360.
We don't get no bundles anymore.
so many limited editions.
Game Pass
A
is the
lot
bundle.
of limited
That's
editions.
Has there been a console that's had more limited editions than the 360 has?
it. Switch. It's getting up there.
Limited edition
No.
consoles?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They've had so many.
The Switch hasn't had that many.
You have like 20
I know,
of them,
I
don't you?
bought them all.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know, I bought
If
them
you
all.
combine the regular Switch, the OLED, I don't think the OLED's had a lot, but even the light, they've been doing a lot of light ones as well.
If you include the
But-
light, they're probably close, but the
Yeah.
360 had so many. Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Resident Evil 5, Gears of War, Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo Reach. Oh my god, what were the other
Star
ones?
Wars Connect. Star Wars.
Oh,
one.
Star Wars Connect. I had that one and I completely forgot about it.
There's 14 or 15
so
Switches now. I think there's 14 or 15 limited edition Switches. So, I don't know.
And you own them all?
Not the lights.
No, I've
he
owned
doesn't own
quite
them
a
all.
lot of them.
Yeah.
I've got the Splatoon 3 one right now and the Zelda one. I had the first Mario Odyssey one. I had the second Mario one. I had a bunch of the Switches.
You got the
only got two now.
Mario Red, Pokemon Scarlet
Yes,
and
which I
Violet, Legend of Zelda Tears of the
Yes.
Kingdom,
Fortnite, the Fortnite one.
Splatoon 3, Animal Crossing New
Yep, I've got that one.
Horizons, Isabel's Aloha
Yeah, I had that one
Switch
too.
Lite,
I had the Animal Crossing one as well.
Dialga and Pakia In and Out, or Nintendo Switch Lite. Yeah, there's a lot of Switch Lites. And then there's the Zelda one coming out. There have been a lot of Switch variants. I don't know if it's as many as 360, but the whole price thing goes to one of the news stories that you didn't cover, which is TSMC's wafer prices going up. They're going up 10% next year, and everyone's like, "Yep, guess we don't have a choice." They've all agreed to it because there's so much freaking demand. There's so much demand. There's company demand for these stupid AI chips that aren't going to do shit, and that bubble is going to pop. Like everyone who's gotten into the Snapdragon X processors, everyone's like, I'm not using any of the AI stuff. Not often. I am really in love with the battery life. That is why I have this thing. I can browse my websites and do my work for 20 hours at a time. That is why I got it. I don't give a shit about your co-pilots or anything else. And that when that bubble goes, it's going to be really bad for tech jobs. Because you would imagine a lot of NVIDIA's most powerful or most, the hell is it? Richest company on the planet valuation wise is just going to go bop. Because it's just been AI and a lot with Microsoft too, really. Microsoft has tried to find actual use cases for it, and even then people are like, I don't give a shit. I just want this battery life. That's all I actually care about.
Maybe it'll help with game dev.
That is one of the only
From
things that
Microsoft.
because we've talked with Duke on the Discord before, and Senior Bean as developers are like, I can get through my work a lot faster because it will start it off, and I get this starting point I can work from that I have to fix up, but it's already there, and it cuts out a lot of that menial tasks. So as long as it's actual companies looking at it as a tool for talented people to save a little time with, and not something that could ever replace anyone, then yeah, I think it could help a lot, because it's not like you can, we got AI, we can fire half the people and now the other people will be able to do all their work. It's not going to be that. It's just you might be able to be more efficient to a point. But you know how
You get more
companies
value out of an FTE. You get more value out of an FTE if you have AI to help them get shit done that maybe they're wasting time on, that the AI component could do.
Yeah,
So you
because
get more
it's all
value
just
out of that wage.
because it's never actual AI. It's just really good predictive text that can ape good information you give it, and a lot of them are getting bad and worse. And like, look at Google and how bad Google search is and stuff when it tries to do AI, because they're all scraping each other, and then you get just absolute dog shit and hallucination after hallucination. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
It also means our console prices will go up.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we still have yet to see the PS5 Pro. That's supposed to be coming out sometime this year, and whatever price that'll come in at, right? $599, $699.
Well, yeah, I mean, the PSVR 2 was
wonder,
already
though.
600, so having an actual
Yeah, it'll
console
be
at that or
expensive.
more is, I think their fans will be ready for it.
I do wonder, like, because I'm the sort of person that always gets those upgrades. So I got the PS4 Pro straight away, got the Xbox One X straight away. I do wonder if the PS5 Pro will be worth it.
If you play on the platform all the time, it probably will be. Like,
Yeah.
when I say, like, for me, if Xbox was doing this, I'd be getting it day one. Because I play all my games on Xbox, and
But
you're
what would it do that the Series X can't?
it's not even so much that. It's like, even the idea of that it could do something better. Like, that the games would even... Because, some games might... frame rates might be a little bit not good as others. And the idea that, like, the generation for PlayStation is still going to go on for another 4 years, right? Like, if you put it on the Xbox side of things, if Xbox was offering a mid-gen at 2024 and we knew that they weren't going to come out with a new console for another 4 years, I'd get the console. I'd get the mid-gen upgrade because I know I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. Even if, like, the incremental increases are small, I still think, personally, for me, how much I use it. Now, you're right. For you, maybe not, because all you play is Fortnite and Rocket League. So maybe for you, you'd be
And
like,
they're already running at 120.
yeah, and I don't think you go higher than that because they're only
That's
using
right. So what's
HDMI
this thing going to
2.1.
do for me? Like, the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X were needed. They were desperately needed, which is why I bought them, because we were getting games that were, everything was 30. Most of it wasn't even 1080. It was just, like, they were outdated the day they came out. So those mid-gen refreshes were desperately needed.
And these consoles
don't
were low to mid-range good hardware instead of being low bad. Like, they were tickling mid-range almost. So, because that's all you're going to get at that price point, even if it's subsidized. But an upgrade would be best for being able to keep 60 and more stuff more easily, depending on how long PS4 and Xbox One, because they're still going to keep getting shit. Like, they're not going away soon. There's too many people still on it. And I don't think any mid-gen refresh is going to... Mid-gen refresh doesn't pull in new people as much as it gets your current people to just spend more again.
And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be a hypocrite. Like, I've said in the past that I think we will get mid-gen refreshes. This was before the PS5 Pro was leaked or whatever. I've always said I think we will get them, and I guess we need them to an extent because we're starting to get 30 FPS games again. When I said, look, I don't think I will need it this time around. I wanted it last time because I love 60 and over, but I'm getting 60 with just about everything I play or more. So I personally, for me, I don't think I will need a PS5 Pro, or if Xbox was doing one, an Xbox, because again, the games I play are already 60 or more. So I personally don't have the need for them this time around like I did last time. In general, the market may need them because we're starting to head back into 30 again, which is a bit sad. But I don't know.
Even the Xbox games that only had 30, there's only one left, right? With Hellblade. Everything else did get a 60 or above mode. Hell, you can hit 90 in Starfield sometimes with if it's a small enough room. But you know, I wouldn't be shocked.
And I even think Hellblade will get one. I still think Hellblade will get a 60 mode eventually. I reckon it will.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance it could get one.
Yeah, I'm curious for GTA 6 though. That is the one that's like it is so big and heavy on
that's
simulation.
Also where everybody's putting their hopes on the PS5 Pro is that when GTA 6 comes out, because it's not coming to PC right away, that PS5 Pro will be able to, you know, brute force it up to 60 FPS, and then it's like, oh, the only console you can play GTA 60 frames on, which, you know, could be a big thing, maybe.
It's just, it's not that big of a CPU upgrade, so I don't know if it would make that big of a difference.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I guess we need to see, you know,
actual specs and stuff.
Whenever they roll it out. So,
but everyone keeps saying that, and yet with the PS4 Pro, we did start seeing 60s, even though it was the same CPU. Yet we did start seeing 60s.
Well, because so much was GPU limited, so it just depends. Like, what is the limitation?
Yeah, and then they say GTA is CPU limited, though. So
because it's very simulation heavy and just huge crowds and all that type of stuff. Normally, again, we don't know. It's their new version of their engine on hardware. We don't know the actual specs of yet, so it's all just guesswork.
Maybe there'll be a 60 mode on all versions of the game, and maybe the performance mode won't be that good.
Except Series
anyways.
S.
Probably not that. Yeah. Series S. Good old Series S.
The Series
you don't buy a
Series S was
$250 console and 160 and everything.
Yeah, the good old Series S. Did you see the Hellblade 2 rankings in the May report?
Apparently not much.
Well, that's I wanted to ask you, Nick, and you, Jesse. What do you do if you're Ninja Theory?
Focus on making sure you're super valuable through your UE5 skills at a very heavy UE5 company. Oh, for the next game?
What do you do? What do you do for your next game? Like, do you do a Hellblade 3 when clearly it doesn't really look like there was there wasn't a lot of interest in it, or do you make something new? Like, because a lot of criticism of Hellblade 2, people were like, "Oh man, I thought it was going to be more action adventure-y," right? When it was okay, is that just where people want them to go, and that's where the money is, and not in a high quality linear 7-hour experience? Is that? I don't know. I'm curious because, like,
what do they want, and what were the expectations? Like, we won't know. Like, what were the internal expectations? What were they hoping for? Was it hit? Was it way off? Because if it's way off, then maybe you look at something different. If it was close, then they probably just keep doing what they're doing. It's one of those things that's really hard to know because I mean, Rand probably knows, but I'll pretend he doesn't. But we don't know.
I don't.
I'll wait for your prediction on what you think that might have gone on eventually.
Well, no, I mean, because we know from the sales chart, it was like 32 for the month. On Xbox, it was 21, but on the engagement on Xbox, it was number 12. It didn't even crack top 10 in its launch month, and we can only assume it's only ever going to go down from there.
And it depends because, like,
those are higher. Expected it to.
And those are higher than Hi-Fi Rush, which supposedly they were okay with. So it's like the scope. It's a 50 to 100 person team.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like there's so many things. It could be really bad.
I guess we would need to know the budget, right? The budget, the expectations, and all that. But I don't know. It sort of seems like interest from Hellblade 1 to Hellblade 2 lessened. And it's like, would interest from Hellblade 2 to Hellblade 3 lessen?
I am curious if it was actual user interest or was it industry interest? because I felt like
I don't know
Hellblade.
why people would have expected it to do
Hellblade 1 wasn't a big game, wasn't super well reviewed, but it was talked about a lot because it was exclusive on one platform. Yeah. It got talked about because a lot of people were using it. It was by far the default platform. So all the people who cover games were talking about it a lot. And all the people who cover games now just are still only on PlayStation. So a game, you know,
That's right.
they just tend to not get talked about as much if they are exclusives on the thing that they don't actually use very often.
And it's going to get the whole, oh, well, now that it's on Xbox, it sucks. Like, you saw how many of the reviews acted like the game was like a completely different and worse game, which is just factually incorrect.
It's even like Gene Park, who I liked quite a bit when he was on the show, but he was like, I love the first one, and the second one is just way worse. And I was like, I don't see
The same game.
Like, it's a
the
way
same
better
game.
version of the first one. Now, the story might not hit the same way, but the actual game itself, I thought, was way better.
I kept telling everyone in the lead up for months, I hope you're just expecting the first game, but prettier, because that's what you're going to get. And that's what we got. So that's why I wasn't expecting the game to be wildly successful. The first game wasn't wildly successful. Like, it was just an experience type game. It wasn't meaty. It wasn't.
It was a very
super
small
gameplay
team
heavy.
punching above their weight, essentially, which is what 2 is also. It's also a very small team, hyper-focusing on a very specific, you know, thing that they are going for, essentially.
Like, if I was, again, without knowing anything going on in the background, if I was... So if we're putting the business hat on, you would probably be having a talk with Ninja Theory saying maybe make something more action-focused, more traditional. You know, you guys made Enslaved. You guys made DMC. Maybe make something third-person action-adventure like that, along that line. But if the approach they're taking with Ninja Theory is do whatever the fuck you want, then Ninja Theory will do whatever the fuck they want, regardless of what that is.
Like, they're there as a really good motion capture and
tech sharing.
Like the Unreal Engine 5
whatever.
is such a big part of everything they do everywhere in the company now.
Do you think we get when do you think we see Project Mara then?
Yeah,
Is
what
even
happened
a
to Project
thing.
Mara? That was
Yeah.
only... Yeah, that was supposed to be just a small thing. Where's that?
Suppose
Are they going to bother with it?
was it Jez or someone? I think Jez said
It's
that
still-
they're already working on their next thing. He didn't say anything else, though. If my
There
memory
was
serves.
greenlit, but you never know if things
Yeah.
get canceled.
Mhm.
Right? So
Well, yeah, games get cancelled all the time. They just haven't officially announced that Project Mara has been cancelled, but who the hell knows?
no. I think we were talking about like
The thing, specific thing, Jez had said that they had a game greenlit because as people were wondering, because
right.
Ghostwire after Hi-Fi they hadn't, in the Ghostwire Tokyo team they hadn't had anything actually greenlit supposedly at Tango. So people were curious about Hellblade because they pretend that they're sad, but when they're really just hoping that they will get shut down because
it's
they're console
interesting for
warriors.
me because I didn't think Hellblade needed a sequel. Like even though the first game ends on a note where you could have more stories in the universe, I felt like the first game ended with a proper resolution, and I was happy with how everything. I was like, wasn't clamoring for another adventure, right? It was
No, it
good.
didn't need one.
But the way this game ends, I sort of feel like this game needs a sequel. You know what I mean, Jesse? Like the way this one concludes, it's like, all right, they're building up to something, and now I'm like, well, if I don't get my sequel, I might be a little upset. Where like even before, I was like, I don't need a Hellblade 2 because Hellblade 1 was a really great self-contained story.
Mm-hmm.
Where now I'm like, well, I think you need a sequel to Hellblade 2 because of the way they ended it. And, all that stuff. I don't know what that looks like. Jez was saying today that maybe they make a Hellblade 2, but it's not a walking sim anymore. Now it's a proper, action-adventure game. And I'm like,
I was just
but
thinking
that's
the
not
same
Hellblade,
thing
though.
myself.
Yeah.
I was
that's not
just
Hellblade,
thinking
though,
the same
you know?
thing. Would
And
they
that's-
go
they don't
the
have the
actual action-adventure route?
The scope, like the team size need and all that type of stuff, like the things that people expect, like a Ragnarok or something, are just so much more expensive and take so many more people, and like the fidelity they have on everything in that game with all the scans of the environment, all the scans of the weapons and the props and everything they used, trying to do that on some big scale and not have it just feel repetitive and lower quality. I don't know how they could do it. I wouldn't mind them trying if they think they can, but I wouldn't expect it.
Don't know.
Yeah, but I would imagine at some point also as like the studio, you want to be making a game that's like financially bringing in the bucks, right? Bringing in the money, so to speak.
But they can't. It's not going to be every game doing that, though.
I know, but I just, as like the leaders at like Hellblade, or even like when they're on the phone, Matt Booty, are like questions like, well, I guess there's just too many unknowns because we don't know the budget, we don't know the expectations and stuff. But I mean, clearly with the way it was received, and I just kind of like, I don't know if people really care about Hellblade in that way, where they're like, should we do a third one, or should we just like work on something new?
I don't think they do. I was not expecting what we got review-wise and all that is exactly what I was expecting.
Well, what are you expecting from Avowed, then?
Me personally?
Yeah, you personally. What are you
I
expecting?
don't know, because I don't play those games.
Oh, okay. Is there any... So what is the upcoming Xbox game that you're actually going to play, then?
Perfect Dark.
Okay, so you're playing an Xbox game in 2026?
I mean, I might play indie.
Okay. So why didn't you say
out,
indie?
If indie turns out okay, I'll probably play indie.
No,
if
South of Midnight, okay. No.
Oh,
Fable.
South of Midnight, but when's that coming out? We don't know.
I mean, they said 2025. So
did they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well then South of Midnight as well. Then South of Midnight I'll play because that looks awesome.
Lag again. I don't know why. Like I checked my connection. It's like you've got 350 down and 22 up, but then it's just being weird to YouTube for some reason. I don't know why.
South of Midnight, for sure. When that comes, that looks awesome. Indie, if it turns out good, and Perfect Dark's my number one though. Perfect Dark, and after that footage, oh boy.
Doom.
I don't think Nick was ever that big on Doom.
Oh no, I did. I loved 16 and Eternal.
Okay,
they were great. I don't love them in that. Oh my god, I can't wait way. But I loved both games, and I'll probably have a crack at Dark Ages. In terms of that anticipation and oh my god, I can't wait, it's Perfect Dark. Like, especially because I'm so happy that everything I had heard is there. Stuff where she's doing something here and then shooting a guy over there and blah. It's all still there from when I had heard about it. So I just got very excited seeing that. So I'm very much looking forward to Perfect Dark.
My son just came home after a week and a half off, and I think he turned his computer on, and it's just downloading tons of stuff. So I need to message him.
We know what he's downloading, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's streaming. He's streaming. He's web browsing and streaming. But yes, Perfect Dark's my number one most anticipated, for sure. It just looks, so good. But yeah.
Well, what else are we talking about, boys?
That's it. We've talked about everything.
That's it?
We've covered
Podcast
all
is
the
over?
Superchats.
All right, let's go.
No, podcast is far from over.
Yeah,
we've got a game show to play.
Podcast over?
Which one are we doing, Jesse? Are we
It'll
doing
be Name a Game.
Idea? Name a Game.
I don't Name a Game. I'm not good at these.
Oh, how come you're not doing What Year My Dear?
I had an idea. I had a topic I wanted to do for Name a Game that gave me a lot of options, so I said screw it and went with it. So
okay.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me send Buzz in to Rand. Because Rand, have you ever been a contestant on Name a Game?
I have. I believe.
Have you?
Or
I know you've hosted.
I think I have.
not for a while, but I think so. On one of the ones where you
by
were
the way,
just
before we jump into Name a Game, Torn Raptor, another 20 gifted subs from Torn Raptor.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
What's the code I got to put in here?
I put it in private
I'm
chat.
waiting for it too.
It's in there. It's in private chat.
There it is.
All right, I'm going to hit that button. And we're back.
And we're back.
All right.
So, name a game. The best video game show on the internet right now, where we take the name of a game and synonymize it. Synonymize it to change the wording. And Rand and I have to guess what the game is. And we play for patrons each week. It is one of the perks of being a patron that myself and John, or myself and Rand, or whoever, we play for you, and you get a free game. You don't get to pick the game. You have an option. As one of our patrons was like, I messaged them and they were like, you won, name a game. And they were like, oh, cool, can I have Alan Wake 2? I'm like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, I used to give a list, but then people felt like choice paralysis, so I'll send you a game. I will send you one.
Okay. So this week I am playing for Sam Clutters, and Rand will be playing for Cody Bishop, which sounds like an agent name. Sounds like the name of a secret agent. I'm
Cody
Secret Agent
Bishop.
Cody Bishop.
Okay.
Yeah. That's who Rand is playing for. So good luck, Cody, and good luck, Sam. But really, good luck, Sam.
All right, the category this week is games that have been on Xbox Game Pass.
Okay.
Haven't you done that topic before?
Yeah, I can do this topic every week. There's been that many.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are just games that have
Maybe have a genre.
or
Maybe have a
on-
genre, a specific genre or
No,
something.
I've done too many. If I have to get super specific about it, we don't do name a game because it's just so hard to get things I haven't already done 7 times before.
It's so hard. That's what she said.
Rock hard. All right, number
Rock hard
one.
abadabbas.
Games on Game Pass. This one is A Minute to the West. A Minute to the West.
A Minute to the West, huh?
Oh.
This was reviewed by us here at XboxEra. This year, I think. This year.
Oh, shit. A minute to the west.
A minute. A minute to the west. Tricked myself.
What? A minute to
Minute.
the west.
The word minute.
Not minute, minute.
Minute.
This was reviewed by John earlier this year. A day and date port, if I remember correctly. Small game. Indie. All about a cat. But not Little Kitty Big City.
And it came this year?
Yeah, it's not about a cat so much as what a cat would do around your house while you're trying to tidy things up. So they're not all going to be big games.
A minute to the west. And it's... How many words is the game?
5. Sorry. A minute to the west.
A minute to the west. I'm just going to take a guess
Go
because
for
I
it.
don't know. A minute to the west. A little to the left.
Correct.
Is that a game?
Yeah, yes, it is. It's a puzzle
Is that
game.
a real game?
It is a puzzle game where you're mostly sorting items into like shapes in a house and stuff. John reviewed it. He liked it. In his mid 7s, I think, was the score.
It is.
Yeah. Look, like I said, there are too many games overall if you are the average human being, which I'm not, but most people will look at it and go like, yeah, that's too much. I can't keep up with that. All right, everything's
So I'm
cleared.
like, west is left. And minute is small. So I'm like...
Sometimes you can just logic them out.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I just literally converted the words. And I'm like, is that really a game called A Little to the Left?
Indie darling.
What?
All right, the next one's pretty long. There it is in private chat. It is Toad Investigator, The Whole Conundrum.
Oh, geez. I think I know what this is, but I don't know what
Yes.
Because it is a thing that was
Oh my
originally
God.
released in parts, and when it came to Xbox and Game Pass, it was the whole package. The whole kit and
God, I
caboodle.
know.
The whole thingy dingy.
Yeah, the first two words are very easy, but when it's a game you
Yeah.
haven't heard of, it's the last part now. I know the first part, I just don't know the last part.
Mort got it.
The whole conundrum. The whole conundrum. The whole conundrum.
I'll take a guess.
Rand.
Go.
Frog mystery. No,
Frog mystery.
no, frog.
caught himself.
Frog detective.
Yeah.
The entire mystery.
Correct.
That's another game I've never heard of. So I got the Frog Detective as well, and I'm like, the whole conundrum. Yeah. I've never heard of this game.
Mm-hmm. Another indie darling. As I said, I can't do all the big ones. Sometimes you got to do the smaller stuff, or else you just run out forever. All right, tied at 1. The next question is Happy Trip Higher Speed, and you can see exactly how it's laid out right now in private chat. Happy Trip, one word.
Trip. So
Higher
is this
Speed,
2
one
words?
word. 2 words. The first
2
word is a
words.
compound word. Happy Trip, 1 compound word. Higher Speed, 1 word. And this is everything on Game Pass. Every platform.
What?
Every platform. There are games from Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series. Can be any of them. That's the hint.
It still doesn't make... You still confused me.
It could be a Xbox original or 360 game. You can think old.
So as long as it's on Game Pass.
Yeah,
essentially.
because those are in Game Pass. There are those in Game Pass.
Oh, right. Okay.
Happy Trip.
I
Higher
wish,
Speed.
Dr. Dinglenut, I wish it was Hyper Light Drifter because that game rules, but it is not.
How could it be Hyper Light Drifter?
I know it's not in Game Pass, but I wish it could be.
Yeah.
Because that game
Not
is
even
great. No one
that,
should
but
play
even
it.
just the words. Happy Trip.
No idea.
Hyper Light wouldn't be Happy Trip.
Yeah.
Um,
A way better than it has
Trip.
any right to be game. Very small, little, old Xbox 360 title.
This one.
Mm-hmm. Starting the timer. You got 10.
I think I know the second word. I don't know the first
7.
word.
6.
I have no clue what this
5.
is.
4. 3. 2. 1. I guess it was too hard. No one got it.
Can I... Wait. Can I say what I think the second word is? Is the second word faster?
I mean, no. It is Joyride Turbo.
Oh, that's a 360 game for sure. Is that actually on Game Pass?
It has been at some point. I don't know if it still is, but as I said, it could be. These things were in Game Pass. Some still are,
saw
some
higher
are not.
speed and went faster. Okay. Next.
I don't think any Kinect games are in Game Pass, are they? I don't think so. All right.
don't.
The next one is
they
one
don't
word.
support Kinect.
My hint is not one word. My hint is a lot of words, but the game is 1. App where washed up celebrities take money to shoot selfies.
What?
App where washed up celebrities, and some who are still
Washed up
very famous,
celebrities
take money to shoot selfies. Selfie videos.
And it's a game on. It's a game on Game
One
Pass.
word.
It's a game on Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
It's not OnlyFans.
No.
Uh,
Hey, Kevin in chat got it. If you want to get
App
Chris
where
Tucker to
washed-up
say happy
celebrities-
birthday, you can send him like $100 on this app.
Oh, I got it.
Rand,
Oh.
Cameo.
correct. You
Is
never
there
heard
an
of Cameo?
app called Cameo?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No.
you said that. I knew exactly what it was because I'm thinking Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah, I'm like OnlyFans.
But you said you
I'm like,
pay somebody to give you a video. I'm like, oh, that's Cameo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it happens to
I've
be a
never
game
heard of.
too.
I've never heard of that app. I've never heard of that app.
Mm.
You never heard of Cameo?
No, I think there's an Australian version. Because I know that you can do something like that with like Australian footballers, where you get them to record like a birthday message for you.
Yeah, that's what
And
Cameo
you
is
pay
essentially.
like $100. Or
Yeah,
well,
it's
not-
like
I don't
when
think it's called Cameo here.
somebody paid the Halo guy Jeff Stelzer.
That's
I forget his name. Fart now,
A
and
rare
he just
game.
said it
That
because they
game's
paid him
not-
much
that game's
money.
not that bad either.
No,
Cameo
bad
was
either.
great.
Yeah.
Cameo was great.
We never
That
got
was
a sequel.
really good game.
the next
a lot
one
of
I don't
fucking
think
Xbox
either of
games
you will
didn't get
get,
sequels.
even though it was one of the biggest games of the year at launch time, especially on Steam. 2 words, those words being behavior barons. Behavior barons.
Can you put that in other?
I did.
You got it.
Rand.
Oh my god, what?
Manor Lords.
Correct. Rand wins.
Yes.
I give it to Nick for some reason. There was a very big Game Pass launch
Victory
this
is
year, only on
mine.
PC. All right, we'll go through the rest for funsies real
I
quick.
had to use an American app that I've never heard of to get the other one.
Yep. All right. My pal Bespatter Hog.
The hell?
My pal Bespatter Hog. I did this one for chat. Nick?
My friend Peppa Pig.
Yes. Bespatter means to like pepper something. Yes. I finally did it because everyone always guesses Peppa Pig. So I did a Peppa Pig one. How do you say Peppa?
Peppa Pig.
Some form of pepper, which is like to throw at. Bespatter. So there you go. Enjoy, chat. All right, next one. Quick for the fun. I wish I didn't have to resize these all so much. It is latest excellent fortuitous report.
Latest
It's supposed to be
Excellent
fortunates. I misspelled it. Fortunates.
Fortunate's report.
Let me fix that.
So it's a 4-word game.
4-word game that you enjoyed, Nick. Latest excellent fortunates report.
That I enjoyed.
Oh yeah, you talk it up all the time.
That's not
I do?
possible. That's not Rocket League or Fortnite.
I
Yeah.
do.
Yep.
And it's a 4-word game.
Mhm.
Latest? The latest. Oh. Oh,
See those
wait,
wheels
no.
are turning.
I was about to say something. I was about to say a completely different game. Hold on. I was about to say something on Nintendo, but it can't
Windows
be that 'cause
XP
it's
and
Game
they'll
Pass.
get it. Originally a VR title. Starting the timer. 9, 8. Not a classic VR title.
Oh,
5. Nick.
New Super Lucky's Tale.
Correct.
Oh, I went to say New Super Mario Brothers, and I'm like, that's not on Game Pass. Fuck, it can't be that.
Unless they put like a really good emulator on Game Pass, then it could be.
Yeah.
All right. Next one.
I got so confused.
Festivity Creatures. Festivity Creatures. 2 words. Late last year? Nick.
Party animals.
Correct. So
I
you got
always
them all
get
once
them
you lose.
after I fucking lost.
2 more. Second to last one is Strap On Up the Butt Goal.
What? How many words is this game?
1.
One.
Strap on
Strap
up the
on.
butt.
What?
What? Strap on up the butt.
What would that mean?
What's the GLE?
It's the end of the word that I can't make anything else for.
Ah, strap on up.
How many
the butt
games end
goal.
the gull? Come on.
Ah, yes,
Nick.
yes. Peggle.
Correct.
Peggle. That's why I got confused by the ghoul, and then when you said that's the end of the word, I was like, okay, Peggle. Don't
Right.
ask me how I know about that.
Absolutely precise hostilities pretender. Absolutely precise hostilities pretender. This one's been on Game Pass for a long time.
Absolutely precise hostilities pretender. Absolutely precise.
I don't think either of you have probably played this, but Mort got it.
Absolutely precise. This is another one of those ones where I've never heard of the game and I have to try and guess it based purely on the words. I don't know.
Bum, bum, bum. It is, if neither of you know, you give up.
You give up, Rand?
I have no clue.
Totally accurate battle simulator.
Oh, yes. I
There you
have
go.
heard of that game.
But Rand still won, so
heard of
whoever
that.
Nick said Rand was playing for at the beginning, just message me
Yep.
either through
Yes.
Cody Bishop.
Cody Bishop, either message me through Patreon, through Discord, or through the forums, and I will get you a thing.
Yeah, I actually have heard of that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been around and in Game Pass for a very long time, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Damn it. I always get them after I've lost.
It's a
Always.
pattern.
Fucking hell, man. Always. Okay. It's that time of the show that Jesse and I look forward to, I reckon, the most.
It's the
So
reason
good that
John's not here today. He doesn't
Yeah.
come around because of this part.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Because
Cracker
Jesse and
Jacks, for subscribing to the
we-
channel. Cracker Jacks.
Jesse and I legitimately love our patrons. We actually genuinely love our
They
patrons.
love cats.
Yeah.
And-
So here they go. They get to see a cat.
And that's despite me not getting a cent of their money. I don't see a dime. I don't see any of it. But the fact that they even put their money towards this endeavor is such a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
And we cannot thank them or appreciate them enough. I know Rand appreciates his, even though there's a lot of overlap between
Yeah,
our
but
patrons.
you never tell me you love me though, and I'm a Patreon.
Rand hates his YouTube members because he won't let them
Yeah,
exist.
but you're not.
Well,
You're not even
so
nice
the thing,
to me.
The thing with that is, like, I do the Patreon thing, so it's easy to split the money between me and Jez. Well, actually, I actually give Jez takes 75% of the Patreon money.
Mm.
Does he really?
It's just easier that way. That's
I
like
get
one of the reasons.
none of the money.
You know,
Well,
none
I mean,
of it.
it's just I've had the thought about the member stuff, but I wanted to, like, you know, it was just easier to just be
it
like,
is more
everybody get on
complicated. You can't
Patreon.
tie them together. Yeah.
And it was just like, so Jez can get some of that, and yeah, so.
I don't get a cent. That is why I get paid in free games. That's,
Especially
that
from
is
the
my
audience.
Payment. I get paid in free games. That's it. I don't see any of
skipped
the
ads.
money. But
There you
I
go, live chat.
appreciate the patrons nonetheless because they're helping me go to Germany with my very
Especially
long
that
flight.
maniac Torn Raptor. My goodness.
Yeah,
Torn Raptor.
Torn Raptor and Jordan Andow, who've been going nuts the last few
No
weeks.
Jordan tonight. Feels weird.
Yes,
He's been around
not
so much.
tonight. Yeah, but Torn Raptor, especially today, has gone insane. 500
This
500?
week.
Yeah.
He's done 120 gifted subs and $1,000 in super chats.
Yeah.
That I remember. He's
yes,
probably done
Zach
more
Riley.
knowing him.
I do snatch the codes quite quickly. You're lucky I've already got, what's its face? What's the game that he put in earlier? Edge Runners? You're lucky I've already
Ghost
got
Runner.
that on a couple of platforms. Oh, Ghost Runner. I don't know why I said Edge Runner.
Because you love edging.
You're lucky I've already got Ghost Runner on a couple of platforms and I didn't need to take that code. But yes, so we want to thank all our patrons. We're always trying to come up with ways to sort of improve the Patreon value. John and I are still doing the movie podcast, which I really do want to start to get guests on if people are willing to do it, because it'd be nice to hear about movies and TV shows from other
Because
people.
John and Nick
we
have
just
really.
talked about that during Xbox 2, bro.
Yeah, John and. Well, we used to, but then it
do our
started.
show after
It
Xbox 2
You know what,
started
we need-
dominating.
We do. I talk about the shows I'm watching on Xbox 2. I mean, I made Omen and Nick on Death, but we do have to talk about a show, Nick.
What?
The
What
Bear
show?
Season 3.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I wouldn't say it's terrible. I say
it's so bad.
I say it's all set up and no payoff because it's half a season.
What do you
I
mean?
think
it's
that's
half
the
a
problem.
season?
Because it's clearly this season was designed as 2. And it's kind of like Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2, where it's all set up and there's no payoff. Because all the payoff's coming next season.
But there's no setup in this season. All this season was catch up and backstory. That's all this season was.
No, I'm saying like with Sydney, what is she doing? Carm's
That's
stuck.
That's
like,
the only thing.
The characters
that
are all
actually-
starting something and they haven't progressed to, like, normally it would all be within a season arc. So Carmi is like stuck because that's just how, and like because Carmi's stuck and the all the people in the the restaurant,
Yeah.
they don't know like where they're going, so it's like the storyline about the restaurant is stuck too, right?
The storyline about the restaurant was nothing in this season. There was no storyline about the restaurant.
Because they're all stuck. That's the whole reason. It's like there's like Richie is in his own, like all the characters have their own plot threads, but they're not going anywhere because the resolution to them is in essentially next season in another 10 more episodes.
I felt like nothing happened in this season.
Yeah, nothing happened because
It felt like nothing happened. It was
Which
just
episode did you
such
hate?
a letdown.
Which episode did you dislike the most? I know for a lot of people it's Ice Chips. The one with
I didn't mind Ice Chips. That was actually the one episode that wasn't too bad. I actually didn't mind Ice Chips.
yeah.
Like, at least, yes, it had nothing to do with the restaurant, but something happened. She had a baby. Like, something actually happened. And it gave us something on the mother, which we didn't have as much on compared to other non-main characters. So we got a look at the mother more. And the relationship with her daughter and, like, how much that changed. Because she didn't have much of a relationship with her daughter. Her daughter basically hated her. So I would argue that was probably maybe the best
I'm
episode.
saying like some people don't like that episode. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely the weakest season by far. Like season 1 and season 2 have such a clear cut story.
Yes.
And where everything's going, and then season 3 had a lot of detours along the way, where like nothing progressed, and it's just like
I was such a letdown. And
the thing is, like next season's going to be the last.
Really, God, it has to be good then. It has to be good. Like, because the reason this season was such a letdown is because of how incredible the first 2 seasons were.
Yeah.
That's why this was such a letdown, because those first 2 seasons of The Bear, it's one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Let me ask you this: episode 1 with the with the Trent Reznor 9 Inch Nails music underneath the whole thing, with the flashbacks of what Carmi was doing, essentially like the intercutted flashbacks of what he did after the Fishes episode when he went to New York and started becoming the chef.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like that episode or did you hate
No.
that episode?
It's probably actually the first episode could be the one I hated the most.
Really? Because I thought the first episode was a complete masterpiece in every way.
Why?
Because you don't see TV shows like... Because I've always wondered what Carmi's trajectory was after the episode where the mom drew the car through the... into the house. And this gave us a look at what Carmi was going through and what he put himself through to kind of distance himself not only from...
But we knew that. We already knew from the first 2 seasons.
We knew it from people talking about it. We didn't actually see it. And the way they cut it up, where you finally got... We didn't know that... at least I don't remember. That he didn't even go to his brother's funeral. You know what I mean?
I can't remember. No, I think we did know that.
Yeah, but we might have, and I'd have to rewatch season 1 or season 2. But the way it was all layered, the way it told the story about how Carmi basically, when he's presented with a problem like his brother or his family stuff, he basically just focuses so intently on something, right? And and it's supposed to be then, oh shit, the same thing's gonna happen because of what happened with Claire. And then you get to the second and third episode, and like nothing's going on, and he's changing the menu every day. Like it's a good, because he's throwing himself at the problem to try to distract them from the real thing. Just like, and I felt that episode. I don't know. I thought the first episode was a masterpiece.
I got all that part. Like I understand that the reason he was going all psycho and changing the menu and getting all. We've got to clean up every single night and clean up the entire restaurant every night. He was clearly doing that to help deal with what was happening with Claire. Like I understand all that, but to me that doesn't give me anything in terms of the show. Like we already know he was like that anyway because of his time at the New York restaurant with Joel McHale.
Well, did you at least like that payoff?
What payoff? The Joel McHale payoff?
Where he actually spoke to him, and Joel McHale was
but like Joel McHale was like, whatever.
Yeah. But that was fucking brilliant though, because it's like, this is what you wanted, isn't it? I took you were just an okay chef, and now you're excellent.
Yeah, and I made you great.
Yeah, and he was like, it's like the scene from Mad Men where he's like, I think about you all the time, and the guy and the other guy's like, I don't think about you ever. And it's like, dude, that was like I was like, oh man, that's great. But yeah, the rest of the episodes were kind of like, as far as forward progress into the plot.
Yeah.
It was just a season of they're just standing around not doing much.
I'm not saying nothing good happened at all. I'm just saying as a season, it was a letdown. I mean,
for sure. As a season, like I was expecting so much from this. I didn't think it would be essentially a to be continued.
Yes,
like
I
they
was
ended
so
it.
excited.
I was like,
for this
oh,
season.
no wonder the season feels like this because it's 2 seasons.
The next season better be better.
I mean, you could tell where this is going. She's gonna leave, right? She's totally.
I assume so. I assume she'll leave.
And Marcus is gonna become. He seems to be doubling down. He likes Carmi's focus. Is Carmi gonna become Joel McHale? Where he drives people away, but then also forces people who stay under him to become the better versions of themselves, even if they hate it?
Maybe.
Are we going to end this show where Carmi doesn't realize any of his internal issues and just... Oh, man, I don't know.
This is why we do Sick and X Flicks, so that it doesn't dominate a video game podcast.
Right. See? So that maybe Rand would be a good guest on Sick and X Flicks.
Well,
does Rand watch...
So.
Do you watch movies, though?
Yeah, I mean, you know. Sure, if they interest me.
Okay.
I just love the Bears so much, and I saw your tweet, and I sort of agree with you. I didn't hate the season, but I did think it was like a big letdown in comparison.
It was
to
a
the others.
letdown.
Yeah,
it was a big letdown.
I mean, because I thought it was like the best show on television. The Bear, easily. Like,
yeah,
I was
the same. Like,
and I've gotten so many people to watch it. You know,
we have never talked about a TV show on Sick and X Flicks, but we talked about the Bear. We dedicated an episode to the Bear. That's how much John and I love the Bear. Like, it was just unbelievable.
There was a message in chat you probably missed, John. John, Jesus Christ, you said John. Nick. It was from Torn Raptor, so it carries a lot of weight. He said, a Nintendo podcast would be great, Nick. And then he put your face.
I know.
Yeah.
He says it all the time. He means it. And I want to do it. I'm not mucking around. It's not a joke. I legitimately want to do a Nintendo podcast. Right now, how would I have the time? Why do you think I so desperately want to do this full time? If I could do this full time, I'd do a Nintendo podcast. We'd do the movie podcast more. I might even do a PlayStation podcast. I've got a folder in my XboxEra graphic design folder. I have logo... I've been doing logo brainstorming for a PlayStation podcast. I've got a name for it already. I've got a tagline for it already.
I would say those are the things you get to do when there's so much Xbox-focused content that we can then start branching out a bit. It wouldn't be the thing we jump into. But...
You know, I get asked by a lot of American podcasts to be on, and it's hard with my time zone. It's hard with my time zone and my full-time job, so I can't. But if I was full-time, it wouldn't matter if I had to get up at 3 a.m. to do a podcast, because then I could just sleep all day and then get up in the afternoon
also
and do
say,
some stuff for XboxEra.
You know how PlayStation podcasts go. You would just mostly end up talking about Xbox anyways.
Yeah,
so what's the point?
Talk about Xbox regardless.
Yeah, bro, I'd probably
a few times a year, you get a really big game to talk about. But like a quarterly PlayStation podcast could probably work. The Switch 2 coming out would make it a lot easier to do Nintendo one.
Well, how do all the other PlayStation podcasts do it weekly?
They talk about Xbox all the time. Like, seriously, they do. It almost always invariably goes to that. Or third-party stuff. Like, it's a PlayStation podcast, but it's about third-party.
Torn Raptor, mate. That's part of why I thank the patrons.
Yeah, he's doing his part to get you closer. Because, to be frank, we're not where we need to be for 2 full-timers, so we do need a lot more just for that. And then Nick is the priority to become a full-timer after that. So we got to keep growing.
Yeah, I want to do my top 5 as well. I want to do the top 5, Abdul. I want to go back to doing my top 5 videos, and I'll do all of it if I can do this full time. I'll do all of it. I'll do it all. Don't worry. I'll do articles to help out Jesse. I'll do reviews. I'll do all of it. Trust me. I can't right now.
Yeah,
as much as I want to, I can't.
It's been a lull. I don't think we've gained a patron this month. Not a single one.
Yeah.
So
I'll start streaming. I'll even start streaming. I've been looking up, trying to get the Elgato green screen thing as cheap as possible because I want that proper one because it collapses and all that sort of stuff. I've now finally got this set up in a way where I can stream here. So I've got a camera and everything.
We're gonna bring back the start using the Twitch page more because YouTube's an a-hole about notifications and algorithm, all that shit. But if I'm just gonna play some regular game for 2 hours. The Xbox era on Twitch. A lot of people here probably already follow it. We're definitely gonna start using that more.
Yeah, I have this. I finally figured out how to get this set up so I can play my video games here instead of on that couch, which means I can have this camera and all that. Like I want to do it. We need to get there, and that's what the patrons are for. So, thanks for all the support again, because we went off on a tangent thanks to Rand talking about
a Rand-gent.
Hey, I mean,
yes.
What do you mean? Nick, of course, Nick wants to talk about the bear too. What are you talking about?
I love the bear. Just season 3, not so much. Season 4 of The Boys, however, is pretty good.
No
I
spoilers.
haven't started watching it yet, but I thought it became woke though. That's what everybody says.
People
don't
realize they were being
understand
made fun
that's
of.
what- Yeah, that's what people don't understand. The Boys is imitating life. It's like, I'm not intelligent enough to describe it, but that's the whole point of what The Boys
It's
is
satire.
doing. The Boys is
Like
making
it is satirizing, especially American politics.
satirical. It's what it does. Like, they mention being woke and they mention all that shit and make fun of all that stuff. That's what they're doing. I've seen on, like, if you use Twitter as your guide, then everyone hates The Boys season 4. I've quite enjoyed it. It's not the best season, but it's not this letdown that The Bear season 3 is. It's still, The Boys is still good. Like, I've seen people going, "Oh, The Boys is relying on like gore and violence." I'm like, that's what The Boys has always done. What are you talking about? Anyway, the most important perk of being a patron, even though Rand has never, I don't think Rand has ever asked the community question. Have you ever asked the community question?
No, I don't think so.
No. So there's a super secret area of the forum, a patron lounge, where you get to ask community questions that we read on the show. And that's where we are right now. Even though Rand is a patron, he's never asked the community question. Okay, I need water.
From Macca's.
Rand eats, I drink. Okay. Community questions. Are you ready, Jesse?
Yeah, I am.
First question. Hytham G.
It's a hell of a question.
What? Oh no. When it's a hot day outside, did you gents ever sweat? Because for me, I did. I was sweating like a dog, but man, what a hot day in the US. But your gents experience sweating in hot weather?
Yes.
I don't sweat.
Human
I don't
beings-
sweat that much. What?
Human beings sweat.
They do, but I don't sweat that much. Even
You
in
still
heat.
sweat though.
Yes, I sweat, but I'm just saying I'm not a massive sweater. despite being hairy and Greek. I don't sweat that much. Like I go to the gym. Even when I go to the gym on hot days, I actually don't sweat a lot.
This is fun. The question's kind of funny because it's like, you go outside, it's really hot, do you sweat? I'm almost like, hey, do you guys like eat and drink water? Do you guys have to go to the bathroom? It's like, yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, he asked
just
the
like
question
me,
that
for real.
A couple of weeks ago, he asked the question, have you ever got anything stuck in your throat? Sort of.
Yeah. I've had to go down the wrong tube to the point where you're constantly like coughing. But I don't think I've ever had a close call where you're like, you can't breathe.
No,
You're like
gonna do
you're
it.
like a
It's not the
Nancy
wrong
Reagan type.
tube. You know it's not going down the wrong tube, yeah?
Whatever. It's a saying. You know what I mean?
You know what it is?
What is it?
It's going down before you're ready for it.
Okay.
It's not that it's going down the wrong tube. It's
Going
down
into
the
your
only
lungs
tube.
would be terrible. Like you would be very out of it for a while.
It's just going down before you're ready for it. I do that
remember
with water a lot.
watching this one video and it was like, evolution or something about like the way either like evolution or like God created us or whatever is like, you think maybe like putting the same hole where you breathe and eat from would be a bad idea.
That's so true. It's so true. And we could talk about other holes and what they do as well, but we won't get into it. I have questions. But anyway. Omen. Happy Saturday. It's Sunday for me. What do you think will be the most recently released first-party game on Xbox Game Pass standard service when it launches? Do you think Starfield will be on it? It's a good question. You reckon they'll put
It's
Redfall.
launching in September, so probably. Yeah. I would say
reckon
Starfield
Redfall.
will be on there.
Yeah, with the way they were talking about it, I think anything that's a third party one that isn't on for like that's just on there forever. Like Batman Arkham Knight is still on there after like 6 years. Like those go in, but a lot of the newer day one things that are probably a year deal, maybe a year and a half, might not. Because if it is like 12 months, 16 months, whatever it ends up being for things to start going in. But all first party should always be there. So I am very curious what that wait is going to be. Is it 1 year? Is it longer?
I think Starfield would be the biggest carrot to get people onto it if they genuinely want people on it. But I suspect it might be Redfall, just to up the player count on that one.
On the standard tier? Why would that matter?
I don't know.
I mean,
are
not
we
adding-
talking about we
yeah.
talking about core or standard?
Standard.
Which is the one that has the pool of games?
Core has a
Standard
tiny pool, and then standard will have a bigger
Standard
pool.
then.
We don't know how
Standard.
big it will be, though. They said hundreds, I think.
Hey, 99 Rukin. JK, but you should do Nintendo Era. I'll pay to see that. See? I'm telling ya. The template's still there. I still want to do that Nintendo podcast. The
To be-
template is there. I managed to find a way to get a video of the Master Sword with like God rays on it as an animated thing.
To be frank,
template work,
outside
all
of
that
something like either the Patreon tripling in size at a minimum, at least tripling, or like having a Kickstarter for like the 360 book takeoff, we're not close to 3 people. So if you do like what you see, $3 a month, patreon.com/XboxEra. You get Nick Era.
At the very least, we don't clickbait. At the very least.
We could make more money
Or
if we did.
rage bait, I don't think. We could make
And
a
that's
little
very annoying. But yeah.
Okay. Jester X123. Hey guys, this is my first time asking a community question. Thanks for that, Jester. Last week, the question was asked about what games are underrated. I feel that Jusant is one of them. I played a lot of games, and it was one of the best games I've played in many years. The music and the story were absolutely perfect. I hope they make another one. What are your thoughts on it? Kind of on this topic, what game has the best and most touching soundtrack you have ever played? I have not played Jusant yet.
Very good.
Jusant is
And
a
I
very
enjoyed
good
quite
game.
a bit. Yeah, I'm with Rand.
Yeah.
I plan to
Jusant.
play it, but I haven't played it yet.
Soundtracks,
good.
huh? I mean, There's some good ones.
The best soundtrack, Streets of Rage 2. But
Best soundtrack
Is
might
it
be
touching?
Mass Effect.
touching. It's not touching. I don't find it any soundtracks
Chia.
touching.
I would put Chia up there for like a great touching soundtrack. It's like a very soulful,
Touching soundtrack. Okay.
moving game that really tugs at your heartstrings. So I would go with Chia.
Chia.
I personally don't find any soundtracks touching. That's just me.
Do you ever like get emotional when you play a game? Has a game ever made you emotional?
Just brothers.
Just brothers.
Just brothers.
Has movies ever made you emotional?
Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I cry in
I'm
movies
just
all the
saying,
time.
some people say, some people don't. You know.
No. I do. I'm not one of those. Oh, I'm too manly. I don't cry.
It's broken in many
I cry in
ways, but
movies.
not always.
Like the first movie I vividly remember really crying in was Armageddon.
You didn't like it when
That's the
Bruce
fir-
Willis died?
Yeah, when he's like, when Ben Affleck starts screaming and going, no,
Yeah.
don't. I was like, I was like losing my shit. I was like crying so bad. But that's the first time I specifically remember it. That doesn't mean it's the first time it happened. But otherwise, yeah, I cry in movies and stuff and choke up and shit like all the time. We've talked before about that episode of Futurama with the dog.
Oh my lord!
Oh my god!
Ooh. Because then it makes
Oh
you think
my-
about your dog and your pets you've had. So then you're thinking about them, and then you're like, oh.
I just think it's just sad. Full stop. Even if
It is sad. It's
feel like even
incredibly
if-
fucking sad. That episode is one of the saddest things I've ever seen of a show.
Oh my god!
And then the
it's-
music, I will
Wait for you. I'm like, oh my god! Like last time we talked about it, on this show, I went and watched it again, and I cried again. Like every single fucking time I cry when I see it because it is the saddest shit you've ever seen in your life. It's just like, oh my god, the dog is waiting until it dies. Oh my god. And because dogs are the best, like dogs are just like the best animal.
They are the best.
So it's just.
I've had to
oh
put
my
down
God.
3 dogs, and it doesn't get easier.
I've only had 2 my whole life. One I was a baby for, so I don't remember it. But the one I was older for, we got him when I was 17. That one had to get put down, and oh Jesus, it was the worst.
It was
Like,
the
we
worst. And
had-
then you're like, I'm never getting another dog, and then you get another dog, and always.
I haven't had one since yet. I've got a cat at the moment, but we're looking to potentially move to a bigger house, so we may get a dog. When
all
we
that
move to the
Xbox Era
bigger house.
money.
Yeah, right. I don't get to keep this house. I have to sell this house. But this house can't handle a dog. And I'm not going to have a dog in a house that
I'm
can't.
kind of like you. I don't think games ever brought me to tears or got me emotional. But movies,
Just
TV
Brothers.
shows, like the other day I watched. I literally turned on the Lost soundtrack, and I started listening to Lost.
I've never seen Lost.
Okay, but even just the soundtrack to parts of that I know, I was kind of like getting that. Oh my god, like kind of getting
That's,
emotional. Then
I was gonna say that speaking of Damon Lindelof, that is me with The Leftovers, especially the final season when you start getting like payoffs on
Good show.
all this shit that's been building
show.
up. Like
the end of the Wheel of Time, when I finally finished the Wheel of Time, the last 100 pages, I was literally like tears streaming down my face.
Rand Al Thor.
Seriously, I haven't experienced anything like that before. I mean, even when loved ones die, you get sad and stuff. But like this
Yes.
was, ooh, I read a book recently that fucking destroyed me, bro. I had like tears in my eyes. Like I don't know what it is. Like games don't do it for me, but books and movies and TV shows and like
Just
they can.
Brothers.
They'll get that shit.
Have you
right.
played Brothers?
Oh yeah, I even played the remake when it came out.
Well, that's how I gave everyone the clue on the remake. I said it's
Right.
a remake of the only game that's ever made me cry. So the people that
Such
knew
a-
me were like, "Oh, Brothers remake." So you didn't cry with Brothers, or get a little bit choked up?
I think I was more like surprised because I don't think I was expecting what happened. And because
okay.
you know the whole thing of like, well, I don't know if we should spoil the game, but
No, I mean, the game is
like,
quite old now.
you
Like,
can't.
come
Yeah,
on.
that is true. Like, you know the part where you're still trying to progress, but you can't. Like, he's gone. Your brother's gone.
Yeah.
I forget because I played it recently, but
I haven't played it for a while. I remember the spider part with the
yeah, the spider part.
there's the spider part because she's a spider.
But it was always like the whole game's like you're the brother. The big brother's on the left stick. The little brother's on the right stick.
Yes.
And then when you finally like swim across and the little brother dies and you're trying to like push something, I forget what it is, and you're just using the left
little
stick.
brother.
Or the other way around, whatever the other way around.
I was about to say the big brother dies.
The
not
big
little
brother, and it's the little brother. I have him mixed up, but he's trying to like progress or push, and you're just using the right stick because that's how you control him. And then like you're like, why can't I move? What am I missing? And then it's like, oh, it's the left stick where the big brother
that's right.
was, and he's like, oh shit.
And actually, like I said, I choked up and a tear came down with Brothers. Only game that's ever done that. The only one. It was, yeah. But its soundtrack definitely hasn't. I've never found a soundtrack touching. I have soundtracks that trigger my nostalgia and take me back to whatever. Like I said, Streets of Rage 2 for me is just. That
Dude,
has to be the greatest
I could listen to
video game
like
soundtrack.
the last track from Lost of the season finale at the very, very end. That shit give me the whole every time. Because I
have
can
to watch
picture in my head what exactly is happening, and it gets me every time, man.
Okay. No, that's not true, Trev, at all. Because I just saw 99 Rukin mention Iron Man's death. Oh my god, when Iron Man died, I was inconsolable. I've told this story before. I don't know if I've told you, Rand, but like when we watched Endgame and Iron Man died, and I knew it was coming because I'd already had it spoiled for me that Iron Man was dying. Like I think I had it spoiled for me like a year in advance.
I was an insider.
And when I actually, man, I got the copy of the Joker script a year before that movie came out. I got the entire script of the Joker. People think I'm just insider with games, mate. I get shit about movies too. I just never mention it. So my wife read the entire script of the Joker before that movie came out. But when I saw Iron Man die, I was sobbing uncontrollably to the point where my wife had to tell me to calm down in the cinema. She's like, people are looking. She's like, you need to relax. And I'm just like, I was just like full on sobbing uncontrollably.
I had a different reaction. I was so happy that I was not going to have to see Tony Stark in the movies anymore. I was like cheering and people were looking at me all weird. Because of
Oh
dick.
god, I was so upset. I was so upset. And also, yes, not when Ross and Rachel broke up. I didn't cry when Ross and Rachel broke up. I cried in the final episode where she's left a message for him on his answering machine. And then halfway through the message, she realizes that she loves Ross. And she's like, oh my God, I need to get off this plane. I need to get off this plane. And she's sitting there talking on the phone saying, I've got to get off this plane. And then the stewardess is like, no, ma'am, you have to stay on the plane. You have to stay on the plane. She's like, you have to let me on this plane. I have to tell this person that I love them. And Ross is like freaking out. He's like, oh my God, get off the plane, get off the plane. And all of a sudden, Rachel gets cut off. And Ross is like, no. He's like panicking. He's like, oh my God, did she get off the plane? Did she get off the plane? And all of a sudden, you hear Rachel behind him go, I got off the plane. And oh my God, I die on my ass every single time it happens. Every single time. It's just full on. Oh God. What a tangent.
Nothing. I felt nothing from that story.
Oh man, every time I hear Rachel go, I got off the plane, I'm like, I just, yeah. Movies and TV shows, definitely. Like,
if I surrounded you with like just a ton of screens that were nothing but Iron Man dying in those scenes, would you survive?
Oh, no, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, if I ever became an actor, and I've got a story about that too. If I ever became an actor and they needed me to cry on command, I would just think of
You
the
would
Futurama
think of the
dog
decision
part.
of yours to have kids. You'd be like, why did I do that?
Yeah, I would just think of the Futurama dog scene and I'd be able to just cry. Because it's so, yeah. Super chat from Jez. Poor Rand. What do you mean, poor Rand? Rand is the one causing all this.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? I was ready to
Rand
leave.
The
says
question
a
was
few
about
words.
touching soundtracks.
And then Nick
Yes,
says
Rand-
7,000 words and is 95% of the conversation, and then says other people did it.
I know,
This
right?
this question was about touching soundtracks, and Rand's like, "Has a movie or a TV show ever made you cry?" And then that's how we got onto this. So it wasn't me; it was
And
Rand.
then you're just going on about Friends and Rachel and stuff. Like, oh my lord.
Okay, next question. Julia, have we ever had a Patreon question from Julia before? Okay, Julia, what's your favorite snack / little treat?
I mean, I always enjoyed Doritos.
Oh yeah, once you start,
Yeah.
oh man, it's hard to stop.
Yeah, it sure is.
Oh,
But nah, I kind of stopped eating Doritos, but I do like me some Ritz crackers here and there.
oh
you
really?
know? Yeah, I like Ritz
God,
crackers.
they're so bland.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll put peanut butter on them. And then
Oh,
they're good.
American peanut butter,
right.
by the way, is a treat. It is not.
Or
global
Ritz
peanut
crackers
butter.
with cheese. They're really good, you know?
Okay, yeah,
So-
with some cheese.
It's a good base for a snack.
What do you mean?
One of my favorite
bread is a treat in America.
Bread,
Bread- your
white bread
bread
is
is
not
cake.
white bread is not nearly as popular as it used to be. It got super popular because it was so cheap, but people have really moved back to like honey wheat and different types of wheat and actual flavorful breads that aren't sugar filled.
I was about to say your normal white bread is just cake.
Yeah, it was
Isn't it?
because it was so cheap that people could afford to eat it because we've always had a class issue, like most of the globe. But yeah, for me, my favorite would probably be Ritz crackers with like cheddar and pepperoni. If like I'm gonna treat myself for a little snack.
So you guys don't have a lot of the stuff we have, do
Oh,
you?
no,
Like,
there's
you
a
don't have
lot of
Tim
different
Tams.
crackers, but they're
You
cheap.
don't have Tim Tams in
I
America.
do actually. They have an international section at the store that has Tim Tams.
And you guys started getting Tim Tams.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have stores here dedicated to importing American treats, like lollies and all that sort of stuff.
I've had jelly
man,
babies and lion bars.
Some of the shit you guys have is just, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like when I was in Queensland, my dad gave me Twinkies. He gave me a Twinkie. I'd never had a Twinkie before.
They're kind of
That was the first time I ever had a Twinkie. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was nice.
It's just they're fine in small amounts, but they give you like 20 in a box, and then they're gone in a day, and you're like, my stomach. Every time.
Yeah. I like TV snacks. In Australia, we have TV snacks, which is from the same company that makes Tim Tams, Arnott's.
Tim Tams.
TV snacks are really, really nice. They've got it's literally just biscuits coated in chocolate, but there's like different versions, and they've got one called Malt Sticks, which are super, super nice.
You know, when I would go to the movies, I would get Reese's Pieces. It's always my favorite.
Reese's
Yeah.
Pieces are weird.
I should try those.
There's no chocolate in them. They are just peanut butter and a candy shell.
Caramel.
No,
Yeah.
peanut butter and a candy shell. Like what the candy shell is, I don't know. There's no caramel, but it's our peanut butter, so it's very sugary.
Oh, really? Oh,
American
maybe I can't
peanut butter
have those.
is
My son's anaphylactic.
Pure sugar, so.
Oh, is it?
Yep. That's why, like, for us, peanut butter is a sweet snack, unlike most of the world where it is, like, savory.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it healthy or anything, but like
No.
you can add it to healthy stuff. and it
Anything
doesn't
butter is
ruin
never
it too
healthy.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like almond butter, not
Oh,
healthy
but
at
we
all.
have butters here. I mean, I assume you do as well. But we have butters here that are like dairy free and all that sort of stuff. The brand is Nutellix. I'm trying to think what else. I need to try Reese's Pieces because, again, all those American import shops get them, and I've never tried them before.
All right.
All the cereals that they get, they import all the American cereals too. It's like, oh my god, no wonder you guys have the problems you have over there.
Mm-hmm.
When I see
Too
all
much
that
good food.
stuff. Yeah, good. Okay. What about you? Rand said Reese's Pieces, didn't you?
Yes, I like Reese's Pieces. Yes.
Okay. Jesse, brother. I've already been very positive about Starfield, but until the recent patches that allowed higher inventory capacity, easier navigation, and most importantly, better survivability, I actually never completed the campaign. Until this week. So yeah, I freaking love this game, and Kayasante was right about Andrea being the best romance option. Now, as I'm sure Nick Rand and Jordan Andow's 100 final super chats have already made this stream last 4 to 5 hours.
Not even one.
So no question from me this week. Just want to say well done, England, and vive la France. France! You know that meme? Do you know that meme, Rand?
No.
With the Miss Universe contestant that screams out, France! And it just sounds hilarious. Look it up on Twitter. What happened with England? Is it to do with the
they're
politics?
in the final for soccer balls.
They're in the final,
Yeah.
yes, for the Euro.
And the politically, both of them and France both kicked. France stayed progressive, and England got rid of the Tories. So
Oh, yes, well, yeah. The United States will follow your lead.
maybe not after
politically.
tonight.
Oh, you sure about that? There, you sure about that? You can keep your stupid metric system. Okay. I still can't believe you guys are Imperial. Fuck, that's stupid.
It's a lot of money to
England's
change
even
it.
weirder. England is even weirder. England is metric, yet when you watch Wimbledon, they still use miles per hour. I'm like, what are you doing? As a country, you use the metric system. What are you doing? Oh, just so dumb. Anyway, thanks, Jesse, brother. Boris26. Hello, gents. Do any of you, I assume, have any insight on if Game Pass Family Plan is still coming? I thought that was officially scrapped. Or has Xbox abandoned it because their partners weren't comfortable with the price point? Also, I'm surprised Xbox didn't introduce a new tier above Ultimate that includes the deluxe editions of their games, including all DLC, subscriptions to WoW, ESO, etc., and maybe EA Play Day 1 and Ubisoft Plus. Thanks for
$50
Man,
a
that's
month,
a brilliant idea. Hey, there's people that would go on it.
We had the same question on our Patreon. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's tough to do something above Ultimate. Plus,
All
what
of
would
those
be
cost at least $15 a month on their own. Ubisoft is $18. EA Play Day 1, I think, is $20. And
EA
WoW
Play
is
Day 1's
$15.
not even on Xbox console.
Yeah,
They
like
don't even do it on
adding
the
all
console.
that,
No.
So-
you wouldn't just double. You might triple. You might be like $60 a month for all of that if the other companies even wanted to.
But if it's not costing you anything, all that can happen is you just have no one sub to it. But I think that's actually a pretty good idea.
I do think they're also in the we want to not have a bajillion tiers. So they already technically have 4, like adding more
Okay,
onto
so
that.
cut one. So merge core and standard and add this tier.
What would you call it?
I know
Ultimate
people
Plus?
that would take this tier. I know people that would take this tier.
Plus-timate.
What would you call this tier?
Maybe rebrand everything and have this one be Ultimate and call Ultimate something else.
It's
Call it Game Pass. Call it Xbox Game Pass Day 1 or something. The old Ultimate. And then call this one Ultimate. I don't know.
I mean, they're getting yelled
do a
at for just
rebrand.
making a couple of small-ish changes.
It's Microsoft. They're
would-
going to get yelled at. They're going to get yelled at regardless. It's Microsoft. Microsoft could give away Game Pass for free and people will write articles about how they're fucking destroying the industry. It's Microsoft. Like, it doesn't make a difference. Just call this one Ultimate and rebrand Ultimate to something else.
Game Pass Perfect. GPP.
I'm telling you, man, I know people that would sub to this one.
It depends on the price. Because even I don't know if like we talked about like is there a price point where you think Ultimate you would unsubscribe, and I said probably anything over 25 is probably.
But it
my
ultimately
limit.
comes down to what it's giving you. People will pay like most people whenever they hear about Apple One, people are like, "Oh my god, Apple One $50." Like Apple One is $50 a month Australian, and I pay it, but I use almost everything on it, so I see the value. So I pay. Would I pay
Right.
$50 a month for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate? No, because I don't see that value. People will pay depending on the value they see.
Yeah,
or perceive.
right. But like we're thinking, oh, that tier above Ultimate would be $30, when in reality, like Jesse said, that tier could be 40, 45, 50, and at that point, like
I was about to say it'd be more than that.
Yeah,
If it's
Ubisoft
including
on
at
its
that
own
point,
is
it's like-
even more.
18. And I think the EA Play that's day one everything is
World
20.
World of Warcraft's 15.
Yeah, World of Warcraft. So you got
What's
Okay,
Fallout
but
76
it's
day
roughly
one?
roughly $55 for those three a month.
That's fine, but you don't have to. You don't have to price it in that way. You don't have to price it where you're adding up the existing standalone subscriptions. Subscriptions don't have a cost like traditional things do. So it's not like you'd be losing money by that subscription being less money. If that, like, you know how. So if you sell a product, that product has a cost. So if you cut your price, you're eating into your profit. Subscriptions don't have a cost in that way. It's just a number.
But it's also like, is it worth it for EA and Ubisoft to give up all those sales?
Well, that's a different ballgame. That's something they have to work out with Xbox and how much of a cut of that subscription they get. So, because I would argue that Ubisoft Plus probably doesn't have as many subscribers as Game Pass Ultimate, yeah? I would assume. Safe to say.
Probably not.
If this subscription, like weren't EA absolutely wrapped with Game Pass Ultimate because of how many people they gained because of it?
Yeah, for
I
the
remember
vaults.
reading articles saying that EA was super happy with Game Pass Ultimate and EA Play being part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see Ubisoft going, well, hold on, if this new tier of Xbox gains us another 2-3 million people and we get a cut of that, a couple of bucks, $2-3, yeah, we'll take it. Sure.
I guess it all depends on what the pricing is, right? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it happening, personally.
Oh, God, I actually reckon that's a great idea.
I mean, you don't
I
think
actually
they, you don't think they probably talked about that before and have
I don't know.
workshopped it and
Microsoft's
stuff?
stupid. I have no idea if they have or not. They're a
Microsoft's stupid.
company.
I mean, you know, like it's like, you know, all the different subs you can do for like Office 365 and stuff. Subscriptions are their bag, man. I kind of feel
You say that, but you know how many years I've been saying, why doesn't Microsoft do an Apple One subscription where it's everything, and they haven't done it? So are they smart? I don't know. I don't think they are.
I don't know. As for the friends and family, I don't think it's 100% dead.
No?
I don't think so.
I thought they kind of officially said
Well,
it.
they're reevaluating it because partners had concerns about the value for them, like their third parties.
Yeah.
So it's not like it can't happen. It was super fucking cheap, like holy shit levels of cheap. If it was to come back, I would imagine it might be a tiny discount and not a ridiculously huge one like it was.
And now it would be more expensive because you just raised prices regardless. So, yeah, we'll
Like
see.
if 5 people are getting it now and it's $20 a month, what is it, 50 a month? $10 a person? Like it's not going to be the barely twice despite giving you all that like it was before.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Boris, Rand and Jesse seem to disagree, but I reckon that ultimate Game Pass tier would be great. I reckon that, like, again, I literally, I know it's anecdotal, but I literally know people who would sub to that.
Yeah, but I literally know people who wouldn't.
Yeah, I know people that wouldn't too. I wouldn't.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Neither would I.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I know people that would, and if I
Well,
know people that would,
I'm sure they would, but I mean, is it? I don't know. I just sort of be like, is it worth having like, hey, come subscribe to our subscription? It's $60 a month, by the way, for all this stuff. I would imagine the signups would be quite low because that's quite a high of a price.
it is. But if you look at what you're getting, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to claim that they'd get 30 million on this tier. That's not what I'm trying to claim. I'm just saying I think there'd be enough people to justify its existence. It's a very convenient subscription. Like, there'd be people out there that are like, hold on, I play WoW, I play ESO. Oh, I'll take day one Xbox games. And, oh, hey, if I can get EA's games and Ubisoft's games day one, shit, why not? That saves me a lot of money. Like, there would be people like this that I think would sub to this. Because they'd look at the cost. They'd look at the cost of Xbox's games.
A lot of they'd already be doing it if it was like so simple. You know?
I don't agree. I think you're giving Microsoft too much credit.
Maybe.
I think you're giving Microsoft way too much credit.
Jesse's not enthused by this discussion.
It's the same thing from Nick always.
I don't know. I mean, again, your same logic would apply to Microsoft having an all-in-one sub like Apple does, and yet they've never done it before. They've never done a sub that has Office.
They're not allowed to bundle things as a company. They're just not, like, they have to take things out of their bundles because they start getting regulatory pressure, like taking teams out. When they try to do huge bundles, they get attacked. And it's called unfair because they are too big. They are enormous, so it makes sense.
Okay.
So
this is just for Xbox.
Okay, but you're saying like they've never done the all-in-one. I'm telling you why they've never done the all-in-one. They haven't done it because they are not allowed to bundle.
This is why the show's 5 hours long, because of you, Nick. Nobody else.
They can't do super bundles because they are too powerful and influential. And they are too focused on by regulators, and they should be, because when they weren't, they were evil shitheads, and they would very much just go back to that again if they could. So they
Still don't see
them.
why they'd get in trouble for having an optional subscription that you have to pay for that includes everything.
They're not allowed to even put they can't even put teams into anything.
But that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing, though.
But if they want to buy any more people, like, everything matters for them. Like, the scrutiny they will get for any move like that is always very high.
They wouldn't get scrutiny for charging people for an optional subscription. They're not going to get in trouble for that. They're not forcing anyone onto anything. It's not the same thing, Brett.
We're forcing people into other stuff. They were offering great value to people, and they got attacked.
Windows 11 is the entire operating system. That's a different ballgame. This is a subscription for all different services. It's not just that Windows thing.
They put Office and everything on to Mac and all that. Your subscription gets it for you. It's not just Windows.
I subscribe to Office 365.
I know.
I know.
And you don't get Teams with it anymore.
Teams was a free thing anyway. Teams was already free.
No, it was part of the subscription. Teams. I know, but there's a better version and stuff. Like, in the end, the ideas can all work, but there can just be reasons we don't know why it doesn't happen. That sometimes is the case, sometimes isn't. We don't know. Our lack of knowledge and information is never-endingly frustrating. But most people just accept it, but Nick does not. Next question.
It was a great idea, Boris. Great idea. Fantastic, in fact. I might subscribe if they ever do it. LeeLayfield. G'day, gents. Hope you're all doing well. I'm very much looking forward to this project you've been working on. A special limited run Nintendo era podcast leading up to the Switch 2 and its launch window, perhaps.
Why would that be John and Predrag working on that? That would be Nick all time, and it is not.
I would.
Hey,
that's a good idea.
I saw the secret project.
Mm-hmm. Some of our patrons
John showed it to me a couple days ago.
Yep.
Right.
Feedback.
Yep. The actual secret project. Yeah. What do you think, Rand? Just a very broad.
What do you think, Rand?
Do you think he's overselling
What do you think of it?
I don't know. What do you mean overselling it? I didn't see any.
Because John's been like, earth shattering. I'm crying all the time.
John's like, oh my god, it's game changing.
It's a cool idea. Like I thought it was,
Me too.
But how, like, based on your... Oh no, I can't say that because then I'd say too much.
Can't say anything about it. That was it. I went as far as we could go. You'll have to ask him after the show, if it ever ends.
Okay. Question. I've just finished Metroid Dread. Oh, what a game. The third best Metroidvania ever. Ooh, third.
You never played Hollow Knight?
After
It gets really
Hollow
good.
Knight and Ori 2. Hey.
Prince of Persia: Lost
What
Crown.
other recent
Hey.
Metroidvanias would you recommend? And yes, Nick, I played Prince of Persia, but my file corrupted and oh no, and I'm not starting again. Prince of Persia. Oh. Also, what's the best way to continue supporting you guys? By which I mean, what platform takes the least money out from donations? YouTube, Patreon, PayPal? Don't answer if it's going to get you in trouble with the YouTube.
It doesn't
gods.
get you in.
Isn't it
No.
Patreon?
Patreon is 8%. The PayPal is almost nothing right now. So if you just are looking to give money for Germany, the PayPal takes almost nothing, like 1% or something. Patreon takes 8% every month, and YouTube takes between 20 and 40.
So forget YouTube.
Yeah, which I always feel bad because the good thing on YouTube, the gifted memberships do get people access to Second X Flicks and
Yes.
other stuff we do, and the lounge on Discord. So anyone who got gifted a sub tonight, if you join discord.gg/XboxEra, you get the YouTube and Patreon lounge. So that is very much worth it. But yeah, the best thing by far for now, while it's up, is the PayPal. They take almost nothing. For this drive we're doing for Gamescom, but other than that, it is 100% Patreon.
Okay. Now, Hollow Knight. Other Metroidvanias. Dude, I know your file corrupted, but even Rand will tell you, just start again. Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really good. Really, really, really good. Probably.
It's still my game of the year so far.
Yeah,
2024.
although that my game of the year might be going to Cyberpunk right now. I don't know.
What?
I finally started playing Cyberpunk 2077.
But how could that be your game of the year? It came out years ago.
Game of the year is not limited to the only games releasing in a certain year.
Yes, it is.
If I wanted to then say what's the best game I played that released this year, it'd probably be Prince of Persia.
Well, when people say game of the year 2024, they're not talking about a game that released in
Most
2020.
people, Nick, it'd be like, what's the best game you played this year? Right?
Well, that's a different question.
Mm.
But what's like game of the year 2024? That indicates you're talking about a game that came out in 2024.
Could you say Shadow of the Erdtree?
You can. People yell at you.
Well, I
There's
don't
an
know. Is that a
expansion.
game? Isn't it DLC?
Yeah.
It's an expansion to Elden Ring.
That is bigger than most games, by far.
I was about to say, apparently that's like almost like a standalone game, isn't it? So I guess
You can get an easy 20 to 30 hours out of it, yeah. Or more. People
guess
get
so.
weird
For
about
me, it's
like
Prince of Persia.
all these lists are pointless. They're just kind of a fun thought exercise. So whatever you feel like you should just go ahead and do. That's how I think.
Well, we're in July now, and for me, it's Prince of Persia. As of this moment, it's Prince of Persia.
It's up
That
there along with
game
Balatro.
is just... Oh, yes.
And we know
Balatro's
by the
another
end of
one.
the year, it's going to be Astrobot.
Astrobot, or yeah, probably Astrobot or Zelda. But we'll see. That's 4 games that are up there for me. Like it's very rare for me to have that many games in genuine consideration for Game of the Year. Very, very rare. Funny enough, Metroid Dread was my Game of the Year 2021. Is that when Metroid Dread came out?
No idea.
I can't remember. When did Metroid Dread release? 2021. Yeah, so Metroid Dread was my Game of the Year 2021. Zelda Link's Awakening Remake was my Game of the Year 2019. That's why Zelda Echoes of whatever it's called is going to be up there for me. Yeah, Balatro is another good one. I don't think it quite pips Prince of Persia for me because I love my Metroidvanias. But yes, LeeLayfield, even Rand will back me here. Just start Prince of Persia again. Start it again.
Yeah, it's pretty damn
It's getting
good.
DLC. It's getting story DLC. Are you looking forward to that?
I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Why maybe?
I don't know. I don't really do DLCs very often sometimes.
I love DLC, like, and I'm talking traditional, simple, DLC that just adds a little bit more to a game. It's one of my favorite things that ever happened to the gaming industry. The fact that I can pay a little bit more money and get more out of this game that I love, I think that's one of the greatest things that ever happened to games.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there was a time
love
I did all the DLCs for games because of the achievement stuff, but sometimes I just, I don't know. Like, sometimes when I'm done with the game, I'm done with the game. Right?
Some of them are
And-
also just
Yeah, I
they're really
understand
hard to
that.
get back into. Like, even I was
Yeah.
going to review the Avatar Frontiers of Pandora expansion, and I did not remember how that game worked at all. And I really enjoyed that game when I reviewed it. But just trying to get back into something when you haven't touched it for a long time, it's really
Yeah,
rough.
I get that.
It's like I'm playing
get
Cyberpunk
that.
now, right? I've never played Cyberpunk before. So
Oh, really?
I have the main game plus the DLC Phantom Liberty. So I'll play it because like it's here because I've waited so long to play the game. But usually a lot of the times DLC comes out so much later than when you actually play
Yeah.
through the game, and it's kind of like
yeah.
I've forgotten how to play it. I've forgotten where everything was. Like with Prince of Persia Lost Crown, like I could imagine the whole when I was playing, I could imagine the whole map. And I'd be like, oh, this is over here, this is over there, this is over here. Like I know you could use the little markers to mark things and where things were. I didn't use that because I didn't have to because I have a pretty good memory when it comes to that stuff. So I'm like, oh, I know this is here, I know this is here. I'm gonna go back here to grab this and stuff. But you know, when DLC comes out a little bit later, when I get back in the game, I'm like, oh, now I'm not good at the combat anymore because you know, like I'm not like in it, and now I don't remember the map very well. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand that argument. Yeah. I guess so. I mean, I'm still going to get that DLC for Prince of Persia. Although, do I get it for having the deluxe edition, or do I still have to buy it?
I think you have to buy it. I don't remember.
I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it was a part of the deluxe edition.
Oh, okay. I'll buy it. Like, I will gladly take an excuse to play Prince of Persia again.
I'll probably
It was a
review
great
it.
game.
Maybe I could ask for extra codes. Nick.
It was so utterly fantastic. Like, I just... There's not much that gets me like a good Metroidvania. There's just not
You ever play
much.
SteamWorld Dig 2? It's a very fun one.
No.
I like that game a lot.
Like, my top 3 Metroidvanias, despite my age, I'm 44. Despite my age, you would think one of my favorite Metroidvanias is like an old one. No. My top 3 Metroidvanias of all time, in no order because I can't decide an order, are Metroid Dread, Ori 2, and Prince of Persia. They're my 3 favorite Metroidvanias. Shadow Complex has been bumped out of the top 3. And Strider is fantastic as well.
Strider is a really great one too.
Strider is
And
very good.
Don't listen to Nick. Hollow Knight's really good as well.
Oh, Hollow Knight is not.
Hollow Knight, you need, if you don't know
Hollow
what to
Knight
do
is
early on, it can be very frustrating. But
Yeah,
once you
that
do
is
know
true.
what you're doing and you, like, especially a lot of people that go back to it, like, oh, I get everything I need in like 3 hours. It's like, first time you played, it probably took you like 8 to get to the point you're like, oh shit, I've got this. Because like 25% on from that game, or even like 15% on from, like, you've completed 15%. First 15% can be rough if you don't know what you're doing or how it works. From then on, and all the boss fights and all the DLC and everything, top tier, amazing, absolutely fantastic. But it is
But I'm not.
if you
but
don't
I'm
know
not a
exactly
fan
what to
of
do
the
early
combat.
on, it's annoying. Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the combat, and I'm not a fan of the fact that every single area looks exactly the same. It goes against what makes a Metroidvania. Like half of a Metroidvania's design is in the different, like, it's about the differentiation of those areas. That's
It
what
does
part of what made Ori so
change.
good.
not a bajillion%, but there's change to it. Also, we're like
Prince
halfway
of
through the
Persia,
questions.
it's actually probably Metroid Dread's weaker part. Like, the areas aren't very different in Dread. Prince of Persia is amazing. That pirate ship level of Prince of Persia, unbelievable. One of the most beautiful and visually just
and
my
it's sold
God,
like shit.
with those dudes that are frozen in time. Oh God! Can't wait for that DLC for Prince of Persia.
Yeah, it's not out yet.
Sorry,
Nothing. Next question.
LazarWolf. What's a genre of games you've always been curious about but never really tried out? That's a good question.
I don't have any.
He asked the same question to us. So, I said, because my friends have been talking up a lot about Inscription and Balatro and Slay the Spire. I'm curious about it, but I'll probably never play it. So it'd be those like roguelike deck builders games.
Yeah.
I just...
Those are some of the best if they ever do the Xbox handheld and you get one. Maybe they just send one to you even if you don't want to buy it. Yeah, they are perfect for that, especially. Both the Legion Go, I'll piss John off. Both the Legion Go and the Steamdeck, like those deck building roguelikes are great. I'm reviewing Darkest Dungeon 2 right now, which comes out on Xbox next week. And it's not a deck building, but it is a roguelike strategy game. Those types are really good for handheld.
Yeah, because it's really difficult. Because like I think I played most of the genres out there. Like I don't care for RTSs and stuff, but people always like, like my buddies are all like, "You love Inscription." I don't even know really what Inscription is, but
Unique.
Balatro, and I was like, "Slay the Spire."
Balatro is amazing.
Slay the Spire is really hard.
Having said that, Rand, like, as much as I love Balatro, I don't know if that means I'd want to play other deck builders. Like, do you play poker?
Nope.
See, I play poker. I used to play poker, and I love poker. I watch poker movies. I've even watched poker championships before. Like, I like poker.
I hate poker, and I love that game. I think it could help you understand the base cards and how hands work. But the game does a good enough job of that anyways. You're not playing poker. You're using poker hands to try and beat a score through just a shit ton of crazy modifiers, both working for and against you, essentially.
But I'm just saying, for me, the fact that I love poker is what helped me enjoy Balatro. If I didn't like poker, I doubt I would have liked Balatro. I don't know that for a fact. I just doubt it, knowing me. But the fact that I adore poker means I really fucking adore Balatro. But when I see other deck builders, I don't know if I have any interest, to be honest. Because I know poker hands, so it helped me understand Balatro straight away, because I know poker. If I'm just seeing these random cards in other games and they have no meaning to me, then I don't know. I can't think of another genre that I haven't played that I genuinely have interest in. Not sure. Roguelikes I started to get into. I might have said roguelikes, but I've started to get into those over the last few years. You ever played West of Dead? No, not West of Dead.
I played a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, West of Dead.
It is West of Dead I'm thinking of, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my favourite ones. It's one of my favourite roguelikes. If you haven't played West of Dead, it's always on sale. I think it was on Game Pass for a bit when it came out. It launched into Game Pass, I think. Always goes on sale with its DLC. Voiced by Ron Perlman. Same studio that after West of Dead did the bad Hellboy game that Jesse didn't like.
No one liked.
Yeah. Almost exactly the same visual style, but play West of Dead. Really, really good roguelike. Roguelite, I don't know. I really enjoy that game. It's a good game. Okay. Solidbrix. With the price increase, I feel like Ultimate Perks should start delivering better value. For example, the occasional premium battle pass for Halo. That's a good idea. Overwatch, COD, and or Diablo makes sense to me. What else do you think they could put in there to make the price increase go down smoother? Also, do you think it would make sense to allow people in the standard tier to buy day one access on a game-by-game basis? Between full price and waiting, I'll wait. But $15 to $30 access pass would get me to jump at the 1 to 2 games I'm unreasonably hyped for a year. God, everyone's got some really good ideas today.
I don't think either of those are feasible. Like, people would get really mad at the access thing because...
You know, but that's something Microsoft I could see Microsoft doing though, because they do it with like Forza Horizon 5 where they gave people they gave people the early access, but you also bought the expansions with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, could you see a scenario where they're like, okay, a COD's coming, and you're on the standard tier at $15, but if you gave us $40, you could play it day one. I don't know.
I like that battle pass idea too. And
Battle
they
Pass is
need,
a
they
way
should
to
up
do-
their skins.
They should do more stuff with perks,
Yes,
right? Absolutely.
I agree.
I mean, I know, like, I think there's, like, Jez was saying there's tier skips for Overwatch 2, but on Prime.
Yeah,
Yes.
Activision Blizzard had a ton of deals over the years with Amazon.
Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm sure there's
Twitch.
contract related, and that maybe when that ends, it'll come to Xbox, but they need
Yes.
to.
You know how I know there has to be contracts in place? Because you can only get Fortnite and Rocket League perks on PlayStation Plus. I kept wondering why Game Pass Ultimate didn't have Fortnite or Rocket League skins, but PlayStation Plus does and has had them for years.
Yeah, they've had the marketing
And they
on
still
that
get
game
them
forever. Even when it was just Save the World, they had the marketing.
I don't know when that deal ends, but Microsoft needs to get on that and start getting Fortnite skins as Game Pass Ultimate perks.
Giving away a full $10 battle pass, though, I don't see that happening. Not when you're handing it out to like 35 million people. There's no way.
It doesn't have to happen every month. Just once
But
in a while.
even once is a huge cost.
I mean, it could give tier skips. You don't necessarily have
Yeah.
to give the whole battle
Well,
pass.
that's
but
what I'm
like
saying. The battle pass, but you
25
like
skips,
smaller
of,
stuff, or 200
something.
coins in Halo, like that type of thing. You know,
Yeah.
something good, but not the full thing that they really want you to buy. Like the thing that makes that game make sense, essentially.
I still like that idea, and I like the idea of maybe having, like, if you've got Ultimate, maybe not Ultimate.
Standard.
If you've got Standard, okay, you lose day one access, but hey, you can buy this day one game for 50% off. If you've got Standard,
I mean, you already get 10% off.
I don't know.
Everything's already 10.
I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, if you look at it like, oh, you can spend $30 to get these two things. He's like, well, there's two things a year I'd want. So you're spending $60, which is then exactly what upgrading to Ultimate would have cost you. $5 more a month, 12 times. So it would have been $60.
I don't know.
Like, making the math work is tough. At that point, you didn't get any of the other Ultimate benefits. You just paid for 2 games early access. You didn't get the early access on anything else. Like, at that point, just upgrade to Ultimate. Like, I think the only thing they want to do is to have less tiers and make it less convoluted. They made it direct upgrade paths. So you got this has this has this, but a couple more things. This has this, but a bunch more things, and that's it. So in the future, I think the only thing they'd want to do is just have Ultimate in PC. That would be the end game. Not more, less choice.
I agree with Abdul. Give me free WoW sub into Ultimate. And even if not, I actually assumed they were going to do that when they first bought.
Never.
No,
Whatever.
It makes too much
But even
money.
if they don't, but why don't they do it like you have for your mobile phone or whatever? Like, so we were talking earlier about the all-in-one sub. Why not have like channels per se? So
Like Amazon Luna does.
I don't. Yes and no. So right now, for example, with your phone. So my wife has her mobile phone and she has her plan that we pay every month, right? And she gets unlimited calls, text, blah, 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 blah. For an extra $5 a month, her Apple Watch is part of it. Why not do something similar? So you have your Game Pass sub, and then you have a $5 WoW one that includes WoW for an extra $5. Have another one that's maybe Fallout 76, so you can pick the Fallout 76 Ultimate combo. Have a what's another one? What's another fucking subscription ongoing game? Whatever it is, like, why not have that kind of thing maybe instead of an all-in-one? Have one where you say, okay, I want the Ultimate WoW sub. So for an extra $5, you get WoW too. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't
Why
know.
not do something like that?
It wouldn't be 5. They're getting 15 off of people for 20 years
I'm
now.
just throwing out numbers. I'm just
Okay.
saying.
I don't know what that's
Like-
not a defense.
because
I know you're
then-
just throwing out numbers, but I have to respond to what you are throwing out. It's like, I do think if in the future they do work it down and they just have a PC and they just have a console, like just the 2 tiers. If you're on PC, get this. If you're on console, get this type of thing. Who knows? Then maybe they could start making it more confusing again for people. But like you see now already, most of the coverage around this is they've made it more confusing. And it's like, for people that are actually in the ecosystem, it is not. And for people coming in, all they're going to say is what gets me day one games and get Ultimate or PC, depending on what they're on. So it's not they've got to thread that needle a little, not fully focus on it, but like they've been struggling to make it more simple. And I know people are like, why is online free on PC and not on console? It's because of customer expectations and what they'll put up with. And as long as customers are going to pay for online on console, they have no incentive to not have it unless the next console is a hybrid, in which case it can run Xbox and PC games. And then the box you sell has these segregated things where, well, if you're going to play this version that we sell of this game online through the console version, you got to pay for a subscription to play it online. But if you buy the Steam version, well, then you don't have to pay. Or if you buy the Microsoft Store version, like, hey, it's play anywhere. Play the PC version, and hey, it's not. You don't have to pay for online. I think that's when they would have to really figure that out. But for now, they want it to be more simple.
I don't know. I still think that could work. A little bit more, you get WoW, or a little bit more, you get 76. A little bit more, you get ESO.
76 is inexpensive. 76 could potentially, but even then, it's like, how much of a benefit is it? What is it really going to pull people in? Does it confuse people more? Like, the people that would want it are already going to just probably have it because it's like $5 a month or something.
Maybe. Okay. That was that one.
TownYsend should be the next one.
TownYsend. Is Hytham G okay? With Podcast Unlocked making some truly awful suggestions this week, what would be your dream game created by any of the Xbox-owned studios? Be as unrealistic as you like. Thanks, as always, chaps. Ooh, I can be unrealistic.
So what happened on Unlocked? That
I don't know. I guess maybe it was something around this, like what would you want them to make with all the studios they have? An IP. That's how I took it.
You know,
anyone
interesting.
in the chat
We
watched
had,
Unlocked, can you tell us?
We had so not this week, but last week we had Achievement write in about his idea for a banjo game.
Ooh.
By like, I don't know if it was by Double Fine, but his idea for it was, and I don't know much about banjo, but like apparently banjo teleports to new areas or something, or new dimensions or something. I don't know. I don't know. But he made it seem like, why don't you have banjo go into other Xbox related game worlds?
Was that more
like,
Conquer?
Like banjo jumps into a Gears world and Kazooie becomes the Lancer. Or like he jumps into Halo and Kazooie becomes like, you know, the AI, where then it could be like their Astrobot, where it's like a celebration of Xbox history because the levels are Xbox related. And you could do it and that way, where I think straight up they're looking at like, oh, a simple banjo game is probably not something that would sell very well in this current thing, but a focused banjo game that was the celebration of like Xbox history, that would even get someone like me to play it. Like, I have no interest in a new banjo game, but if you put banjo in a thing where it was like Astrobot, where I'm going through Xbox levels or whatever, I'd be really interested in that, you know?
Banjo Strobot.
That could work. My only thing is, does Microsoft have a studio that could make that game a reality to the level of quality and polish that Astro is?
Yes.
Yeah, they've
got a ton of ridiculously. They have a ton of ridiculously good studios.
I don't think you guys understand what I'm referring to when I talk about the level of quality.
I
and
do.
polish.
I've played it. I know what it is. It's very well done. They could have somebody who could figure that out, I'm sure. They have a lot of really good studios.
I don't believe that exists within Xbox Game Studios.
Did you play Psychonauts 2?
Yes.
I mean,
That
are you
doesn't
telling
have,
me
that doesn't? No.
You telling me that Astro's quality is leagues beyond?
Yes, in terms of the, and this is what I mean. I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying
you're
which game
overselling
is
what they can
better
do.
than the other.
You're
I'm not saying which game is
overselling their
better than the
technical
other.
prowess on controls.
I'm talking about how Astro feels. I'm talking about the way Astro has been put together is extremely tight and high quality. I'm talking about down to the smallest thing, like even how responsive the menu is, and like the entire package from the top down of Astro. It's almost like it's handcrafted. Like it's just unbelievable how well that's been put together. And I'm saying I don't think there's a studio within Xbox that could do that, let alone with a banjo. That's all. They could outsource it. I'm just saying I don't think Microsoft has a studio that could do it.
They do have like 40 studios.
I know. I'm
Toys
aware
for
of all
Bob?
their studios.
Toys for Bob?
Well, it's not theirs anymore.
So
I
I'm
mean,
they are
they're working
contracted
with them
to
on
us.
something. I'm just saying.
I'm
like-
still correct. They don't technically own Toys for Bob anymore.
Yeah, but they're working with them on a project that we know of.
Yes.
So it might as well
Spyro
be
4.
something.
As far as we know, that's Spyro 4.
Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
so what was the question? The question is basically
Your dream game from any studio
Your dream
and
game
IP that they
created
have.
by an Xbox studio.
Well, I want Xbox to then buy Remedy and make me a Quantum Break 2.
Oh, God.
Have you
why?
played the Alan Wake 2
I have
DLC?
played. I have played
Yeah.
it because
I know that's why you want it. Me
because
too.
back in 2015 when I met Phil, one of the things he asked is like, "What game would you want me to make?" I said, "I want Alan Wake 2." Right, and I got Alan Wake 2 eventually. Right,
And it
I
was
fucking
amazing.
loved it, and it was Game of the Year last year.
Yes,
And-
correct. It was.
And now I want Quantum Break 2. And I'll probably never get it because Microsoft owns the IP for that.
Yeah.
So, and even though we did get some, talk in the last DLC, the recent DLC,
It was a very
about
creative way to get back to that
It, yeah,
overarching story.
I want Quantum Break 2, baby. Come on, I want to save Beth.
Now,
So was
there's-
Alan Wake 2 your game of the year last year?
Easily, yes.
Oh, wow. We had the same game of the year.
Dude,
yeah, but Rand actually cared about the story, so it's for very
I
different
absolutely
reasons.
cared about
yeah.
the
So
story.
what? It was still but my game of the year.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter because you didn't actually see most of it.
Whatever.
What a
man.
game, Alan Wake 2, man.
Oh, so good. So good.
And
So we're
I-
gonna have the same game of the year 2 years running.
What do you think my game of the year is going to be?
Prince of Persia.
Well, what about Astrobot, though? I loved Astrobot. On
Oh,
the
did
play-
you?
Astro's
Oh, I didn't know.
Playroom.
I didn't know
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I
didn't
loved
know that.
Astro's Playroom on the PS5 when it came out.
Yes,
There's a
Astro
good chance.
Astro is incredible.
There's a good chance Astro might be my game of the year.
Yeah, me too. Oh, so
But
it
if
could
not,
still end
then
up being the same
yeah,
game.
Prince of Persia.
It won't be in my
That's what I
top
mean.
100.
You and I could end up having the same game of the year 2 years running.
You could have the top
What was your game of
Two.
the year in 2022?
As Dusk
I'd have to check.
Falls.
Mine
kidding.
was
Tunic.
Oh, yours was Tunic. Mine was Elden Ring, Game of the Generation.
Tunic.
Game of all
Me and John had
generations.
the same game of the year. John's was Tunic as well.
And I'm
Elden
the
Ring-
one that reviewed it and gave it a 7 because the combat's not good.
What, Tunic? You can just turn off the combat. Can't you?
Exactly. That doesn't mean it's good. It's just the combat itself is actually bad, and that's why that's the
make-
only reason
turn
Nick likes
God
it.
mode.
If it didn't have God mode, Nick would hate that game because it's not
No,
actually
I
fun
wouldn't.
to
I
play.
still enjoyed it until I realized it had God mode. I still enjoyed
Which
it.
is almost early on, almost right away, and it gets harder and harder and harder, and it's very difficult without God mode.
I'm really hoping. Space Marine 2's good, like really good.
Yeah, it looks great. We were talking about it before you jumped on.
I love
looks
the
great.
360 game.
Yes, me too.
Another game, I think Assassin's Creed Shadows looks fantastic.
Oh,
New scene of it.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. I'm
There's a
also,
lot of good games in the second half of the year, isn't
I
there?
love Ubisoft massive. Like everything, they made me enjoy our Avatar, and I hate that IP. So I'm very much looking forward to Outlaws and seeing what they do.
I am really,
Oh,
really
yeah,
looking
Star Wars
forward to Indiana Jones. I
Mm.
really like machine
Yeah,
games.
me too. Me too. It should be
Avowed.
Their games don't show well. Like, their games are all about the depth and everything. So I'm curious if we get it like a long deep dive that can really sell it. Because the more I've seen, the more I've gotten excited. Like from the actual interviews.
I was looking at it in September, and we're not getting. We got the Crew Motorfest last year with that, which I loved, and then Forza Horizon 5 was the year before that. But part of me really kind of wants to play Test Drive Unlimited. There's a Test Drive
Solar Crown, I think.
Really?
Because I do like to play at least a racer a year, and I really love Motorsport because it basically was Forza Horizon, but with the Ubisoft twist on it, and I thought it was really enjoyable.
It was a good game.
So it's like, Test Drive's coming this year.
But it was a good game.
Star Wars Outlaws I'm looking forward to next month.
That one pisses me off because it's right around Gamescom, so I don't know how the hell I'm going to be able to review it, but I'm going to try.
I'm trying to think of like some indie games.
Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom.
Couldn't care less. Nothing has ever interested me less than that game. But for the question...
the question. We're just
mine would always be a Halo Mass Effect type RPG, action RPG. If they have a bunch of studios, maybe the Coalition or someone like that, an actual full-on, and not the whole choice thing of Mass Effect, because that makes it infinitely harder to actually make when you got to do all the choice stuff. But yeah, that is mine always.
Like a dream game, huh? I've kind of always, and I don't know who would make it, but I've always wanted a horror-based Halo game. Like, imagine you're just a regular UNSC soldier, and I forget what the place was, but where the flood landed in the ship, and it's like...
Yeah, from like Halo 3.
And you need to survive and get out of the city... And there's just the flood around. You need to help people, like
that's their next Kojima
horror game. Like that could be really, really something cool. I don't know who would make it though.
PT from Kojima, but ODST flood.
I know Jez would say In Exile to make a Fallout Tactics or something.
Did you delete that, Jesse? Oh,
I did not delete it.
No wonder we didn't talk about it. You fucking deleted it.
Delete what?
What? Delete what?
I had a news story there and it's gone.
I haven't touched. I have not touched the headlines. I don't know.
We forgot about that Nintendo horror game that got revealed.
Oh, MEO. Yeah, okay. I did not delete anything, Nick. I have not touched the showrunner. I don't even have it open.
Is there a rumor mill for today?
No, not allowed anymore.
Rumor mills?
Inside culture is dead.
How about? No, it's not. How about? Even though there's only 6 employees left, maybe Microsoft could staff them up. Radical Entertainment making Crackdown 4. What? Radical made Prototype.
Yeah, I know, but Crackdown though? Yeah. Crackdown
man.
3 was like...
Again,
great.
Solid 6.5 to 7.
Great. It was a great game. And you don't actually realize how good Crackdown 3 is until you go back and play Crackdown 1 and 2.
I mean, a game from 2007?
Crackdown 3 on PC?
Hey, how about this game from 2019 is better than this game 12 years earlier?
I'm talking about in terms of the gameplay and stuff. Like, you notice the step up in how it feels and stuff. I still think Crackdown was unfairly judged on its graphics. Because we were at the peak back then of like, oh my god, everything has to look fucking hyper real or else your game sucks. Crackdown 3 was a good game.
A few more questions, Nick. I'm starving.
It was a good game.
Got a few more questions. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Next one's a long one,
too. Okay. I know, I can't believe this show's gone for over 4 hours.
You should. You are the reason why.
We were on track for like an hour and a half show earlier. Didact 3. I don't know if I even pronounced that name correctly. Hey peeps, my question is about how will the new Game Pass standard tier work in relation of non-first party day one games? Will those have to wait a year for showing up there like we're expecting for first party? Many smaller games are launching into Game Pass that could help the standard tier lineup while not decreasing the value of Ultimate for having big games like COD on day one. Thanks for all the hard work. P.S. It's time for Rand to show up on camera and replace John since he's barely in the show and hates the patrons. True. Rand should be on camera.
Yeah,
It really
that'll
should.
happen at some point. Anyways, what was the question? The question was basically...
I don't know if third party... do you reckon third party stuff will come to standard?
If
I mean,
it's
they
in
said
for an
it's-
extremely long time.
Well, no, I mean, the only thing that's removing from standard is day one. So
They
let's
said
imagine...
the
Oh,
wording
okay.
was it's a selection. So like they said for Ultimate, it will get more. I gotta look up the wording again real quick. They definitely made it sound like it's just not going to be everything that's already in there. Like, because they haven't said how long it's going to take for stuff to hit standard, and a lot of things leave after a year. And so if it's more than a year, you're not going to get those things, so they don't want to promise people that you would.
Well, maybe if it's supposed to leave in a year, then it will come to the service in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Like for instance, Flintlock is supposed to, come in day one next week, right? If standard was around, it just wouldn't be coming to that tier.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I gather from it. And the way I gathered from it is like standard's just going to be the whole library, just doesn't have day one games on it. And then
Okay,
like
yes, but then the
as
question
games
is,
are-
when do those day one games come? As in, so when will Flintlock come to it? Or will it at all?
So this
guess
is
those are
their
questions-
wording. Will all console games added to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate Library also be available with Xbox Game Pass Standard? Their reply, some games available with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate on day one will not be immediately available with Xbox Game Pass Standard and may be added to the library at a future date. This could be up to 12 months or more and will vary by title.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so that's
Yeah, they
what'll
pretty much
happen. So-
answered it. Maybe. How long?
So my
Who
guess
knows?
would be first party Xbox games will come a year later. First party Xbox games. Third party will be a case by case kind of thing, depending on what that dev wants to do. Do they have to pay extra money to do it? All that sort of stuff. Is it part of the Game Pass deal that it'll then go to standard a year later?
And Didak's in chat, and he's like, that's confusing. I don't think it's confusing. It's just they don't have an answer. Like, it's not confusing. They haven't said what's going to be in it. They haven't said what's going to be in it, and it is case by case for third party. So maybe they will let us know on first party, but even then, like, it's not confusing so much as not clear enough yet.
I think it makes sense. Like, if you don't suffer FOMO, get standard. Get Game Pass Standard if you don't suffer FOMO. Because then you'll get the next Halo. You'll get it in your subscription a year later. You'll get Perfect Dark a year later. So if you don't suffer FOMO and are happy to wait,
You can
Just
easily
sub to standard.
assume every first party game will be in there eventually, and time will tell
Yeah,
us
that's
what's
logical.
the average ends up being. For third party, though, like we know, the only third party
Case by
we
case.
know the timing of is like Square Enix came out and said Octopath Traveler 1 and 2 are going to be in the service for like 2.5 years. Like we don't normally get that. So outside of that, it's just you don't know at all unless they start saying it.
yeah.
So, case by case, by the criteria of the length of the
We don't know
contract they
what
have
criteria.
signed.
We're just
Like
we're
you would,
speculating here.
yeah, you would imagine it's going to be dictated by the length of the contract they signed. So, if a game's only in Game Pass for 1 year, I would not expect it to show up in standard ever.
No, correct. Yeah, but if it's a game that's going to be there for a few years, yeah, maybe after a year it appears in standard, and that's part of the deal. Yeah, no, who knows? Like it could be
Phil
be
knows.
a new deal process that they have now with standard, where they say to a third party, "Hey, here's a day one launch. Would you also like a day one launch plus standard release for a little bit extra? We'll give you a bit more and get a standard release." And third parties might be like, "What? Even more money and we don't have to do anything? Fucking sure. Do it. Chuck it in standard after a year." Who knows? We'll see. But to me, it's a logical assumption to say that all first-party day one launches will eventually come to standard after like a year. That to me seems fairly logical.
That seems fair.
Yeah. Okay. 99 Rukin. Hey, how's it going? Have you guys played the First Descendant? So I'm having fun with the story and gameplay. I think the microtransactions are BS for even a free-to-play game. My question for today is, why does Xbox, or should I say Microsoft management, take so long to squash rumours that might be true or false? I mean, seriously, you can't be that brain dead to say, welp, should we wait? Welp, shoot, we should wait a while as this boils up, then say something. I understand they don't need to come out for everything. I just think when the media runs with this shit, it gets ridiculous. I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. We have discussed this before, and I think even Jesse and I, it's actually one of the rare things we've agreed on, where if they start to address it all, that leads down a path where the media and maybe someone with an agenda sees that, and all of a sudden rumors start flying out everywhere and people start using it as a tool to weed information out of Microsoft. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I've had people in industry say before, like, oh, hey, by the way, do you want to comment on this? And then they've just been told, like, off the record, like, look, if we start commenting on it, if we comment either way, it lends credence and we just can't. So it's easy. We need to focus more on squashing leaks like themselves, like not having them happen.
Yes.
We can't address them after the fact unless it's something like when the regional emails start going out a half a day early because they messed up. Obviously, those emails were supposed to go out the following morning when they would have done like a press release at 9 a.m. or something. So instead, on that one, they just flipped the switch and put everything out early. But that's like their thing. If it's like, oh, is this studio really working on this game? They're never going to respond, and they can't start doing it. The only one who really has the media chops for sounding human and responding to things like that is Phil. But even then, he never says anything. Like, you can't actually address 99% of the things that are out there, or else it snowballs and you're seen as defensive or you're lending credence to them. And even if they're not true, like, oh, they came out and said this one's not true. Maybe there's something to it. Like, that's just, it's never going to go the way you want.
It's a slippery slope. Like, I understand why people want to know and want them to do that, but I also kind of understand why they can't. Because, like I said, you're going to get
rumor and
sites.
Speculation, right?
Yeah, like, and then you'll get people that actually make up stuff. I know everyone thinks I do, but you'll get people that actually make up stuff, just start making stuff up all the time to get something out of Microsoft. And what do? They're going to fucking comment on all of it? They can't. So yeah. Skedaddle. Second last question. Skedaddle. Just a quick message to show my support for Rand and the sounds of him eating while podcasting. Ignore the haters. Only fans when, Rand? You're gonna do like an ASMR OnlyFans?
I didn't eat anything while we were doing Xbox 2 today, and when I ate my 5 cookies during XboxEra, I muted my mic.
Because Skedaddle had me do something. He had me make an AI song for Rand. I thought he was going to bring it up in his question.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
You're thinking of someone else.
I didn't know people could hear because nobody sent me any
Shit.
messages. And if I had known people could hear, because when I do that, I sit far away from
Long
the
show.
mic. Normally, I would just mute OBS so they don't hear me. But I didn't know people could hear. So if someone had just told me a long time ago, I would have. I would have muted that stuff.
If you've got a good mic and it has that auto gain built in and it hasn't heard you for a while, and then it's just like, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? And it just starts grabbing, because it happens with John and Nick all the time with their shores, because it'll be like, oh, you haven't talked in 10 seconds, and then they come back and they're like, blah, and they blow out, and like, Jesus Christ. So.
Yeah, so Rand will do his OnlyFans at some stage.
Sorry, Josie.
What do people want to see out of my OnlyFans?
They want ASMR.
You eating cookies.
ASMR.
Eating food.
Oh, man.
Mukbangs. You just get a ridiculous amount of food and just eat it until you puke.
Yep. Last question. Good old Collingwood. Hello, Nick, Jesse, and welcome back, Rand. Hey, do you think we can have a song about Rand Al Thor, the man with the million? Like an AI song? That's it. That's the question.
It's Metallica.
Metallica's great.
AI Looker.
Is this really the Rand song?
Yeah, this is an AI song about the man with a million.
And you say the AI thing is about the go bust. How would it go bust with stuff like this?
You can't copyright it. You can't make any money off of it. Everyone can just take your product.
Is this the sort of music Rand likes?
I don't know. I just put it in
I
the
mean,
vein of
I like
heavy
Metallica. And this is
Yeah,
I love Metallica.
I just said in the like hardcore heavy metal vein because you can't say band names.
Actually sounds pretty good.
It's annoying how good the songs are. Like this is one of the few AI things that's like, yeah, there's a math to this they've nailed.
But that's because music is there is a mathematical element to music. That's probably why. So it's a lot easier to put it together.
If you want the song, Rand, I can send you the MP3.
Yeah, what are the lyrics to this?
I forget. I can look them up on the Suno, or I think it is.
All right, stop it now.
Hey, we're trying to get to 5 hours, so be
What is it you can't face?
Of course, no, he just wanted to play that dumb shit.
That's it. That was the last question, and we got a great answer. It's just he played the actual song. So that's it for the questions. We have hit 4.5 hours. I was not expecting.
Still not
that.
5 hours though, Nick.
Good.
Yeah, I was
I'm
not
tired.
expecting that. So thank you very much to Rand for eventually joining us. Thanks to everyone who popped by in the chat. Thanks massively for all the super chatters, particularly Grand Benefactor Torn Raptor, who gave us way too much money.
More.
Shit.
Oh,
my god, I nearly forgot. Holy crap. There was one last community question.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
Cheeseworks. Didn't he message you?
Yes. Cheeseworks sent it to me in Discord. Sorry. Oh my god, I nearly forgot.
Wow, he would have killed you. That guy's violent.
Sorry. Last question. Hello, Rand, to the land of Xbox Era, and thank you all for an awesome show. And Nick, we're glad you're back this week. We're all glad. The show isn't the same without you. Oh. Love you. My question this week revolves around something that both Xbox Era and Rand use, Patreon. What improvements would you, as creators, make to Patreon to make it better for creators and also supporters of Patreon? Since Patreon contributes a large percentage of the funding for each of your shows, it's extremely important that it remains a strong platform for reliable monthly income. Thank you all and have a fantastic night. P.S. Is Hytham G all right? He sounds a bit off today.
I think Rand might have the same thing as me, which would be really good integration with YouTube. Because as it is right now, you can't, like, obviously because they're different platforms, you can't have it. So, like, if I want to have YouTube member or like Patreon videos only, I either have to upload it to that platform or I have to do it unlisted on YouTube because that's the only way I can also give it to YouTube members by doing like a community thing. If there was some way without costing us more money with a cut, like they could get better YouTube integration, it would be great.
Yeah, because like when we do our special, Ultimate and Xbox 2+1, we basically have to just make an unlisted video on Jez's channel and then send out the link to the Patreon stuff. And because Spotify has it like integrated,
it's really nice.
Which and I wish that like there's more YouTube stuff that you could do. But I mean, Patreon's pretty good. I mean, their cut's 8%, which is
it's really
YouTube's
good.
like 30%.
Yeah,
you know,
YouTube used to be
depending on-
50. It goes. YouTube is very weird. I never know what it's going to be. Like you can say you made X amount of money, and I'll expect Y, and then I get like 30% less than that, and I'm like, why? And then other times I'll
But I mean,
get
that
more
is
than that.
that is their platform, so
Yeah. And it's like it's very
it is
expensive
what it
to run.
is. Yeah. Yeah.
They
more-
need like YouTube/Google would need so much server space for all the videos people.
They
are
don't
constantly
delete anything. Like unless you haven't logged into your account for 5 years or something, it's always there. So it has to be
But
insanely
don't they
expensive.
lie about being able to get back deleted videos?
Oh no! Like once they delete
think-
it, it's gone. But like they don't
No,
delete
I've
it.
heard.
No, I think if they'd been deleted for a certain amount of time, they're gone, or something.
Oh, right.
Because we deleted
'Cause we
that
tried to get
podcast by
episode-
mistake, and then it was gone because it'd been too long.
We tried to get back episode 69 and we couldn't get it back. We still don't know
we
how it
tried
got
getting
deleted.
back all of our TXR episodes that were deleted, the entire podcast, and we couldn't. It was like too long.
TXR. Why does that name ring a bell?
Because we used to do a podcast back in like 2015 called the Xbox Roundtable TXR. It was me. It was Maka. It was Tim Dog. It was
It's not episode 60.
Southbound. Yeah.
Macca. Macca used to
It's
do
not
it too.
69. It's the one with
Yeah.
Boom, right? That was on
Yeah.
69.
Yeah.
That's still up.
Maka was on with yeah.
I didn't realize that Macca was part of it.
Yep.
Interesting.
I do.
Very
I need to
interesting.
look up. If you can find the episode again that is missing, let me know. I'm going to try and find it somewhere.
I'm
Like, the
pretty sure
video's
it was
probably
episode
gone.
69.
Because at the very least, we can re-upload it, push it live, but don't have it put out a notification or go in the feed, and then
No, we've
put it
looked
back
for
into
it.
the playlist.
We've looked for that episode and we can't. And I couldn't. I was hoping I had a copy because back in the day I used to have copies of all our episodes.
Yeah,
'cause
just
of
find
the
out
way
what
we
number it
did
is,
it.
and I'll take a look.
Dude, I'm almost 100% certain.
Oh, I just watched 69. It's
is-
not that one. Though it had one bad mother on it.
OBM. Where
Mhm.
OBM at?
Bank
Bank.
working. Need to get him to write a bunch for the 360 book again and not pay him a penny because we don't have any money. But if we do,
Yep.
we'd love to
Because
pay.
all the money's going to
John,
Nick.
no,
Yeah.
Nick gets nothing. It's great. It makes me laugh. But it's
I
all the
get
guy
it.
who's never here. You know,
I don't get anything.
I mean, John said he was going to stop by for a minute, but that's what he told me
his
when I
butt,
talked to
his
him.
butthole's too sore. He can't. The boys are over. But the boys.
That's it. That actually is it now. That is the end of the show.
Is
Love you,
it?
Torn Raptor.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. I apologize, Cheeseworks, for nearly forgetting your question. Thanks to Rand
We got
for
it.
popping by eventually.
He's been here a long
thanks-
time.
Thanks to all of the super chats. Thanks to everyone who interacted. You know what? Even thanks to the people that just watched.
Mm-hmm. We love
Just
you, lurkers and jerkers.
Watched with their eyes and didn't.
What about the
interact
ones
at
who
all.
eventually
It's okay.
will listen with their ears?
We love you too.
Thank you in
Future
advance.
Future
Thank
listeners.
you in advance.
Thank
to
you from the
future
past.
listeners as well. Yes. So thanks for everyone for popping by. We will see you all next week. Jesse will have a bunch of reviews like he always does.
The site has holy shit. So if you're into reviews this upcoming week, there's like 6 or 7 or something, and almost all of them on Game Pass. Pretty much every Game Pass release that we know of. There'll be a big drop on Tuesday. I'm sure that adds a little more because it has to do an extra week. But yeah, lots and lots of content coming. July 26th. That is the next subathon where we're going to try and we're probably pretty close. We'll see if we can figure out all the numbers and everything. But the more we can raise for Germany, the better. Anything that's extra just keeps going back into the site and trying to make it so John doesn't have to quit working full time and get a day job again. But yeah, thank you guys so much. See you then.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. So we'll catch you all next week. Ciao for now.
Bye bye.